Hello and welcome to Cardiff, to the wonderful Principality Stadium alongside the River Taff. Look at that, isn't it beautiful? Even on a bit of a gloomy day. Oh, there's a fair bit of blue sky there to match the blue seats around the Principality Stadium. We are here for Wheelchair Rugby. It is day 4 of 5 of the European Wheelchair Rugby Championships 2023, and in the first playoff match this morning, well, the Netherlands, the Oranje in orange, yes, look at their fans enjoying that. They laid a beat down on Israel, 63-36. This was a match between teams having finished 3rd and 4th in their respective groups. Netherlands finished 3rd in Pool A, Israel 4th in Pool B, and they won their particular playoff match. So that was 5th place semi-final number 1, as you can see there on your graphics. And what we are about to get our teeth into is Czech Republic versus Switzerland. The Czechs who finished 4th in Pool A and the Swiss who finished 3rd in Pool B. That is what we are going to have coming up for you in around 12 minutes time from the Principality Stadium in Cardiff. So, this is how the teams fared in their final group matches. Switzerland had lost 2. They had a really tough time of it against Great Britain and Denmark, but they finally managed to get themselves in the winner's circle, as it were. Dave MZ, front and centre for the Swiss, beating Israel, who refused to go away, but they won 50-46. And then the Netherlands, well, yes, they'd also had a tough time of things against France and Germany. And then they showed absolutely no mercy against the Czech Republic. Emilio Moos, you can't fail to recognise him with that huge mop of hair of his. And they almost doubled the Czechs, 66-34. So we have got the Swiss versus the Czechs, and we had a chat or two with some of the players earlier this morning. It was a tough start to the tournament for you, and you were in a very, very difficult group, but you managed to get a first win yesterday in your final group game. How good did that feel?
Oh, it was great. It was an absolutely must for us to win this game. So now, today we can play the Czechs. That will be great, and we try to keep the flow up and get ready for this game, yeah.
Yes, speaking of keeping the flow up, it's been raining here and some of the courts have been wet, but other than that, how have you found playing in such a huge stadium in front of local fans?
Yeah, it's absolutely great when you enter first time here and see all this. It's amazing.
How do you think you're going to get on today against Switzerland? You were saying that they're perhaps the 2nd level and you're the 3rd level. Do you think you can create a surprise today?
So we need some miracles. Now we have to play the best what we can to do. We have to play like a team with because we have just the balance lineup. We don't have high pointers. Switzerland has middle pointers, good middle pointers, and very fast. So it will be difficult for us. So we have to play very fast, throw the balls very fast, and do the best what we can to do. And we will see. And I hope so. Then we can be good opponent to them.
Good luck in that match. All the best. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Nice to hear from those two, Fabian Krauer of Switzerland and then Jiří Pleško, the Czech captain. So let's have a look at the Czech lineup, and you can see that Jiří Pleško, he is going to be involved right from the start. You have 4 players on at any one time, and you can see the classifications, the 0.5s, 1.5s, that all has to add up to no more than 8, provided you don't have any female players. So as you can see, they've got a couple of 1.5s and a couple of 2s, so they're not using their full allocation, the Czechs. But it's a bit difficult for them. They haven't got any real high pointers, no 3s or 3.5s. So that's the Czech lineup for you, but unlimited substitutions allowed throughout the match. And here are the Swiss. They're going with captain Jeremy Genal, Fabian Krauer, who we just heard from, a couple of 2.5s, a third 2.5 in Armand Dautai, and then a low pointer in Patrick Gosteli. That is the 10-strong Swiss squad. I think we'll see a fair bit of Dave MZ coming on, the number 7, the charismatic number 7. Christian Hardy is their coach, and then Adi Moser is a player who is going to be involved as well, more on the coaching side. So as you can see, the players are out on the practice court at the moment. And it may well be that this match is going to take place on the practice court, because we've had a few little hiccups, as it were, with the rain coming through the Principality Stadium roof. That's all being dried off, but for safety's sake, this match is likely to take place on the practice court here. But don't worry, you won't miss any of the action. Now we're going to have a chat in the studio with our prestigious hosts today, Ed and Steve. Ed, over to you.
Thanks, Drew. Prestigious, I'll take that. It's a good start. Steve, let's see how this goes. Great to have you with us. You know, you've been involved in these competitions in the past, but what a venue for it.
Yeah, this is it now. You talk about the Europeans, and it's the first time it's actually been hosted here in Great Britain, and of course the venue that we've got here is second to none as that home, because it's the first time here, and there's nowhere around the world when it's been played across Europe that has had a place like this to host it.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? The home of rugby in Wales. There's 60,000 seats in here, not quite full. However, it's a good turnout. There was a great buzz yesterday. How important is that when you're on the court, that you've got that support from the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, any sports person would tell you, you know, it's a marathon a couple of weeks ago, and everyone's saying it's the crowd that get you through it, it's that support from the sidelines, and it's no different, you know. Being able to play, you can only control what's going on, you know, on the court, but having that noise and that support from off court really does give any player that extra little bit of buzz.
Yeah, and I actually had a go yesterday. I know you were laughing at me from the touchline. I never imagined I would be on this pitch in a wheelchair playing, but you know, all the skills there, never in doubt, safe hands.
Do you know, it's so nice watching different people having the opportunity to play this sport, because it is an exciting sport, it is a fun sport, and of course, as the rules state, you need to have a disability in 3 of your 4 limbs to be able to play professionally. But getting anyone in a chair, anyone getting involved in the sport, loves it straight away.
Yeah, it's been great. I mean, with all seriousness, I scored there, but the rest of the game we got absolute rings run round us by the pros.
Yeah.
But let's look at the game coming up now. Obviously, a massive game for GB later on against Denmark. We can talk about that in a bit. But first of all, we've got the Swiss up against Czech Republic.
Yeah.
These two teams, what have you made of them so far?
Well, you've got to take it as you see it. I mean, the Swiss, they've always had this area in terms of the European competitions. There's somebody that really shouldn't be underestimated. They've a real strong team in terms of their communication, the way that they play together. They've been playing together for years. But then, of course, you've got the Czech Republic. They've not won a single game of this competition, and that's really because they are a very new team, very fresh, and neither of the teams have really got any of those big, strong, standout players that can change the team.
Yeah, well, you know, we're looking forward to this game, but GB, of course, up against Germany later on. Massive game, you know, massive semi-final, because there's a lot riding on this, isn't there?
Yeah, so much, because it's not just about the European Championships picking up a gold here. This is your pass into the Paralympics as well. You've got to finish in the top 2 of this competition to get your golden ticket to be able to compete at the Paralympics. So it's not just about here and now, it's about next year for them as well.
And GB, of course, current Paralympic champions. There's a lot of hype about them. They've had a good tournament so far, and they'll be hoping in this live game on Channel 4 at 3:30 that they can get the job done.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Steve, predictions for this one then?
Well, you've really got to think about it in terms of the performance of the two teams. Swiss, I'd imagine.
Right, okay, let's head up to our commentary team with Drew and Mandip. Take us through this one.
Well, of the 4 people involved commentating in this match, I'm very much the one who's off the podium. We've got Ed Jackson, Steve Brown, the 2012 captain, and now alongside me, well, I'm lucky enough to have Mandip Simi, a man who knows all about winning European championships. Manny, great to have you here.
It's fantastic to be
You getting
here.
the butterflies?
No, it's amazing. It's European Championships on home ground. It's like being a player again almost, having that buzz again. So it's brilliant.
I'm sure you're still looking fit. You could get back out there. There's maybe room for you as a mid-pointer in the GB team.
I think I'd love to. My mind says yes, but my body's definitely saying no. The amount of training these guys go through to be in the shape they're in, it's not something I'd do.
Right, so let us focus not on the past, but the present. And the Czechs and the Swiss. The Swiss in white for once. They are the away team. And we're about to get underway. The Swiss in white with Suisse on the backs. And they are the ones who win the tip-off. And scooting through immediately is the captain, Jérémy Génal. Now, as we're on the practice court, we haven't got the clock for you, but we will keep you regularly informed as to how long is gone in each of the 4 8-minute quarters. And we have an immediate turnover. And there we go, the man we heard from a little bit earlier, Fabian Krauer, makes it 2-0 for Switzerland. So a tough start here.
Yeah, it's a fast start from the Swiss. They're coming out with a press straight away, putting the team under pressure. So it's a good start for them.
Well, coming out with the press and the pressure, what we've got here are 2 squads who haven't got any high pointers. So what do you do when you don't have high pointers in your lineup?
Yeah, it's difficult because you see around the world that the big teams all have 3 and 3.5 players who dominate the play. So this is very much a balanced line, which means all the players have to handle the ball quite a lot. So there's a lot more passing, which in turn gives you the opportunity for more turnovers.
Yes, the low pointers are the ones with the highest level of impairment, and the high pointers are the ones with the lowest level impairment. So for those of you who know Team GB at the moment, the high pointers are Aaron Phipps with his familiar headband and Stu Robinson with the ink all down his arms, and they're the ones, they're almost like the flying wingers in certain sports. They can get up and down this court incredibly quickly. And then the low pointers, the ones with a high level of impairment, are the ones who are there to be blocking. And they also have different chairs. And through for a third one, it's the captain again, Jérémy Génal. So the Czechs are currently struggling to staunch the flow. They haven't got a win yet. They came 4th in Pool A, losing to France, Germany and the Netherlands. And there we go. Obviously, the commentators curse as soon as I say that. They swoosh up the other end, and they finally get on the board, courtesy of Walter Ronisch.
Yeah, I think that'll settle some nerves for them, getting that first try over the line. It looks like they're keying up to try and stop the Swiss, just because they don't match up well in terms of pressing. So you might see this quite a lot throughout the game.
What we'll also see quite a lot of throughout the game is running repairs, the mechanics coming out very quickly and either getting players back on 2 wheels if they've been knocked over, or changing a wheel or a tyre. They've got a minute in which to do that, and you think, well, that's surely no time at all, but they managed to do these things incredibly quickly. So the Czechs setting up in a key defence. You can see the key there that's Génal has just got into and through there, the extra line there, the penalty box as it were. So it's almost like the 6-yard box in football. And they're setting up in front of that. You can have 3 in there. Attackers are only allowed in there for any 10 seconds at any one time. Oppenauer pops that one over the top to Varton, and then forward to their outlet, and that is Walter Ronisch.
Yeah, again, a great team try there. The ball's going through every player's hands to get over the half, and I think they're going to have to do this quite a lot throughout the game. Is really work as a team.
Fired forward by Genalta Armend Dautai. He's going to be one of their main outlets. He's a 2.5, so he's a high-ish mid-pointer. And almost an interception there by the man we had a chat with earlier, Jiří Pleško, the captain. He gets a hand to it. So it takes some time off the possession clock. You have 40 seconds in which to score, but it means the Swiss retain it because it was knocked out by one of the Czech players, or if it bounces off a chair, then it's the opposition that gets it. Batted away, and we might have a break here. It's going to be difficult for Dautai. He can't pick it up in one half and take it back into the defensive half. And what have we had? An equipment change? Is that the call?
I'm just looking at it. I think one of the players just went out of bounds. Or there's a reach, yeah. He's been sent to the sin bin, so...
Right, so there was the interception, and the Czechs looking for the fast break. Dautai can't pick it up here and take it from the front court to the back court. And then Pleško thought he'd picked it up. Be that as it may, it's the Czechs who've got possession now after a turnover, and if they can make this count, they can't. Dautai picks it up, so we have turnovers left and right. He fires it forward to another person we chatted to earlier, Fabian Krauer. Well, that was a big opportunity for the Czechs there.
Yeah, it was a great defence from the Swiss. You know, the Czech team almost scored, but the key defence was just too strong, and an easy pick-off there to score.
The Swiss boxed in. They've got 12 seconds to get it over. There we go. The Czechs have managed to get it out. They were being boxed in, and they need to get it over the halfway line within 12 seconds.
So a timeout called there. It's a great timeout because he's just about to be pushed out of bounds. So before he was pushed out for the turnover, the player called a timeout.
So as you can see, yes, the bars at the top of the screen, the goal bars, the Swiss have got 4 of them above their flag, and the Czechs have just got 3 because they've just used one of their timeouts. And so often it's a way of retaining possession. If you think you're not going to get the ball over the halfway line after you've inbounded at the start of possession, if you're not going to do that within 12 seconds, then you make sure that you call a timeout. You can also do it to reset the possession clock if you think you're not going to score before the possession clock runs down over the 14. Unfortunately, we don't have the clocks at the moment, but we'll keep you as well informed as we possibly can. Popped over the top there. Roniš now trying to find his way in the corner. Went out of play. I think he touched the cone. So that was fired over by Varton. Roniš went the long way around, but it ended up being a handover in favour of the Swiss. Dautai pins back his ears, fires that one forward. It's a big ask. Can he get? Yes, he can. Krauer managed to get that. He managed to grab onto that just before he went over the line.
Yeah, I love tries like that. It's the exciting part of the game when it's on the edge. You know, he's just about to go out of bounds, and he just picks it up to score the try. Great push there.
And great camera work to show that he got the ball, and it's the wheels, isn't it? It's before the wheels go over the line. You have to be in full control of it before your wheels go over the line.
Yeah, so to score tries, yeah, you must be in possession of the ball. You must be in control of the ball. In some of the goals you see are right on the edge, so that it's an important part of the game.
Another timeout being taken.
Yeah, the Czech team taking another timeout there. It's been a tough first quarter for them.
Right, we're almost halfway through the first half. There are 4 minutes and 20 seconds left, and the Swiss have very much had the better of things. Just a reminder that the Swiss are in white today, the Czechs in red. A few complaints there.
So there's a player leaving the court. One of the Czech players left the court before he was in possession of the ball, so it's a turnover to the Swiss team.
It's a couple of possessions in a row for the Czechs where they, yes, leaving the court there. You can see it's the number 10 it is being Oppenauer being pushed out by one of the Swiss, which is perfectly legal. As long as you do it perfectly legally.
Yeah. It's a great play though, because he was on the corner getting ready for the pass to come in, and the Swiss player had the nous to push him over.
See the mechanics there ready, so the inbound is for the Czechs here. It's Ronish with it, gets it to Varton. Pops that one over the top and then over the line perfectly by Oppenauer. And finally another point on the board for the Czechs, who've been doing it tough in this first quarter.
Yeah, they're having to work for every try. It's a battle out there, especially against that key defence of the Swiss. You know, the Swiss are so well organised.
Gosteli there inbounding to Dautai with his big beard, and he put both hands on his shoulders, which is the signal for an equipment change.
Yeah, it looks like a flat tyre there. It's how fantastic these staff are. Quickly they put the wheels back on. It's almost like a Formula 1 team.
I'd like to see the Formula 1 do it as quickly, and so here is the low pointer. Patrick Gosteli was taking it up. He now sets up on the edge of the key, ready to do a little bit of blocking if necessary. Genal, the captain, tries to push his way through, gives it to Dautai, and a nice little handoff there. And the fact that they've got two 2.5 pointers, that's the equivalent of the high pointers in squads like this, isn't it? So they're the outlets, they're the ones who can move more quickly.
Yeah, so typically a 2-5 will have better hands in range of the 2 pointers. So they're the primary ball handlers in this lineup. So it'll be a 2-5 and 2 2s. But they're all like ball handlers in the mid-range. What they lack is that trunk function of the high 3s and 3-5s. So the ability to manoeuvre and get round as quickly as Stuart Robinson.
The 2.5 pointers are the unsung heroes of every team who do all of the work, aren't they, Manny?
Yes, I'm a 2-5 myself, so it's a great place to play. You know, you're a ball handler, so you get to see the action and play. But you know, it's easy to hand off to your high pointers when you're in trouble as well.
There we go. Yes. A little bit of mopping there. There's a little bit of sweat on the court. The practice court is not suffering from the few leaks that we're having on the main court at the moment. Those of you just joining us, we're on the practice court here, which is why we don't have the match clock as well. Coast to coast, there goes Philip Varton. And for him to go coast to coast, that means that his teammates were doing some excellent blocking on their opposite numbers.
Yeah, it's often you can't see this on camera, is the work that goes on outside of the ball. The blockers and the pickers taking out the key players, allowing that guy to carry the ball coast to coast.
The ball flung forward for Dautai, who takes it into his lap and in his stride, and the Swiss open it back up to a 4-point lead with around 2.5 minutes to go in this first quarter. 4 8-minute quarters. And then it's the Czechs' turn to go coast to coast. Peter Oppenauer.
That was a nice try from the Czechs. Everybody passed out. It was a quick give and go, and the ball was passed up long for the try. Nice team goal.
Now the Czechs setting up in the key defence. We're going to see them any second now. So the Swiss are going to have to build up patiently. They get themselves all in position. The Czechs already in position. 3 of them in the key and 1 right next to it. One just outside there, Pleshko the captain. You can't have 4 in the key. Dautai gets the ball, and you can't stay in the key as an attacker for more than 10 seconds. Quite similar to basketball in quite a few of the rules here. As Genal Goes this way and that, tries to get in the corner and does so. A little more mobility than Walter Ronisch, who was marking him. You get a lot of wheelchair basketball players who play wheelchair rugby as well, don't you?
Yeah, so it's a good crossover between the two sports. I think if you're a low pointer in basketball, you're a high pointer in wheelchair rugby, and a lot of the skills are transferable. So it's a great way for those players to take a have a go at wheelchair rugby as well.
Yes, you don't have to give up one to play the other. It's what we want is everyone to play as many sports as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a sport that definitely captivates you because of the hitting and the impact. I mean, that's the beauty of wheelchair rugby is, you know, it changes a lot of perceptions on disability as well.
Inbounded by Gosteli, the low pointer. Genal with it now. JJ fires that one forward, finds Fabian Krauer, and then nice passing into the lap of Dautai. Scoring quite freely at the moment, the Swiss. A minute and a half to go in this first quarter. The clock stops when the ball goes out of bounds, so 32 minutes, you get a full 32 minutes of action. That's why wheelchair rugby is a great sport as well. You get your money's worth.
Definitely. It says 4 8-minute quarters, but it's a stop clock in between, so every time there's a stop in play, the clock stops as well.
Philip Varton cruising over for a score there for the Czechs. They're keeping possession, keeping touch rather, with the Swiss. Now, we have just under a minute and a half to go, and that's when teams are going to start thinking about timestamps, when they want to score.
Yeah, so the important part of the game is scoring the last goal. Essentially, you can have a 2-goal swing if you score the last goal because of the possession. So you'll see teams around 50, 55 seconds wanting to score that last goal, and that guarantees them the... Oh! That's a stop in my tracks there. That was a beautiful hit.
Well, speaking of stopping the tracks, yes, Ronisch has been stopped in his tracks. I think Dautai had lost possession. We'll see it again. And he's... There we go. And that was a good full-on. He inquires as to his health, and then Ronisch is back up and running.
Yeah, it was a great hit, a perfectly legal hit as well. So that was a holding foul because the player touched the other player. Which means it's a change of possession.
So a holding foul in that Ronisch, the Czech, as he went over, made contact with Dautai, the Swiss. So yes, a huge hit, and then it's the Czech guy who is hit and then gives away the foul. So yes, the timestamps, teams like to score with around 55 seconds to go because the possession clock is 40 seconds at a time, and you know that with 55 seconds to go, you're guaranteed, more or less, to get another possession, and probably the last possession of the quarter.
Yep. And if the possession area, it starts at the start of the game when you have a tip-off, so if you don't win the tip-off, the arrow goes in your favour. And it can also change within the game. So if there's a jump ball, the possession area then gets changed over as well.
Chenal keeping that out of reach and then taking a timeout. There are 16 seconds left on the clock. So Switzerland taking a timeout there. That will mean that they have another 15 seconds of possession in which to score, and then there will just be 1 second left for the Czechs to score, which they won't be able to do. So providing Switzerland can score with this, it's the right time to take the timeout.
Yeah, it's a bit of a gamble sometimes, taking this risk of using a timeout, but if you execute it, it's like I say, it's a 2-goal swing for the team.
Now one of the referees coming over and sorting something out with the table officials. It may be the timing. Quite often the timing is, well, when did the ball actually go out of bounds, or when did we restart? Because a second here or there can make one heck of a difference.
Yeah, it's very competitive, and every team's going to fight for every inch, and the time part of the game is very important. So I think there's been a technical error here. The referees will go back to work with the table to clear that up.
Katharina Adler-Dorhofer is the referee there, and she has Mateus Campagna of Brazil on the other side, Ref 1 and Ref 2. So the clock is on 11 seconds. Chenal, the Swiss captain, desperate to make sure that they convert this and make it into a 3-point deficit that the Czechs will have to make up after the break. Chenal gets through, absolutely no problem. Some great blocking. The Czechs now with just a few seconds, and it's unlikely that they're going to try anything too dangerous. No, here we go. Pins back his ears, and how far up can Varton go? It's brilliant. How about that?
That was a great effort from the team. Pushed all the way through 3/4 of the court to lay off to his teammates to score.
That's really going to put the wind in their sails. It means that we're about to finish the first quarter. And Adi Moser of the Swiss is having a word with Hannah Aldridge, who is one of the table officials on the right.
They start with 10 seconds
on this, because that was at 11, so that was at 1 second.
But the score was on 6 seconds.
And Hannah saying that that was at 1 second when the Czech try was scored, I do believe.
In total, 9 seconds. So you start on 16.
So we should have been on 10.
16.
So this is all about timing. The game itself, as a player, is all about timing, and it's...
Yeah, this can be frustrating as a player. Sometimes there's technicalities that your coach sees, or something happens with the table, and the play stops, and as a player, you're kind of trying to figure out what's going on. But it's sometimes it's part of the game. You have to get on with it.
Hannah Aldridge, who, if you've been watching throughout the week, we've quite often had her in the commentary position. She's been explaining quite a few of the technicalities of the ins and outs of what the referees have to do and have to decide on. And I do believe you'll be hearing from her a little bit later on. There she is with a big smile. We'll be hearing from her later on when Great Britain take on Germany in the first semi-final. So there's 1 second left on the clock.
So I'm giving 6.
The debate, I presume, is whether the Czechs got over and there was actually 1 second still left.
Yeah, I guess that's the referee's discretion and the table. Sometimes these goals are so close.
We've got the two non-playing captains here. They're both in the squads. Adi Moser on the left and David Lukáš for the Czechs on the right. They're both nominally in the squads, but have seen very, very little court time. Lukáš has been on a little bit, Moser hasn't at all. Simon Starr on the right in the background. You'll have heard from him as well. He's the one who looks like Patrick Stewart. Is the accepted wisdom for Simon Starr, standing up, with a bit of a frown on his face. And he's one of the head table officials. So he is usually in charge of everything that has to do with clocks and timing. Remember that we're 1 second away from the end of the first quarter, and this is a really crucial point, isn't it? It's
yeah, I think the frustrating part for the Swiss is obviously they've used timeouts to try and get the last goal when they weren't expected the Czech team to come up and score the last goal. So there's going to be an element of frustration there from the coach. And that's what he's fighting for.
Yes, you don't have to complain about timings and losing a second here or there. If you defend and don't let the opposition through, it doesn't matter. The point is moot, as they say. The point isn't scored, but it was scored by the Czechs. Oppenauer getting through there. Varton making great progress after the inbound. So Lukáš seems happy with it. I don't know whether Adi Moser is for the Swiss. He's still there. Lukáš is fine. He's going, yep, I'm going back to my box. This is all done and dusted.
I think they come to some sort of agreement now.
Yes. Call it a draw. So, I do believe we are waiting for confirmation of the score. We're presuming it is 10-12, and it's been re-inbounded, so they're playing this, it's gone back to 9-12. So the point's been taken off, and at the end of the first quarter, after much ado, it's 12-9 to the Swiss.
So after a very long last second of the first quarter, it has been confirmed 12-9 Switzerland lead the Czech Republic. They pulled into a good early lead, 6 goals I think, but then the Czech Republic, they didn't go away. 23rd ranked in the world against 12th here, and it's still very much game on. So 12 tries to Switzerland, 9 tries to the Czech Republic, and yeah, just the 3 in it. Steve, it was an early lead. You know, from what we expected. You know, Switzerland the stronger side on paper, but the Czech Republic didn't go away and ended up being a physical, intense, and quite confusing first half at the end there. What was going on?
Well, so the game is very much time driven, and you need to have an awful lot of control of that clock, because every time the ball's out of play, the shot clock stops. So you're looking really to control the game, the pace of the game, and get those points at the right times in the game. And last goal is one of those. And what happened there was a real quick last 9 or 10 seconds, and the argument was the try scored by the Czech in time before the end of the quarter, and it turns out that it wasn't. So from that 10th try that the Czech got, he got taken back off and ended up a 9-12 quarter.
Yeah, I think because you saw the argument from the Swiss side, they were quite passionate about getting that turned over. That shows that they feel the Czech Republic are very much still in this game.
And they are very much in this game. It was quite strange to see the Czech Republic had a very wobbly first 4 minutes of the game, lots of mistakes, and the Swiss were much more technical and clinical with the ball and with their positioning. But very quickly you saw that the Czech Republic pulled their socks up, got themselves straight, and they put themselves back in a fighting position.
Well, let's see if they can go on and maybe take the lead. Let's head back up to our commentary team. Drew, over to you.
Thank you, Ed. Yes, so after the very Kentish tones of Steve Brown there, you're going back to the Midlands in the commentary box. Drew Lilly, me from Wolverhampton, and Manny Semi from Leamington Spa. So getting back into the Midlands, and I think you reckon you've got the explanation there and why that last point didn't count.
Yeah, so looking back at the game, it was reset back to the baseline for a Czech inbound. I think the clock didn't start for the initial play, which meant the goal shouldn't have stood. So it was taken back to that point when the clock should have started. And that's why the goal was taken off.
And it's a huge point in the context of the game. It would have been 12-10, and now it is 12-10. But it would have been 12-11. That would have made it incredibly close, and that's why it's so important to try to score the last goal of every quarter, as Steve was saying.
Yeah, I think the Czech team have really settled into the game now, and they're starting to play a lot better rugby. We heard from Steve saying they had a bit of a wobbly start, and you know, they get back into the game. It might be worrying the Swiss a little bit.
Now the Swiss probably are worried. I think they were going to try and keep their powder dry, assuming they could beat the Czech Republic quite easily, make it through into the 5th and 6th playoff on Sunday, where they would need all guns blazing against the Dutch, and they maybe wanted to keep this man as fresh as possible. That's Dave MZ, one of their co-captains and very much the talismanic figure of the Swiss team, but they have brought him out for the second half, the second quarter. He's on for Armen Dautai, and you're going to see a lot of him at both ends of the court. Roger Frey has come on as well. He's the one there, the number 3, trying to get a hand in there. Whereas the Czechs are running out the same lineup as they had in the first quarter. We've also got Christian Hanel, the number 2, on for Switzerland. There's Hanel over the top to Genal. So Genal is the only one that kept on from the first quarter. Frey plays in contact lenses, wears glasses off the court. And he had a good eye for that one. And all of a sudden, it's a 4-point gap for the Swiss, where it could have been 2 or just 1 point. It might have taken the wind out of the sails of the Czechs a little bit, and the Swiss definitely prioritising their A lineup, I would say, here in the second quarter.
Yeah, it's instant impact there from the Swiss team's new lineup. They're pushing for a turnover. Good control there to score the try.
Great play there from Varton, great persistency, and also hiding that ball in his lap to make sure it doesn't get knocked out by the outstretched arm of someone like MZ or Roger Frey. Harnell with the inbound, and it's a good one to Frey. Over the top to Chenal, and he will have the wheels to outpace his pursuer.
Yeah, this is the difficult part for the Czech team, is how quickly the Swiss score. They have 2 passes and then they're out the press, whereas the Czech team have to really work every play to get out, and it's really having a toll on their fitness throughout the game.
Desperate to get the ball over the halfway line within the allotted 12 seconds, and they do just about. Pleshko, Jiří Pleško, the captain, over the top to Oppenauer. Now he's still got work to do, but that is a good pass and a good take.
Great hands there. Great hands to score the try. I used to love scoring those tries. You put your hands up and it just on the edge of that try line.
Hands in the air, hands aloft over the try line. It's brilliant, isn't it?
But again, look how quickly the Swiss are scoring.
Exactly, yes. You think you've got your hands in the air, over the try line, and then 5 seconds later, it's all been wiped off, all that hard work. And that's the thing, when you're taking 30, 35 seconds to score, and then your opponents reply in 5 seconds and wipe it off, it's tough mentally.
But this is the beauty of this game as well, is how quickly the tries are scored. It is end to end, so the action's always going on.
3 points the difference at the moment. Chenal forward to Frey, and it's Frey being the outlet at the moment. I was expecting it to be MZ, but MZ is the one buzzing around, blocking. He's the one not in camera at the moment. But he's in the backcourt. There he appears, and he's the one putting in the hits, pursuing his opponents.
Oh, great hit there on the halfway line.
Wheels over the top, but no, Chenal picks it up.
So you're hoping this Swiss player is called a timeout. As he caught the ball, he was tipped out.
So is the hit legitimate? There's a big hit beforehand, and this one hits him behind the axle, do you think? Is that a spinning foul?
It's on the edge, so you're not allowed to hit. The axle's the centre point of the chair. You're not allowed to hit behind the chair. It's dangerous because the chairs flip up. But I'd say that was right on the edge, and it's almost the referee's call.
And the referee doesn't appeal to have called a foul, so there's no spinning foul, and it must have been a timeout called as well. The Swiss are down to 2, and they've maintained possession. They're getting the inbound. So no harm, no foul, and a timeout meant that the Swiss retain possession.
Yeah, it's a great play. You know, to use a timeout for a turnover is really important in this game.
No, there we do see the sin bin, so it was called as a foul. So MZ taking his time, while one of the Czech players is in the sin bin. Coming back out, there he was. It was Philip Varton, so a foul was called on him. Switzerland, yes, they have 3 timeouts at the top. It did go down to 2, but it is 3. Yeah, there you can see the possession clock to your right, 40 seconds. That's how long the players have to maintain possession and score. So the Czech number 8 has called a timeout here. Why has he done that?
It's a bit of a strange one. I think the Swiss team have really covered all the outlets, which made it hard to put the ball in. But he wasn't really comfortable putting the ball in that situation. So he's called a timeout to regroup and have a chat, I think, with his coach.
Yes, it's probably a bit of both. So Varton couldn't inbound. You've got the clock isn't running, but you've got 10 seconds in which to inbound before the clock starts. Otherwise, a penalty's called against you. And it meant that they could have a little bit of a chat with their coaches, and B, it meant they could reset and get the inbound out. He could have his teammates available for him, and in the end, he goes coast to coast after that inbound. So a good use of the timeout. However, the Czechs down to just the one timeout left out of their 4.
Yeah, I think they want to try and stay in this game as close as possible, because I think they're closer than what the Swiss were expecting.
The Swiss trying to pull away. Jeremy Genal, the captain, making it a 5-point game. See, we have 4 minutes 42 seconds left in the second quarter. Varton going this way and that. Genal keeping him company, and a great block there by Oppenauer on Frey, and that enabled Varton to go through. Casual observers watch the try scorers, but when you've got a former player in the commentary box, 9 times out of 10, they will say, great defensive work, watch the defenders, watch the blocks, and that's where it's all done, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very
by
much...
you mid-pointers.
Yeah, it's very much a team game. You work as a unit. The try scorers won't be able to get through without the pickers doing the hard work, blocking and taking out players. You can see that, there's another turnover again. So that's 2 turnovers in a row for the Swiss. This lineup's really starting to click now.
Yes, bringing out Dave MZ. It's the big guns, and there he is. And just handed over to him by Genal. So that one is going to be another turnover as well. When you've got a high pointer, they can maybe corral that one. But you need to have a good bounce, a bit of backspin on the throw if you're going to do that, but that's easier said than done.
Yeah, this is 3 turnovers in a row now for the Swiss. The press is really starting to click between them. And you can see the momentum really swinging the game, which is going to be difficult for the Czech team to score now.
Varton can't find a way through. Swiss defending the key. Goes the long way round. MZ says, you shall not pass. Genal gets a hand in there.
There's a player out of bounds for the Czech team for a turnover.
Now we've got 2 in the box ready to come on. That's Yves Langhart on the left, the 11-year-old, number 11, 11-year-old. He's a little bit older than that. He's 19 years old. You wouldn't think it to look at him. You'd probably go for 11. He's a tall lad, but he's very fresh-faced. And then someone who isn't fresh-faced in the nicest possible way with that. It's a beard as good as yours, I'd say. Manny, that's Armen Dautai. He's ready to come back on, and back on he is. And Langhart, I think that he had a little bit of, he's a low pointer, and you can see that by the chair. The chairs are different on the low pointers, come a lot further forward.
Yeah, so the low point chairs are designed to pick and to stop the high pointers. So the front of the cage and the front of the chairs is called a pick bar. So our players are playing, they're trying to snag through the player to stop them. Whereas a defensive chair is rounded up front, designed for impact, designed to weave in and out and to take those hits and almost to slide through to score the tries.
Langhart, who's come on and is looking to get some game time. I think the coach is keen to, I think Adi Moser is keen to get Langhart out there. He's had a little bit of game time earlier on and looked very nervous, particularly on inbounding. The low pointers are often the ones who inbound, and he gave away a few turnovers in the group stages when he was inbounding. So I think that it's a good tactic here from Adi Moser to get Langhart out here. Here he is inbounding, and yes, every inbound he manages to Genal, Dautai, MZ is going to give him confidence. And when you're 6 points clear in a match like this, it's when you want to get the more inexperienced players involved.
Yeah, he's a young player, so it's important for him to get his game time and to have these moments on this big stage. It's something you can't replicate in training. So to go through these motions, your coach has to give you that time and have that faith that you're going to do well. So the more he inbounds in these situations, the more comfortable he becomes, and the better he becomes.
It's something you can't replicate in training. You get it in club competitions, and obviously in the UK there's a well-established club competition.
Yeah, how often do you get to play in the Principality Stadium?
Exactly, yes.
It's amazing.
Yes, and the Swiss club competition is a lot less well-developed. They weren't too affected by COVID because the restrictions there weren't as strong as in certain other countries, so they still managed to carry on playing. But when there's only really 4 clubs there, then it's you start getting used to your opponents, and you get into habits as well, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in the Principality Stadium playing against storied opposition, and you can get rather nervous.
Yeah, I think that's where we're blessed in Great Britain, is how quickly the sport developed after London 2012. You know, the influx of new clubs and players wanting to take up the sport, it's been huge. You know, we've got over 30 clubs now, so that bodes well for our elite team with players coming through.
Nice inbound there from the teenager Langhart, gets into his captain. Always good to inbound to your captain as well. That's always a good thing to do when you're a youngster on the team. Here you go, skipper. 7 points clear now, the Swiss. And considering this could have been a 2-point game at the end of the first quarter, and had that been the case with possession for the Czechs, who then scored, it could have been a 1-point game, and now it's really got away from them in this second quarter, and they are 7 adrift.
Yeah, I think it's the combination of not scoring that try, and then also the Swiss bringing on their A lineups and their star players to put pressure on. You know, the turnovers have come thick and fast, and it's been hard for them to get back into the game.
90 seconds to go in this second quarter, in the first half, and the Swiss quite happy to run the ball over, not quite looking at the time stamps yet. Chanel up into double figures, the skipper. Farton there, making sure he doesn't put a wheel over the line and go out of bounds, because it would count as out of bounds. And is that going to be reeled in? It was not quite by Oppenauer. So close. That was a valiant effort.
I think he almost tried to call the timeout there, because he had the ball on his wheel, but he wasn't in possession. But he was about to go out of bounds.
Great effort either way. But it is a turnover. Langhart with it, and it's yet another turnover. And the Swiss now are going to start clock managing. 1 minute and 3 to go, so they're going to try to score on 55, you'd have thought.
Yeah, that will allow them to have the last possession in the game. And it's an easy try.
You can see the possession clock, 25 there, and yes, MZ to JJ. Farton trying to get it out of his own half. Does so successfully. Now the Czechs aren't going to be overly concerned with the clock. What they're more concerned with is the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think it's important to score every try at this moment. The clock management's not so important for the Czech team. In terms of their development, it's just about scoring tries and being as close as they can in this game.
Yes, so priority 1 score, priority 2 defend, but that's popped over by Dautai to Dautai, and he's going to take his time. Ball going through various sets of laps. MZ, as the clock runs down. And MZ will have a quick look at the clock. Over he goes. 29-21. Vasha, who is on for the Czechs. Must be a second or 2 left as we have a look at the Czech fans there in the background. Who, they are dressed. It might be to celebrate. It's the 30th anniversary of wheelchair rugby in the Czech Republic, so that might be why they're dressed up for that one.
Yeah, they're fully armoured up, eh?
They are indeed, yes. Czech legionnaires. So Right, yeah, the half-time has indeed been called. MZ went over with, obviously, 0.1 seconds to go, and there was no time to inbound. So, at half-time, it is a big lead for the Swiss. 29-21, the Swiss lead over the Czech Republic.
So, party atmosphere here in the Principality, and the Swiss will be enjoying their lead over the Czech Republic now. First quarter was a little bit tighter. They've pulled ahead now, and of course this means that the winner of this game is going to play the Netherlands eventually for 5th place, and obviously the rest of the games today, Great Britain versus Germany, is the one we'll be focusing on for our live game on Channel 4. 3:45 it starts there, but coverage will start at 3:30. But we've still got half of Wheelchair Rugby to go here with the game we're watching at the moment. The Samba team are out, and it is lively. It's lively. Steve, a lot of fun here. Wheelchair Rugby, you know, it's a great sport. It's really entertaining. It's end to end. It's fast. It's furious, and it's great to see such a celebratory atmosphere here as well involving the competition.
Well, it's not just the coronation, the celebration is it today. It's lovely to see everything going on, but you can't take your focus away from the physicalities of wheelchair rugby. You look at some of those big hits and some of the wallops that happen in the game, but it's not a dangerous game. The chairs absorb them. It's not, don't you worry. Most of the hits are absorbed by the chair. You know, it's a chair contact sport. There's not meant to be any physical contact between players at all. And it's amazing when you see those big hits and the players spilling onto each other's laps. Do you know the foul is actually on the player that falls, that is knocked out their chair, because they then hit and go into the space of the player that's hit them. It's crazy the way the game's played.
I mean, the physicality of the game, you know, it was one of the first things that shocked me when I was courtside in Tokyo. And it probably puts people off a little bit, but actually you speak to most of you guys and it's one of the reasons you got into it in the first place.
Yeah, do you know, when people come into the sport and you have got the big hits and the noise and the crashes of the game, but that very much starts to become second nature. You're far more focused on what's happening with the ball, where the players are around you, and you don't even focus or look at the players that are coming in to hit you, because you've had it happen so many times that sort of becomes just second nature, and you're as focused on what's going on around you far more than that chair hitting you.
And of course, a range of abilities in terms of classification. So you've got the 3.5ers, the big guys flying around, right down to the 0.5ers, the high-level injuries, but they're all smashed into each other at the same pace.
Yeah, absolutely, and you've got to remember that all the time the ball goes through those high pointers' hands, because they have got faster ability. Maybe their hands are better for passing and catching, but then those lower point players are so important for the game, opening up the court, making the space for their higher point players, and they just make so much of a difference and give the high point players what they need. But yeah, everyone crashes into everyone, and there's no holds barred, so to speak. You know, it's a contact sport.
No holds barred indeed, and of course later on today GB are going to have to be no holds barred against Germany to get that win and get them into the final. Massive game coming up. So here we go. Later on today, Great Britain will be playing Germany in the semi-final. It's live on Channel 4. Join us at 3:30. Tip-off will be at 3:45. And yeah, I mean, Steve, this is such a big game, isn't it? Really looking forward to this, and so good that we've got it live on Channel 4.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, getting the coverage, letting the world see this beautiful sport that I'm so passionate about, and has been such a big part of my life. You know, this sport is life-changing for so many reasons, particularly when people maybe acquire a disability through different reasons. Gives them back in the mix, gives them a real platform, and it's great that the world is seeing it through this sort of coverage.
And also, just for a neutral, you know, someone who isn't necessarily in a wheelchair, doesn't necessarily have a disability, having that exposure to get other people engaged in the sport, not necessarily because they've got a spinal cord injury, but because they have those limitations.
Yeah, it's a spectator sport. You know, it's fast, it's ferocious, it's high scoring, and it's hugely tactical. That's the important thing, is the tactics of it. And you know, the idea of these games meaning so much, not just about winning the gold medal now, but the idea that it's your ticket to get through to Paris and the Paralympics. There's lots of areas of why this sport is so competitive and why it's so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and top two from this competition, obviously getting that automatic qualification. If one of them is France, they obviously already qualified because they've got the home Paralympics. But yeah, massive things riding on this.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge for everybody.
And it's the pinnacle of the sport, right? Paralympics.
Yeah, I mean, it's you know, it comes every 4 years. Obviously, you have a Europeans every couple of years. Then you have the Worlds every 4 years, and then next year is the Paralympics.
Okay, well, we're looking forward to that game later. But right now, second half of Switzerland against the Czech Republic. Swiss currently leading 29 tries to 21. Let's head back up to our commentary team of Drew and Mandy.
So, what a first half that was. It was a half of two halves, wasn't it? The first quarter was really nip and tuck, and then the Swiss decided to really step things up and literally bring their A game.
Yeah, I think the Czech team would have been excited with that first few minutes of getting through that game, and then all of a sudden the lineup changed and the Swiss started to turn the screw, and under pressure the turnovers were thick and fast. So it's been difficult for the Czech team to get back into the game, and I think you might see them pull away in this second half.
We were talking earlier with Yuri Pleshko, and we had the interview before the start of this match. He's their captain, and I was saying to him, what do you need to win this match? Because he said that there are almost 3 tiers at the Euros. You've got Great Britain, Denmark, France in the top tier, then after that you get the likes of Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland, he mentioned, and then he said, so we're in the 3rd tier. I said, what do you need to beat a 2nd tier team? And he said, a miracle. And they weren't far off the miracle, and then that miracle got called back because the clock hadn't started, and then it's rather got away from them. So it'll be interesting to see how the Swiss come out. We've got Armen Dautai on there, Hanel, Genal out on court, and so they're going back with to a more traditional lineup, and then the number 25 is Samuel Schwarz. So they're going for perhaps a little bit of a lesser lineup, the Swiss. They've got a comfortable 8-point gap, and it'll be interesting to see what the Czech team can do against. Yeah, maybe they can. It'll be a little minor victory for them if they can force the Swiss, as they did before, to bring back the likes of Dave MZ.
Yeah, I think the Czech team here have really just got to build on the experiences. Playing at European Championships is huge for them in terms of their experiences and building it as players in the team, so that chemistry gets stronger every time they play on court. And they just got to try and force the Swiss to enforce errors, really. It's going to be tough, but let's see what they do.
And we are underway for the 3rd of 4 quarters. 8-minute quarters, as always. Yes, we had the Dutch captain Reda Houwam in the commentary box the other day. We've been absolutely blessed with some great commentators so far this week, and he said, well, you've got to win your development. If you can't win the match, You just win your development. Make sure you're developing all the time, and you come off court having done something better.
Yeah, it's a great hit there from Janelle to push the Czech player out of bounds for a turnover. Again, it's difficult to break that key down. They're just about to score a try and you get hit out of bounds. It's so disappointing as a player.
Brazilian ref Campana
just awarded a penalty try.
Right, so presumably one of the Swiss defenders had gone out of bounds. Try not yet up on the scoreboard. Oppenauer, 1.5 pointer, struggling to get it out, and it's a turnover. It was always going to be a tough pass there, and Dautai says thank you very much. Harnell is in the key doing the blocking for him, his number 2, and Dautai over he goes.
Yeah, great work from the Swiss team there, hunting in pairs to push him to the sideline. Once they had him there, the following player pushed him out to cause the turnover.
It's been the problem for the Czechs, turnovers early in quarters, and at the start of the second quarter, Dautai at the moment is, well, he's been allowed to play on because the likelihood is that Switzerland will score a try, and then after that, that is going to happen as we see another great block by Harnell as Schwarz goes over, and then the Czech player will be allowed to be picked up.
Yeah, so if there is a collision outside of the court and somebody falls over, as long as the player doesn't turn back with the ball into vision, the play is allowed to continue to keep the game flowing. You know, it's a great way to keep the sport going from end to end.
Yes, Oppenauer would disagree with you there, but he was forced to wait there, and to make it even worse, the Swiss were running in their 3rd try in a row in this second half, and finally the Czechs get on the board. Oppenauer just getting it into his lap before rolling over the line. So we had the penalty try and then a couple more from the Swiss, and that's it. They've been getting early turnovers. They've been coming out of the blocks far more quickly than the Czechs.
Yeah, we've got a 10-point gap now. I think the Swiss are content with just getting turnover after turnover. It's been really difficult for the Czech team, and it feels like an eternity since they last scored a try.
I think we'll know that the Swiss really do think they're home and hosed if their number 5 head coach and player, Adi Moser, the one we saw earlier at the table, if we see him asking for someone to help get his tracksuit off, then we'll know that the Swiss think that they are home and dry. This match is a playoff. It's the semi-final for, I suppose, the bottom half, or the second tier, and that one just gets away from Harnell. He's a low pointer. Is someone going to be able to pick it up and keep it in?
Great time out there. He knew he was going to be hit out of bounds. He got possession of the ball by having it on his wheel. Had the peace of mind to call the time out there.
So Genal, the captain, and obviously you are allowed to call it vocally, because there, if he'd have done the T signal, he'd have taken his hand off the ball and the ball would have run out of play. So a very good use of the timeout there from Genal. It was going to go out of play and would have been a turnover. So Harnell with the inbound. JJ, Jeremy Genal, spins around. Dautai is going to try to, he's getting the key and he's going to go at the back post and pick it up.
And the Czech player slightly went out of bounds there for the penalty try.
So everyone concentrating on Dautai, who was ready to receive the pass, and then Czech player gets knocked out cleverly. So that's an infringement when Switzerland were about to score a try. So the penalty try is scored. And it's a 10-point gap. Timeout being called, and I presume that was a coach's timeout by the Czechs to make sure that they did it at the start of the second quarter as well. They've just had 10 minutes to reset, and obviously didn't quite reset well enough.
Yeah, sometimes as a coach, you know, you can give out instructions to players, and whenever it's not going well, you know, you have to call another one. and utilise it before the score gets away from you. But in this game, it's already gone quite far already, and it's about trying to stop that damages now.
Indeed, yes. Win your development. And Adi Moser there, whom we were talking about earlier. Obviously, when the opposition calls a timeout, you're allowed to use the timeout yourself. We were saying earlier, this match, plenty at stake. It's the semi-finals, I suppose, to a certain extent, of the plate competition for those that didn't make it through to the actual semi-finals proper. Then we have semi-finals for placing. We earlier had the Netherlands cruising past Israel, and so the Netherlands will play the winner of this match in a 5th and 6th place playoff tomorrow, and the losers, looking like the Czech Republic at the moment, will face Israel for 7th and 8th place. But obviously there's still plenty to play for. Even if you lose today, you want to finish 7th as opposed to 8th and get world ranking points.
Yeah, it's important. Every team here is trying to do their best, and I think you want to get ranking points to get as high as you can. So I believe there's going to be another tournament to have a wild card for the qualification for the Paris Paralympics. So it's important for these guys to finish as high as they can to be in contention for that.
That's right, yes. So the top 2 teams will qualify for Paris 2024. It's been a short Olympic cycle this time around. Tokyo 2020 was in August 2021, and that's when GB took gold, as that's fired over the top, and Samuel Schwarz runs in for the try. So Paris 2024, the top 2 teams will qualify. If France are one of those 2 teams, well, they're there already because it's being held in France. It's being held in Paris. So France +2 is basically the way it's going to work. And after that, teams that are 4th and 5th should make it through to a playoff tournament where there will be other qualification spots up for grabs, the Paralympic qualifying tournament. Five minutes and 17 seconds left of this 3rd quarter. Teams ready to set themselves up here, swarming around and waiting for the inbound to come from Yuri Pleško, the Czech captain. And a great inbound it is. Oppenauer gets it, but he's boxed in by Genal and Dautai. Good pass over the top, and can they get control? Yes, they can. How about that from Pleško, who starts and finishes the move?
Yeah, great hands there from the player. Just manages to ride up his wheel, pick it up to score the try.
Good inbound from Harnell, and that is fired forward. I think the touchline's going to win that one. Yes. So
it's a turnover for the Czechs.
Little bit sloppy from the Swiss.
Yeah, the tendency with the scoreline being where it is, there might be a little bit of complacency from the Swiss team, which of course the coach is not going to be happy about.
Speaking as a coach yourself, is it a case of never satisfied? You always want perfection?
Do you know what? I coach a local team, the Coventry Stampede, and it's harder being a coach than it ever
Let me
was
out
a
there.
player.
Let me show you how it's done. No, not like that. Oh, give it here.
It's the bit where you say to them, everyone nods yes, and they go out to court, and it's totally different. And it's just, that's the frustrating part of as a coach. You can't go out there and change things.
Those that can do, those that can't coach, and those that can't even do that, commentate is what I like to say. But you're all right. You've got gold, silver, and bronze on that one. You've done all 3. So I'll just be happy with my bronze medal as far as that is concerned. Fired forward, Oppenauer picks it up and coasts over the line. They can get the gap. Well, if they can get it down, it's between 9 and 10 points, depending on possession. As we see, the number 10, the Czech number 10, is in double figures. we can get it down to 8 or 9, then it's just a single figure gap. So just checking off little achievements, but Armin Dautai not about to let them do that.
Yeah, I think the Swiss will keep rotating their lineups now, and having that strength and depth will make it difficult, because the Czechs are really starting to struggle at times. The Swiss will want to get that double scoreline.
And there we go. It's a big hit, and Dautai is going to cruise over once again. Bit of frustration there on the face of Walter Ronisch.
Yeah, I think he's looking pretty tired out there on court, and the turnovers and the frustration is hard to hide.
Yes, we haven't seen a whole lot of number 6 Marek Vasha, who another mid-pointer, because that's pretty much all they've got, the Czechs. They know that themselves. Yuri Pleshko being one of them, and they're very much running their starting lineup into the ground here.
And that's the important of this game, having a strong, deep bench gives you the depth to have those substitutes and keep everybody fresh.
Very, very surprised that we haven't seen anything of Jan Mikeshka, young number 5. I say young, he's 37, but he looks younger than he is, and he's younger than the likes of Lukesh and Pleshko. Mikeshka, there he is, out at last. So it's good to see that we do have some fresh wheels out there. Finally, he's been underused as far as I'm concerned, so let's see whether he can change this, the complexion of this match. I can't expect him to come up with the miracles that his captain Yuri Pleshko was asking for in the pre-match interview. Oppenauer absolutely wrapped up there, and Schwarz comes away with it. Hanel, the low pointer, picks it up. Can he get away a pass? It's always difficult for the low pointers to fire out an accurate pass. So we've had a couple of changes of possession here. So the shot clock resets to 40 seconds every time. And the Swiss quite happy to let that ball go out of play. Everyone can breathe, and the Swiss will finally have possession.
It's an age-old saying in this game, is what happens after a turnover? A turnover.
It's like buses, you wait for hours for one to come along, and then 2, 3, 4 all come along at once, and coaches don't like turnovers, do they?
It's often because the offensive team are set up to get out, and when the ball's turned over, it's switching from offense to defense, and that's sometimes difficult because of the noise in there, and the crowd, and the player panics and puts out a pass rather than that composure, and taking that second to think.
Yes, anyone out there who plays touch rugby, that's the nearest I can get to today's esteemed panel of Steve Brown, Ed Jackson and Mandip Semi alongside me. Touch was my sport, and I actually played for Switzerland. And yes, on a turnover, if there's an interception, all of a sudden you're going from attack to defence, and I also refereed as well, and oh my God, that got me fit. The referees here are incredibly fit when there's a fast break. Here we can see the referee firing up the court. Have to be a very agile bunch, the refs. So it's now a 12-point gap that the Swiss have opened up. Inbound from Hanel, and Frey can not quite pick that one up. So there is a turnover. Pleshko likes that. Dave MZ has come on for the Swiss, and he's not going to be happy about that one.
That was great work from the Czech player, just to back pick him and not allow him to pick forward to gather that ball in, causing the turnover.
24 seconds on the possession clock, because obviously that was reset when possession changed hands, and popped over the top, and that's a nice try for the Czechs.
Yeah, great work from the team again, just to score that try. I think Dave MZ is not going to be too happy about that. You can see him buzzing around the court.
He's a buzzer, yes, yeah. Dave MZ's a buzzer, isn't he?
He's got a lot of energy and a lot of charisma on court.
We're down to just 2 Legionnaires in the crowd for the Czechs. I hope they haven't gone home early. 1 minute and 46 seconds to go in this third quarter, so maybe the likes of Dave MZ will start thinking about timestamps. Because even though this match seems to be done and dusted, it's always good to work on your formations, work on the setups, work on the timestamps?
Yeah, definitely. It's good practice for the team to go through these motions to score last goals. It's a critical part of the game. Looks like we've got a jump ball here. The jump ball is when the ball goes onto the floor and you can't really gain possession because both hands for both players are touching at the same time. So the referees call a jump ball, and then the possession arrow dictates whose ball it will be.
So whoever had the last possession, so it was the last possession would have been in favour of Switzerland, who opened the third quarter in possession, and it would have been the Czech Republic to have possession to start the fourth quarter, but they get the held ball possession there. So it means that Switzerland will get the first possession as things stand at the start of the fourth quarter, and if they can manage the clock well here, they will get the last possession and the last score of the third quarter, and the first possession and first score of the fourth quarter. Krauer, who we heard from earlier, the number 4, gives it to the buzzer, Dave MZ, and we need an equipment change there. We need a wheel for Peter Oppenauer.
Yeah, you can see him signalling to the bench, that circling motion, which means he's got a flat tyre, and the team will come out and change his wheel really, really quickly. Check what this is.
So how the Coventry Stampede been doing?
Yeah, really well. Our season starts in June, so we've been training towards that. You know, the guys are really excited to get playing competitive rugby again. You know, we have 3 weekends over the season, 5 games, so it's a tough old weekend, but the guys love it.
Are you a player coach, or do you just coach them?
No, I'm just a coach. I hung my gloves up in 2016. I just think the level I played at and the amount of training required, you can't maintain it.
Dave MZ maintaining the level. Creeps over in the corner. Pleshko now with the inbound for the Czechs. Mikeshka gets it forward to Varton. Who spins this way and that, needs to get it over the halfway line, does just about. 25 seconds to go on the possession clock. Mikeshka again, finally getting some court time. And that's a lovely little handoff to Oppenauer. Great delivery there. So the Swiss setting up for what should be the final possession of the half. And that is why Krauer has picked it up and is spinning his wheels, taking his time, gives it to MZ, who is perhaps the most agile player on 2 wheels in the Swiss team. He's telling people where to go, where to set up the blocks, running the possession clock and the match clock down. Over to Frey, and in the corner, waiting for it is Krauer, goes over. And that will likely be the last score of the third quarter. Inbounded by the Czechs, and that is indeed all she wrote for the third quarter. And the Swiss have extended their lead, 43-31. They lead with just 8 minutes to go.
So there we go, the end of the third quarter here in Cardiff, and Switzerland starting to assert a bit of dominance. Spills and spills all over the court. Wheelchair rugby at its finest. Steve, good quarter there for both sides, but Switzerland sort of showing their class, especially with that strength coming off the bench, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at a wheelchair rugby team, you've got 4 players on court, and those 4 players, as you know, have to add up to 8 points across it to make the team. But you've got real depth sometimes, and you can have, although there's only 4 players on court, there's 12 players in the squad. And what you're looking at is getting those rotations, having as much fresh arms on court, as possible at any one time, because you need to remember it's a long game, and it's a long competition. So having that depth in the squad, being able to make those substitutions, and it's not like football, for example, where once a substitution's made, it has to stay that way. It's much more ice hockey related, where players are on, off, and it means that you can change your tactics and your lineups depending on the score and what you want from that quarter, or how you want to be slowing the game up, or maybe speeding the game up, and real tactical stuff.
So given that in mind, Czech Republic now 12 tries behind going into the final quarter. Will they be looking to try some new combinations, maybe looking ahead to the next competition, the next game?
Yeah, so you're always looking to improve, and you're always looking to get as much court time for maybe some of those greener players, some of those newer players, so that they can step up and they can evolve as they get better. They're also getting used to the higher pressure situations. Your starting lineup, you're always looking for composure. You're always looking for that strength. Looking for players that can be really technical with the ball. As you see here, the turnovers are as important as actually scoring the tries themselves. And what you look at is in positions like this, maybe where the game's opened up a little bit, particularly the Swiss now, they've got a strong lead, and it's always nice to be able to get other players out and run that bench.
You'll see one of the GB key stars there, Coral, with her family preparing for later. You know, exciting game coming up, of course. That match against Germany we're really looking forward to. But the fourth quarter here first. Let's head back up to our commentary team. Bandeep and Drew, over to you.
Yes, so as Steve was pointing out there, it's a long tournament and it's a 12-strong squad in theory. That's not quite the case in practice for either Switzerland or the Czechs, and I think the Czechs are really struggling from their lack of depth on the bench.
Yeah, it's difficult to maintain that level throughout the games. It's, you know, such a long period to play for, and that's where you see that the top teams in the world have 12 players that can come on and make a difference at any point in time.
Yes, have 12 players. Can only take 12 players to a tournament when they could bring heaven knows how many, whereas other teams like the Czechs are scratching around. But they've changed it up a bit. We have got Marek Vasha on there, number 6, and he's just lost the ball to Dautaj. And they've made a few changes there. Thomas Moravik is the number 11 who's come on as well, with the glasses and the beard, but it's Dautaj for Switzerland, once again running over for a try. Steve Brown also mentioning the fact that you go for, try to give your more inexperienced, your greener players, as he said, a little bit more experience, and that's the case with Yves Langhart, who's come back out for the Swiss. They're playing with Langhart, Roger Frey, Armen Dautaj, and who's the fourth player out there? Fabian Krauer, there he is. The Czechs, I think, probably resting up a little bit, giving some of their players a rest, because they know that this match, or they assume that this match is probably beyond them now, but they're going to face Israel tomorrow with the hope of avoiding the wooden spoon.
Nobody wants to be in that position, but unfortunately it's part of the game.
Switzerland picked up the wooden spoon at the World Championships. They finished 12th out of 12, losing to Colombia in a playoff. Germany also losing to Brazil there. So the Europeans didn't have a great time of things at the World Championships in Denmark 7 months ago, perhaps with the exception of the home nation Denmark, who surprised a lot of people.
Yeah, the Danish team is strong, and they've been really developing over the last few years, putting out shocks. And I think a lot of teams around the world are now watching out for, obviously, us as GB, but France and Denmark as well. I think on the world stage, they've got the ability to beat anybody.
The Czechs 15 points adrift. Once again, the gap seems to open up at the start of every quarter. The Czechs not quite playing as tightly as they ought to.
So that'll be an over and back call. So, like in basketball, once the ball crosses the half, you can't go back over it. And although he gained possession to get the ball, his bounced back in and gathered over the line, unfortunately, which means it is an over back.
Yes, so Varton there was in the back court, but he bounced the ball. He sort of grabbed the ball back towards him from the front court and took it from the front to the back court. So over and back is what it's called in this sport, or a backcourt violation.
There's been a similar theme though. The Swiss are starting really hard at the start of every quarter and getting these turnovers, which is it's putting a lot of pressure on the Czech team and it's just deflating them.
Yes, if you can come out and hit someone hard, hit an opponent hard early on, either literally with big hits or metaphorically on the scoreboard, after that, almost all you need to do is just exchange possessions, and you can have exchange scores because you're ahead on the scoreboard, and then the scoreboard pressure as well starts playing on the minds of the other team, and they start gambling a little bit, taking risks.
And there's another one. This is what I'm talking about with that momentum. You know, this game's massively on a pendulum, and once you get that momentum in your favour, you know, they're capitalising turnover after turnover.
The Swiss will be pleased with this. It's going to be a big win for them, as we see a huge pass that it looked like a great pass, but unfortunately Varton, he is a 2.0 classified player, and he wasn't quite going to have the wheels to get that.
I think maybe Aaron Phipps would have caught that, but it's very difficult as a 2-point player to generate that speed.
So yes, it's a big win for the Swiss. They got a win yesterday against Israel, but it was 50-46, and Israel never went away. And they got it as close as a two-point gap every so often. Ah, Langhart, yes, Langhart, it was always going to be tough for him. He is a 1.5 pointer.
He almost got that in, just tipped off his pick bar, just out of reach.
Yes, the fact there's a pick bar there didn't make it easy for him. Varton boxed in. Again, another of those chest passes from Vasa, and Mikeshka picks it up. Is he going to be able to cruise inside? Yes, he can. So Mikeshka comes in and tries to make it difficult on the inbound. He knows that he's not the best of inbounders, and that's what pressure can do on the inbound. Mentioning it earlier that Langhart has had trouble with inbounding thus far in the tournament. There was some good blocking there from the Czech number 5, Mikeshka, to put him under pressure, and Mikeshka reached the reward.
Yeah, this time they actually capitalised on that turnover, and it's not a turnover straight after. I think it's a good play for the Czech there.
And the pressure's right back on Langhart, and he gets it out to Dautai. Dautai made himself available very well.
Yeah, what the Swiss are doing really well here, they're spreading the court, so there's always an outlet in the front court, which makes it easy to pass the ball out into space.
Yes, as is the case with many sports, it's what you do off the ball that is every bit as important as what you do on the ball. Inbound from Moravik, the number 11 who's come on.
Oh, it's a great
and
push.
a huge block.
Great pick there. And that's what you're looking for in your teammates, is when you're running with that ball to come in to do that pick and roll, to take a player out and clear the pathway.
I do like to liken it to NFL every so often, because here comes the, yes, there we go. So you've got your offensive lineman who enables the running back, or your quarterback if you've got a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes who can come through there and get the running yards on their own, but you need the offensive line to do the blocks for you.
Yeah, the chances are that player would have had his head down into his push, focusing on that push, and then all of a sudden there's another chair and Bosch being hit by him.
Bosch, is that a technical term?
It's not
Coach.
a technical term, but it looked like a Bosch.
It did, didn't it? That was a Batman term. Kapow. It's a turnover. The ball is going to be going the way of the Swiss. See that from the outstretched arm. And there's a timeout, a coach's timeout for substitutions.
Yeah, fresh players coming on again to put on pressure for Switzerland.
Gosteli is at number 22, Jeremy Genal, the captain, we know him, the number 9. There's Gosteli, the low pointer, 0.5. Genal, smile on his face, takes his time, has a bounce. Krauer, number 4, Dautai, 24. The Czechs are all set up on a key defence. And Genal.
That's an easy try scored there, great work for him to weave in and out. It's great space to score that try.
from Moravik, but immediately boxed in because Dautai is not giving Varton any room whatsoever. Needs to get the ball over the line, over the halfway line within 12 seconds, and that was not going to be the case. Why didn't we call a timeout? Because they haven't got any left.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a difficult steal there, because as a coach, you wouldn't want your player to steal in that position, because the 12 seconds were almost up as well. And had they not gained possession now, I think his coach would have been really annoyed with him. They've got away with it though.
Coach Semi alongside me. And yes, it was unlikely. It was already going to be a turnover because of the 12-second rule. So if you accidentally, you get a hand in there and commit a foul, then you've given it away. You
have to be very selective as a player to reach. I think it's one of the problems I had as a player. I was so good at reaching. It was an opportunity every game to go for it. But if you're reaching at sort of 10, 11 seconds and it's going out of bounds, it then allows the clock to be reset and they regain possession, basically letting them out.
And having commentated with Chris Ryan before, who was a Tokyo gold medalist, he was saying that there were certain times of the game as well where the coach would say, this is hands in pockets time, where you don't want to give away a foul for making contact with the opposition.
Yeah, so key moments at the end when you're trying to run the clock down, you're going for the last goal. If you reach in, you're put into the sin bin, you're effectively playing 3-on-4, you know, allowing that team to have that possession and score that last goal. So it's important to be very selective. And as you get further up in the game, the higher level, it's up, the errors are very few, so capitalising on these situations are really important.
Yeah, as a coach, you think, great, I've got all this enthusiasm. And then after a while, you're thinking, okay, right, I need to dial the enthusiasm down just a little bit. And don't get rid of it completely. Now, 3 minutes and 11 seconds of this quarter and of this match to go. And it's a 19-point gap that Switzerland in white have opened up. And once again, the Czechs struggling to get it over the halfway line within the 12 seconds. And Varton's going to do it on his own. He's not on his own anymore. Dautai and then Genal coming in on that one. Look at him boxed out again.
Yeah, it's great work from the player. There's three phases of play. The first, you want to get out from the half, and then the second phase to get into the front court to score that try.
He earned that one, didn't he, Varton? Going coast to coast, but yeah, I think if there was a distance tracker on him there, it was far more than the 28 metres. Genal takes it up. Seems oh so easy, pops it over the top. Yes, all that effort to score takes the full 40 seconds and then the opposition just goes, and we've wiped it off.
Yeah, this is where the Czech are really struggling. Not having that depth, they have to work for every try, and it's slowly catching up with them.
The arms are going to be tired. Mentally, they're going to be fatigued as well. 2.5 minutes to go. The Swiss looking fresh as daisies. Fresh as Edelweiss. Big smile on the face of the captain, Genal.
Yeah, he'll be enjoying this. Playing in the Principality Stadium is pretty amazing, so I think the teams are really enjoying being in this tournament, in this moment.
Well, we were talking to Fabian Krauer earlier, and he said it's cold. It is cold in here, and it is admittedly cold in here, but they obviously certainly work up a sweat, these players. Ooh, did well to avoid the over and back there, Varton, that we were talking about earlier, taking the ball from the front court back into the back court.
Yeah, good court awareness and chair skills to turn his chair right there on the line. It only takes one wheel to be touching that line for it to be an over and back.
Yes, the referees are an intransigent lot. Doing an excellent job, and we have some very, very high-level referees here from all around the world.
Oh, almost a great pass on one wheel there, but a good turnover for the Czech team.
Indeed, every turnover is a good one for them. Krauer keeping Varton company. Once again, they're boxing him in. Has to bounce it every 10 seconds, or pass it. Struggling to find his way through, needs to get his way past his teammate Pleshko. And the clock is winding down on this possession. He says to Mikeshka, you have a go. I've not found a way through. Great blocking from the Swiss.
Yeah, the Swiss are really working well as a team to hold that line, to turn and corral the players into defence. Oh,
and in the end, there were mere seconds to go on the clock, and they had to throw forward a speculative pass, and it ends up being an assist, but the wrong way. Chenal coasting over.
And that's a combination in this game with that pressure of the clock ticking down, the 40 seconds ticking down. As soon as you get to those moments, you start to panic, and then there's an overhead pass there, straight to the Swiss player.
The Swiss defence there was amazing. So the Czechs finally with an outlet, and captain Jiří Pleško said to me, Jiří, it's George in English, so we can call him George if he likes. George goes over and gets a try. It's an 18-point gap as we get down well into the final minute of this contest. A big hit.
And a turnover.
So it's the Czechs who can manage the clock. No, it isn't. Let's see this one again. Big hits, big stakes. As it says in the background, the tagline for this tournament, and there was a big hit.
Yeah, I think Janelle was a little bit casual there with the bounce, kind of put it in front of him on that halfway line, and he didn't anticipate the hit coming in.
45 seconds to go. Still got to get it over the halfway line within 12, which is what the Czechs have done. Pleško. Come on, George, what have you got left in the last 40 seconds? Boxed in, gives it back to Varton, and Dautai picks it up, pops it over the top. Chenal is going to let the clock run down because it's reset to 40 seconds in terms of... Oh, I thought they were going to let the clock run down, but no need for time management when you are 19 points clear. The Czechs with probably the last possession of the match. Can they maintain possession? Yes, they can. And there we go. It's going to be Varton to cruise over. Has a look at the clock. Chenal is happy to let him score. Pops over, and all smiles on both sides. The final score looks like it's going to be Czech Republic 39, Switzerland 57. Dautai with a Hail Mary, almost picked off. It was a brilliant take, but just too late. Such a shame, but it is indeed. Switzerland 57, Czech Republic 39. Switzerland are through to the 5th and 6th place playoff, where they will face the Netherlands on Sunday.
So another physical game here in the Principality. Wow, some proper crashing and banging, some big impacts. These boys were not messing about. Switzerland went into an early lead, but Czech Republic fought their way back before Switzerland came through too strong in the end. But an enjoyable game all in all. Smiles on faces, grimaces on faces is what we like to see with wheelchair rugby. So what does that mean for these two teams? Well, Switzerland will be playing the Netherlands up next to see who finishes in 5th place, and the Czech Republic will meet Israel. But of course, for us, for the rest of the day, Great Britain versus Germany, followed by France versus Denmark, to see who wins a place in this year's final. Steve, Switzerland's too strong in the end, but an enjoyable game, some massive collisions, what we like to see from wheelchair rugby.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the technicality of that game, it's fair to say there was a lot of turnovers, a lot of spills with the ball, so maybe not the most clinical of you know, the games to have watched here, but what you did see was the intention, how hard everyone was willing to work. It wasn't any sort of lack of effort in that game. It was really the top 2 inches and keeping the ball safe that was the issue for both teams there. But obviously, Switzerland managed to do a better job at holding on to it when it was important than the Czech did.
Yeah, congrats to both teams. But of course, what we're looking forward to this afternoon, the big one, Great Britain up against Germany in the semi-final. What are you most looking forward to about this game?
Well, obviously, I am excited to see how Great Britain do, but it's going to be a tough game. I mean, Great Britain ranked 3rd in the world, Germany 9th. Now that really doesn't mean a lot. The games at the top end are often so very close. The game's an hour and a half long, you know, with all the stoppages. The scores are very high, 50, 60 tries per team. And at the top end, those, despite the high number of tries, it might only be separated by 1 or 2. Real edge of the seat stuff. It's going to be nail biting. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting indeed. And of course, Great Britain will need to get this win if they're going to face France or Denmark, who are playing after them. They have been the 4 best teams in the competition so far, and that is going to come to you live on Channel 4. You can join us at 3:30. Tip-off will be at 3:45. So thanks for joining us on YouTube. Of course, you can stay here and watch the semi-finals, or you can join us over on television. We will see you very shortly.
The main difference is eligibility. To play the Paralympic version, players must be
Good afternoon and welcome to Cardiff's iconic Principality Stadium, the home of Welsh rugby, and for the past 4 days, the setting for this year's European Rugby Wheelchair Championships. It's one of the only full contact disability sports, so the collisions and drama are sure to have you on the edge of your seat. It's the 14th European Championships and Great Britain have been crowned champions 7 times.
We're on home soil. We've got, not only do we have to try and win that championship back, but we want to try and put on a great performance and get the victory for our home fans.
And it's a key tournament ahead of the Paris Paralympics, with the 2 highest ranked nations earning automatic qualification for the Games. Team GB won gold in Tokyo 2 years ago and now want to make sure of their place in Paris next year.
That pressure is there. Teams do want to beat the Paralympic champions.
GB ranked 3rd in the world, top Pool B with 3 wins from 3, so they are on course for an 11th appearance in the final of the European Championships.
Are into the semi-final of the European Wheelchair Rugby Championships.
We play to win, so every game we go in to win, and if we can do it here on our home turf, that'll be absolutely brilliant.
And Germany to begin with in that grey kit.
But standing in their way are Germany. Ranked 9th in the world, they finished runners-up in Pool A.
It's a dream, yeah. For me, it's the 11th European Championship, and 2 times we was on the 2nd place against GB, but never got a title. So it's time for Germany to get, hopefully, the first time the European champion.
Winning breeds confidence. So we know we're playing well. We go into the Germany game full of confidence, and yeah, if we implement like we did today, we've got a very good chance.
Sure, everyone wants a title, so I believe that we will take the title, yes.
We're full of confidence now, and we want to get to that final, and we want to win it for sure.
So it's GB versus Germany in the first semi-final, with the current champions France facing Denmark in the 2nd semi later on this evening. So, welcome guys, we're live at the Principality Stadium. What an amazing venue, and I'm pleased to say I'm joined by 2 GB wheelchair legends. Mandeep and Steve, GB captain from London, Tokyo. You've won 3 gold medals in the Euros. Have you ever played in a venue like this?
No, it's great to be here. It's absolutely amazing to be here in the Principality Stadium with the European Championships. It's amazing for us as a sport, and I wouldn't have dreamt it, to be honest.
Having been here, watching the game so far, you're in our comms team as well. Do you miss it? Do you miss being out there?
Short answer, definitely not. I don't miss the training, but to play in a venue like this and a home crowd is something I definitely miss.
Steve, I won't ask you the same question. How have you found GB's performances so far through the competition? Because we've already had 3 days of play. They've won all their matches so far, but have you been impressed with them?
Yeah, I have. I really have. It's been a real strong performance so far, unbeaten. But you'd hope that they would bring that with them. When you've got such an amazing venue, you want the quality of competition in it to be just as high. What we've seen here throughout the whole competition is some fantastic rugby. But I'm pleased to say, as it stands, GB at the top of that table.
Yeah, well, the neutrals have been loving it as well, and I actually had a chance to have a go at it yesterday. And I have to say, I know I did score a try, and they're being very friendly showing that. But we had Jim Roberts on the opposition team, one of the best players in the world, and the golfing talent, the golfing difference was pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about wheelchair rugby is that anybody can sort of play. It doesn't matter whether you've got a disability or you're able-bodied. Anyone that gets in a chair, and many will back me up on this, loves getting in a wheelchair, playing wheelchair rugby. You have to remember, you need to have a disability in 3 of your 4 limbs to play professionally. But it doesn't matter what your disability is or none at all. You get in a rugby chair, you have a good time.
Yeah, we're really excited about the game. And earlier we managed to catch up with GB's Kieran Flynn.
Day 4 of the Wheelchair Rugby European Championship. How important is it to keep the momentum going?
Yeah, massively. We had a fantastic result last night against Denmark. Obviously a really strong team. We think we made a statement last night. So yeah, it's important to keep that going today. Obviously we can qualify for the Paralympics today as well. So it's important that we build from yesterday into today. And obviously if we do that, we'll be in the final tomorrow.
Like you said, you defeated Denmark yesterday, but Germany stands in the way of the final. How do you think that's going to go?
Yeah, Germany are a fantastic team. Obviously we've played them numerous times now. Last year's Quad Nations, last year's World Championships, where it was really close until the last 3-4 minutes. So yeah, we won't be taking them lightly, and we're going to make another statement tonight.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
So it's almost time for the Gladiators to enter the arena and time to throw. To your commentary team, Mandeep Semi, Hannah Aldridge and Andy Stevenson.
Thank you very much, Ed, and we are just about all set for the start of this semi-final between the Paralympic champions Great Britain in their blue kits, led by captain Gavin Walker. Number 3 is Stuart Robinson, who missed the World Championships, and Great Britain missed him there last October. Jonathan Coggan wearing number 2. This is his 10th European Championships. His first cap was back at Athens 2004 in the Paralympics. Jack Smith wearing 5, 31 years old, followed by David Ross. This is his European Championship debut. 8 is Nick Cummins, one of 7 players from that Tokyo gold medal winning side. 11, we've just heard from him, Kieran Flynn with the distinctive glasses. Jamie Stead, one of the best 2.5 players in the world. And he's followed by a player who will get a big reception and a big grin as always, for Aaron Phipps, plays for Solent Sharks. And the trademark headband for Aaron Phipps. 14 is Daniel Kellett. He made his international debut at last year's Euros. And happy birthday to Coral Beatty, 28 years old, Great Britain's female player at this tournament. And she was part of GB women's squad that won the Women's World Cup in March, just a couple of months ago. So players, male and female, welcome in this sport. There is no obligation to have a female player, but Coral Beatty very deserving of her place in this GB squad. So there are plenty of German fans here in Cardiff as well, and this is their captain, number 1, Marco Erbst, their main goal threat and danger man, former water polo player, which would be handy if we were playing outside. Lots of rain about in Cardiff today. Josko Wilke is their number 5. Huge future for Wilke. Christian Riedel, number 6. 7 here is Britta Kripke, one of 2 female players that Germany have in their squad. 8 is Stefan Wecker. We'll have fun with Wecker and Wilke combining in this German team later. 10 is Michael Folter. 12, Jens Saubier, who's also the athlete rep on World Wheelchair Rugby's board of directors. Florian Bongard is the next German player to come out. He plays for the Koblenz Speedos back at home in Germany. And Masha Mosul, the youngest member of this German squad, and Germany's 2nd female player. So a big atmosphere inside this Principality Stadium, which has been a wonderful host for this tournament this week. And as the final fist pumps and high fives are taken down the German line, we will pause for both national anthems.
And now please stand if you're able for the anthem of Germany.
a patriotic day for Great Britain, and the anthem sung out resoundingly around the Principality Stadium. This is the British squad, led by head coach Paul Shaw, and the 4 players there highlighted in gold are the quartet that will start the match. It is essentially rolling substitutions during timeouts, but 4 players will start for Great Britain, as they will for Germany. So Erbst, Wilke, Kripke and Wecker will be the 4 that start for Christoph Werner, the German head coach. And important to remember here, the winner of this match will not only make tomorrow's final, they will guarantee themselves a spot at next year's Paralympic Games in Paris. So those numbers next to the players on the team sheets that we've just seen are to do with their classification, their points classification, as we see the 2 referees for this afternoon, both from Poland, Alicia Pawlik and Elvira Zielska. And we have a referee alongside me, Hannah Aldridge, who will take us through some of the rules and regulations as we get going. But the players' points classifications are crucial. The high point players, the players either 3 or 3.5, are the most agile, the most mobile, usually the attacking players who are quick and will score the most tries. It also is because they will have the least severe degree of impairment. The lower point players will be the blockers and the defensive players, and much like standing rugby where you have backs and forwards doing different roles for the team, it's a little bit like that here with wheelchair rugby and the points. But overall, each quartet on the court cannot total more than 8 points, so the coach has some strategic thinking to do. So we are nearly ready for tip-off. It is 4 on 4 quarters of 8 minutes, and chair-on-chair contact is actively encouraged. So I think together we are all going to enjoy this one. And Great Britain, the Paralympic champions, know they have a dangerous opponent here in Germany. Stuart Robinson looking very calm. I'm not actually sure he realised the tip-off was happening there. But Robinson already over, and the ball has gone out to play. An opportunity to bring in Mandip Semi, who has joined us in the commentary box now. Mandip, you must be excited about this one.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I'm actually buzzing. Being a semi-final at the European Championships and our home tournament is absolutely amazing. So yeah, excited for today.
So straight away we have a player on his back, and he's just going to be helped up. You will see plenty of crash bang wallop in the next hour and a half. The clock stops every time the ball goes out of play, so although it's 4 quarters of 8 minutes, in reality a match will take around 90. And it's Nick Cummins over there who is going to put the ball in here towards Jamie Stead here, wearing number 12, one of the Tokyo contingent for Britain. Stuart Robinson having to fight for the ball, gives it back to Stead, and this should be Great Britain's first try of the match. And it's Jamie Stead, the Leicester Tiger, who goes over, made his debut for Great Britain nearly 10 years ago. And the scoring will be thick and fast. It's just 1 point for a try. And Hannah Aldridge, our referee in the commentary box, what are the rules regarding what's considered a try?
Yeah, as long as they get the 2 main wheels over the line, that's forwards or backwards, and scored as a try.
So 2 wheels is enough. That's a lovely little move from Germany. It'll be finished off by Marco Erbst, who I told you was going to be their main try threat. And we've only just played over 30 seconds. 1-1 already. You can see some of those lower point players already trying to block Stead in his own half, but the ball is passed forward to Cummins, who makes it 2-1. Just 1 or 2 other things to consider here regarding the rules. The 40 under the match clock in the top left of your picture, that is a shot clock, much like you have in basketball. The attacking team have 40 seconds to score a try, otherwise possession is handed over. And Erbst on the move here. Erbst will probably keep the ball to himself. He is their most nimble and agile player, and ahead of him you can see other players blocking and trying to make space for Josko Wilke here. And that is nicely played by Germany, so already back on terms. And Hannah, just one other thing about timings. Teams only have a certain amount of seconds to get out of their own half.
Oh yeah, so as you can see the ref there count with her arm. You only have 12 seconds to get over the halfway.
Stuart Robinson easily breaking through. And what kind of personality is Stuart Mandit? Because he's so familiar, I think, now to viewers of wheelchair rugby with Great Britain's success.
Yeah, he's such a big character. You look at him on court, he's so calm and composed. And he has that aggressive nature of hitting and turning on his chair. Such a big class player, but such a lovely guy off court as well.
Robinson came to wheelchair rugby through the Invictus Games. He was in the RAF and lost both his legs in Afghanistan. But one of the leaders of this Great Britain squad. And as I mentioned before the match, he missed the World Championships last October, and it really put Britain off their stride. And talking about off their stride, Cummins couldn't quite get to that ball, fumbling it over the line, Mandit.
Yeah, that's almost a turnover, but Nick just couldn't gather the ball in to grab that, to capitalise on that turnover. But it's got Germany shaking a little bit in terms of the inbound.
So Wilke, this young man, 21 years old, he was voted best in his points classification at last year's World Championships, and he's got all the tools necessary to be a legend of this sport for some time to come. Looks for Erbst. Erbst is going to try and wriggle through here. He's got teammates alongside him. Wilke will score. 3-all, and Germany keeping toe-to-toe with Great Britain at the moment.
Yeah, it's a semi-final. It's going to be a close game. It's going to be an exciting game, and I think GB have just got to keep in there.
So Great Britain locked in his own half, but Robinson breaks through. And he twists inside and goes over the line. It's well worth, we've been saying this all week if you've been with us on the live stream, it's well worth not just watching the ball while you're watching us at home, just look at all the activity that the players off the ball are doing as well, because that's where the action is really, blocking and making space for passes like this, where Erbst collects really well behind him. Look at Stead, getting a good block in there from Stead, helped out by Cummins, but they can't stop Stefan Wecker. It was Wilke to Wecker, that move that we've seen so often this week from Germany. And again, getting back on terms, 4 points apiece.
Yeah, it's very much a team sport when you look at the game. The ball carriers rely on the low pointers, the picking chair to create space by taking out the high pointers in with the team. So very much a team sport.
So it's to and fro, like a basketball match. Scoring is thick and fast, and Stuart Robinson already has 3 tries out of Great Britain's 5. It's Britta Kripke who puts it in for Erbst, and look at the length on that pass. And Wilke will just count the clock down a little bit here. But what's happened here, Hannah? The referee has seen something.
It looks like...
We'll wait to see what the referee gestures.
He's left the court. So Jamie Steed has...
No try.
Mandy, did you see what happened there?
Yeah, so Germany went to score the try there, but Jamie went over the line before the try was being scored. The player turned away. So instead of the try being awarded, it's a minute in the box for Jamie.
So Jamie Stead will go in the sin bin, and he'll be there until Germany score, which they do straight away. So a short sin bin stay. And that is good news for Great Britain with Stead back out there. Great Britain looking for their 8th European Championship title. And Robinson again, the man to lead the way in terms of scoring, hugs the ball on his lap, makes sure nobody can get to it. But it's to and fro already, Mandit. Neither side having a tactical edge yet.
Yeah, I think for the first few plays it's going to be like that, why the teams try and press each other out until the press actually clicks in and the defence cracks. It's a big goal.
Erbst hanging onto the ball for the time being. You are allowed to put your hand in and try and flick the ball away. You just can't make bodily contact, and Wilke is over again. Wilke was a field hockey player before he became disabled. A great sportsman. And it's 6 points all as we approach 5 minutes to go in this first quarter. This is going to be an easy score for Robinson, and Mandip just explained, people watching at home might think, well, why is that such an easy score? It's because Germany are trying to block up the other end, aren't they?
Yeah, so they have to focus on all the players, and if the defensive side and our team take out their high pointers, it allows Stuart Robinson to run long and have that open pass. And as the game goes on, those critical passes are going to be important for us to score easy goals.
And each player's points classification is critical to the way the team play, isn't it?
Yeah, so you have 8 points on court at a time. So each player is given a point system based on their classification on their disabilities. So Stuart Robinson's a 3.5, he's the most able. Jonathan Congdon is a 0.5, is the least on the scale, who's got the least function. But together they make up the team.
That's right, very much teamwork. And Herbst, I think, now I thought he had 2 wheels over the line, but Hannah, obviously not.
As he was going backwards, it's no goal, because as you can see, he's going backwards, there's one wheel just about touches the line, but then it goes back in, he's got to get fully over that line.
Wow, fine margins there, and you can see Jamie Stead delighted about that. We thought Germany had equalised, but it gives Britain this narrow lead, 7-6, 4:22 on the clock. And Jack Smith fires it into Phipps. We've had some changes from Great Britain, and Aaron Phipps has only been on the court a matter of seconds. And the man with the headband doing a full 360. Look at this, twisting and turning and getting past Herbst. That's great wheelchair rugby, and it's exactly what you'd expect from Aaron Phipps.
Yeah, it's a great moment to come in. Jamie Stead got that turnover and celebrate it, and Phipps comes in with that speed and that passion straight away to score that try.
Ed Jackson touched on it in the studio at the top of the programme after playing in the celebrity match yesterday. The manoeuvrability, just think about manoeuvring the chair, holding the ball, looking up at your teammates and doing all of that and more. It's incredible athleticism, and what a steal from Phipps. And this could give Great Britain a real opportunity to get on top here. Robinson has Phipps out in the open, knows his mate is there. And Aaron Phipps, what an impact he's made since coming on. And those two are high-point players. That is illustrating the point you were making, Mandip.
Yeah, so this is the problem Germany now have. They have to cover 2 3.5 players, 2 of the strongest, fastest, able players in the game, and that makes it difficult for Germany to cover the spaces.
So all teams obviously have to play with the players at their disposal. Big hit from Phipps in on Wilke. He gets it to Herbst, and Herbst is all over this court at the moment, doing a bit of everything. He is a quality player, Mandip. Herbst is a quality player, isn't he?
Yeah, he does really well for Germany. He's their 3.5 and their primary ball handler. You can see he's got a lot of skill in the way he moves his chair. You're going to see a lot of tries scored by him.
Looks like we're going to have a timeout.
GB, just call a timeout.
So while we have a timeout and a moment to catch our breath, let's go down to the studio. And Steve Brown, what do you make of it so far?
Do you know, I'm sitting here watching it. It's been end-to-end, hasn't it? It's only recently that these turnovers have started to come once Aaron Phipps was introduced to the court. Just seeing how tactically GB using their time out there. All of their players were stuck down in their own key area. There was no outlets at all for the inbound. So a very tactical use of a timeout. Really interesting. Lots of speed and lots of brains.
You can see the exertion already on Stuart Robinson's face. Mind you, he's a warrior. He will just keep on going and going. But it gives you an idea of the physical nature of this sport. Not just the crashes and bangs, but the constant effort. And Mandip, Stuart just winding the clock down here. Why is he doing this?
Yeah, I think they're setting up for the key attack. We've got 3 minutes to go, so they're going to try and score this try now.
Yeah, set-piece routine from the training court. Much like a set piece in football, and the British fans heartily approve. A huge Hail Mary from Herbst, like an NFL quarterback. What a pass, what a take from Wilke. Wow, there are various ways to score in this sport, but that is a stunning way to do it.
Yeah, Germany showing their quality there. That was a brilliant pass over the top, and a great catch as well to score that try.
Well, you can call it direct, but that's also pretty spectacular as well. So lots of different ways to score. Phipps coming over the halfway line, needs to stay in the court. He does so by using his body to twist the chair around. And there is Robinson. So Great Britain maintaining this 3-point advantage pretty consistently with less than 3 minutes to go. This is Becker for Germany. Forward to Herbst. Phipps is there right in his face. Again, there's no bodily contact allowed. You are allowed to try and flip that ball away, but you have to take it cleanly. You can't hit the opposition player's arm or hand. But chair-to-chair contact, you can do as much of that as you like, providing it's from the side. And Phipps had a go at Herbst there. But Herbst got over. Stubborn, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a low centre of gravity, so when he's hit, it's kind of like he bounces off chairs quite easily. You're expecting him to go over, but That's the skill he's got.
And Mandit, we're getting to the stage of the quarter now where both teams will start to think about trying to be the last team to score. So just explain what we might start to see here with players delaying the action.
Yeah, so the importance of trying to score the last goal is critical at the elite level. So we have 40 seconds to go each time, and teams try and score around 55 to 50 seconds. So another turnover there from GB.
Big moment again for GB. But yes, you'll start to see, particularly when we get down to around sort of 1 minute 30 and then down to about a minute to go, you'll start to see players slow right down. And it's all to do with the to and fro of the attacks. Great Britain have an opportunity on this attack, although they've called. In fact, I think, is there some water or something on the court here, Hannah, do you think?
That way.
Some moisture, I think, yeah. The volunteer coming on with the trusty mop to get rid of that. But as we get into these closing stages, as Mandit was explaining, Great Britain have 31 seconds on this shot clock. But later on, they will try to use all of the seconds at their disposal to try and be the last team to score. You don't want to score and give your opposition plenty of time to come back and get another goal themselves before the end of the quarter. So here's another one of these set pieces with Robinson. He has Coggan going in to do the blocking, number 2 there. And Robinson trying to go all the way around the outside, doesn't need to in the end, passes it inside to Phipps. And that 3-point lead is now a 4-point lead. And Great Britain looking good early on here in Cardiff. There's an example of Britta Kripke trying to block the British player to allow Earps to free a run. Kripke will get involved here as well, alongside Becker there, just trying to block the British players so that Earps can do this and get across. I think there was also maybe an arm in there as well from Robinson, but the try is scored by Germany.
Bit of referee's discretion there.
Bit of an advantage played, I think, by the referee. Doesn't always have to give the infringement if the player can go on and score the try. So Phipps gets away from the German defence again. And it's 2-on-1 here. Poor old Josko Wilke. Well, he tried his best, but that was a thankless task, really, for the Germans. So Great Britain score with 1 minute and 8 seconds to go in the quarter. Germany now have their shot clock of 40. Given that they're 4 points behind Mandit, presumably they will still try and just play in an ordinary way, or will they want to keep the clock counting down as well?
No, they'll definitely try and score the last goal. You have the opportunity to have the 2 goals win if you can score that last goal, because GB won the tip, which means it'll be a German goal the next quarter, I bet.
Another interception by Great Britain, and Germany are getting a bit ragged here in this first quarter. So here we go now. Stuart Robinson, you might think at home as the game stopped, it absolutely hasn't. The clock's still ticking down. And what he's doing here is just trying to eat up all of that shot clock and get across the try line with, around about 10 seconds or maybe just over left, giving Germany no time to reply. So we're into the final 30 seconds of this first quarter of the semi-final of the European Championships. The winner will take a place in the gold medal match. And in fact, Stuart Robinson now calls a timeout. So Mandip, explain that to us. The shot clock got down to 1 second, and then why did he call a timeout there?
Yeah, so if the 40-second shot clock cuts down, it's actually a turnover. So they're going to utilise a timeout where the shot clock will now reset to 15 seconds. That allows them to score with basically 2 seconds left on the clock, ensuring they get the last try.
So they will now try to score, definitely. Robinson, looks like his path might be blocked here. Germany defending well, but they've left a little gap there.
Executing perfectly that leaves Germany 3 seconds to score the last try, which is going to be a tough ask.
A tiny window for Robinson to get through. Ertz will go for the long pass again. Not quite. And what a quarter it is for Great Britain. Great Britain lead Germany in the first quarter of this semi-final, 15 points to 10. Back in a few moments. Perfect timing. Welcome back inside the Principality Stadium in Cardiff. The second quarter about to get underway. And Great Britain lead Germany 15 points to 10. Not just a place in the final up for grabs here, but a place at the Paris Paralympic Games. Also the carrot for one of these two teams. The two finalists here in Cardiff this week will get an automatic qualification spot for next year's Paris. So as the tournament slogan says, big hits, big stakes. No doubt about that this afternoon. Germany in possession in their maroon kits, Great Britain in the blue. Mandip Semi alongside me in the commentary box. Mandip, this is a very difficult sport, isn't it, to overturn a deficit in?
Yeah, I think once you gain momentum in this sport, it's very difficult to come back from 5 goals. I think the depth we've got as a team in GB, you know, we've got lineups to keep our players fresh and keep going, so it's going to be difficult for Germany to come back into this, but anything can happen in sport, as we know.
I'm going to bring in our referee, Hannah Aldridge, because Nick Cummins was in the sin bin there. Was that for hands?
Yeah, no, it wasn't for hands this time. The red's rectangle at the bottom where the tries are scored. On defence, you're only allowed for 3 players in. So Nick's wheels must have just touched the red, and that means there was 4 GB players in. So it's a violation, and Nick has to go into the bin.
So this is essentially a power play for Germany. Germany have 4 players out there to Britain's 3, whilst poor old Nick Cummins sits over there in the sin bin. Looking a bit dejected with life, but he'll be back out on court as and when Germany score, or if a minute passes without a Germany try. But that's unlikely, as I think you've probably picked up by now. The scoring barely pauses for breath, and Josko Vilke here is very much a man for the future, but he's got a brilliant present as well. One of the standout players at last year's World Championships, and Erbst just hanging on here and going across the line now. And sometimes players will delay scoring a try to just make sure that their teammates are in the right positions for Britain's possession now.
Yep, thank you.
Another little wipe on the floor, getting rid of some moisture, and Nick Cummins back involved now. So he goes short to Jamie Stead. Stead, one of the best 2.5 players in the world. Has cerebral palsy. Stead is held up and calls the timeout because he was going to get held up in his own half. Hannah, it's the 12-second rule again.
Yeah, you've only got 12 seconds, so if he wouldn't have called the timeout then, the referee definitely would have called him for 12 seconds.
It's a bit of a get-out-of-jail card, as our commentator Drew Lilly has been describing it so well this week. It just gives Britain an opportunity to get away with, not a mistake, but just a passage of play that didn't go their way. And Robinson now, here's another one of these set pieces that they've worked on. Oh, and Robinson, a nice little shimmy there. A sidestep that some of the Welsh rugby union greats inside this stadium would have been proud of in years gone by. Look at that.
The show and go.
Love it. Great shoulders. Shoulders went one way, chair went the other. 10 tries for Stuart Robinson so far in this match alone. 16-11 is a really healthy lead for Great Britain. And Germany need to try and string a few tries together in a row if they possibly can. They need some turnovers. Erbst has been superb for them so far. He really has. And actually all of this week as well. Marco Erbst, 34 years old. So Stead up to Cummins, one of these easy scores. Cummins actually, he won a gold medal last year at something called the World Games in Alabama. Him and Daniel Kellett were part of a squad that won gold out there in America. Cummins had meningitis aged 19 when he was a student at university. So 17-12. Hannah, I'm astonished at the number of things the referees have to keep track of out there. There's all sorts of counts going on and everything.
Yeah, you've got to be watching everything. That's why we've got 2 of us. One of us will be watching the ball, and then the other one will be watching the rest of the players off the ball. So it gets quite confusing.
Yep, you can see the 2 referees out there in their black uniforms, one at the back of the court now, as Erbst goes across. So 17-13. The gap is 4. And the gold squares just above the flags in the top left of your corner, that's the number of timeouts the teams have left in the match. And, well, there we go. Yeah, good time to mention timeouts. Hannah, What kind of timeout is that?
So that one's a player timeout, so any of the players on the floor can call it. It's only 30 seconds, so it's just a quick one.
Quick word from Steve Brown down in the studio.
Plenty going on. I'm sitting here courtside and I am absolutely loving what I'm seeing. I've got the privilege of sitting just behind the GB bench, and it's fantastic watching the brains and the cogs turning, how they're making their substitutions when they're making their substitutions, and bringing on those impact players like Fipsy at just the right times.
I keep looking across at Steve Brown and Mandip alongside it just to make sure they're not changing into their kit, because I think any opportunity they'd be out there. I know you said you're relieved to be finished in the studio, Mandip, but I tell you what, watching you now, you're playing every ball here.
Yeah, it's the excitement of this sport. Once you start playing it, it stays with you. And I think Steve could say the same thing. It's part of who you are. It's such a fantastic sport, and just seeing GB play here aggressively as they are, it's fantastic.
A word for Jonathan Coggan here, number 2, who was involved in that little tussle as Wilke goes across for another Germany score. And they have actually, in fairness to them, just been sneaking back here, 18-14, and plenty of support in the crowd. But yeah, a word for Jonathan Coggan there, number 2, at the back for Great Britain. He's been to 5 Paralympic Games, and this is his 10th Euros, quite a record. And he was actually injured in a car crash back in the year 2000. Watched the Sydney Paralympics from his hospital bed, did Coggan.
Yeah, Jonathan's one of those players that's it's world class. He'd improve any team around the world. I was actually in the bed next to John when we were both injured at the same time, and he started before me at the Athens Paralympics, and he's still going now.
Oh, great steal from Robinson at a really important time, because you felt that Germany were just beginning to come back into things. Superb timing from Robinson.
Yeah, it's that combination of Phipps and Robinson again. As soon as Phipps come onto the court, it's allowed Robinson to be more aggressive on defence and get that turnover. So yeah, it's a combination that's difficult to stop on offence and also relentless on defence.
So far this week, it's been 3 wins out of 3 for Great Britain this week. Phipps, big hit on Wilke. The players just love the physical side of the game. It's part and parcel of why they do it, part and parcel of why we watch them do it. Herbst manages to just get over the line eventually next to Coggan. Great Britain have won their 3 matches so far this week pretty comfortably. 55-32 against Israel, 47-31 against Switzerland, and then 52-45 last night against Denmark to get them through to this semi-final. And by playing in this match, Mandip, how much of an advantage is it to be playing Germany today rather than France?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we don't want to play France at this stage of the tournament because they are current European champions and among the favourites of the tournament. So to play Germany gives us that edge to get into that final. And you know, we know how important the qualification is for the Paralympic Games.
France versus Denmark is the other semi-final. You can watch it with us on the Channel 4 Sport YouTube channel at 6 p.m. this evening. If this has whetted your appetite for more wheelchair rugby, Phipps pushing Herbst over the line. Hannah, what happens here?
Just as Phipps hit Hurst from behind, Hurst called timeout to save the ball, basically. So if he wouldn't have called that timeout, it would have been a turnover in GB's ball. So we're being 6 down. They don't want to give that ball up right now.
Quick thinking from Herbst, yeah, as Hannah described there. He literally remembers to shout timeout as he's being pushed over the line, just to make sure they don't lose possession. So 21-15 to Great Britain now. It's back up to a healthy-looking 6-point lead, Mandip.
Yeah, to be honest, I want to keep them at arm's length. I don't want this game to get any closer than it needs to be. Getting into that final is really important for us.
Coggan and Smith there, 2 of the lower point players. They have a slightly different style of chair to the more attacking players. Robinson straight to Herbst, and Phipps trying to block Germans in the centre as well, but Herbst, not for the first time, gets through. And Robinson may be fighting a losing battle here, is he? Yeah, Robinson is blocked by Wecker. And Herbst goes across again. I always think these wheelchair rugby chairs, Mandip, I don't know if you remember this programme, Hannah's probably far too young, but Robot Wars. Are you trying to remember that program Robot Wars, where the robots sort of had all of this metal round and they made an incredible noise. Most of them had fireworks coming out of them as well, which we don't have today. But these chairs are ferocious, aren't they?
Yeah, I do remember Robot Wars, and I'm showing my age here, but yeah, it's pretty similar in terms of the collisions and what they're doing. But these chairs are bespoke to each player, so each chair is made for that player to get the best out of their abilities. You can see the difference in the chairs. So the high point players are rounded chairs designed to play attacking, to get through gaps, and the low pointers have the cages on the front, which allow them to pick out the high point players and create the spaces so the guys with the balls can do the damage.
So there are a few sort of nervous moments, but just moments earlier in this quarter where Germany looked as though they were getting a bit of head of steam up, but Great Britain now a comfortable lead once more. Robinson trying to get his hand in there, get the ball off Herbst, but Herbst is so difficult to stop, and he just seems to have the ball stuck to his glove. And while we're talking about equipment, the gloves as well, these are not gloves to keep your hands warm, these are heavy-duty gloves, aren't they?
Yeah, so the gloves are dependent on the player, so every player chooses a different way to glove up. I mean, I used to use old NFL gloves to try and give me grip on the ball. My hands don't work so well. I'm a 2.5 player, so the gloves give you that additional grip on the ball.
I imagine that the hands as well is the protection from the wheels as well. Your hands would be a right state if you weren't wearing gloves, presumably.
Yeah, it's a combination of the two.
And I imagine that sometimes I imagine you get your hands stuck between wheels and things like that. So we don't, funnily enough, see many injuries though in this sport. That's the remarkable thing.
No, it's, as much as it seems dramatic with the impacts and the collisions and players falling out their chairs, it is relatively safe. You're more likely to pull a muscle in the shoulder like you would in any other sport. Yeah, so it's perfectly safe.
Look at Phipps pushing Herbst. And Herbst doing really well, managing to release the ball before he falls on his back. Kripke's trying to pick up the ball as well. The referee brings play to a halt. So what will happen here, Hannah, because Herbst did release the ball as he fell backwards?
Well, he's going to get picked up, and it looks like they're going to call a jump ball probably, a held ball. But we're going to have to wait and see what the referee's decision is. I think it's going to be a blue ball, with it being a held ball on the floor. So they've called a held ball. You can see at the bottom of the screen the arrow's up, and that's just the possession. So that starts the quarters off, and that's the tip decided which way the possession was. Every time we have a held ball or a new quarter, the arrow gets turned.
A held ball, probably like a drop ball situation in football, where there's a kind of neutral situation.
Yeah, no one's got actual control. Both teams have got their hands on the ball, so there's no actual possession.
Another try goes in, 24-17. Germany right up against it now. And as we've been talking about, it is very difficult to come back from this sort of deficit as Robinson goes up against Kripke. No quarter given, male or female players, it doesn't matter. Good try for Wecker, very speedy player, 28 years old. So 2.5 minutes just over to go. Jonathan Coggan's going to come back and pick this ball up. This is the man we were talking about earlier. Been around forever, it seems, in this Great Britain squad, and seen them through a period of massive growth. As Phipps is forced out by a combination of Wilke and Herbst. And you don't usually see Phipps looking frustrated like that.
Yeah, it's an aggressive defence there from Germany. They got Phipps into the corner, and obviously you're not allowed to go over the lines, both on the sidelines and the baseline. And he was forced to make a decision there. So quick thinking from Phipps to call a timeout to prevent the turnover.
And in these situations, Mandip, is it the coach always speaking? Is it some of the senior players talking?
It can be a combination of both. So obviously the players will share their thoughts, but there might be some critical information the coach wants to get across. It's the opportunity to basically regroup, reset, and go out there again.
So Robinson and Phipps staying out there together. They've been out there together for quite some time. And they are a high-low combination with Smith and Coggan, the low point players. Remember, that total of the quartet can only be 8 points across the 4 players. Robinson into Phipps, should get across the 2 wheels, and now all the wheels over the line. 25-18 is exactly the kind of lead Great Britain would have wanted at this stage of the match. Vilka with the ball in his lap, his knees tucked up high. He's quite a tall player. And he makes it look easy. He's a real big star of the future, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, you could say he's a player that's come from another sport when he was able-bodied. He's an ex-hockey player, which gives him that mindset already of an elite athlete.
Now the referee, sorry to cut in, man, the referee's got a decision to make here because the ball was stripped away from Robinson. How did you see that, Hannah?
The referees have gave it to GB, so GB are going to keep that ball. Looks like Germany just about hit it out of Robinson's hands.
And it came off Robinson's arm last. Sorry, Mandip.
It looked like it came off his chair, but he's got away with it, to be honest.
Yeah.
So Robinson here again, winding up for a set piece. Less than 2 seconds to go in the half. Can't quite get through himself. He has got Coggan there, but Coggan's one of the low point players who may struggle with the agility, so Robinson does it himself. Coggan playing a vital role there as the blocker in the opponent's key. And Great Britain maybe with one wheel in the final here, one wheel in the gold medal match, and also one wheel in the Paris Paralympics as well. Vilka bouncing the ball, as he has to do at least once every 10 seconds, or pass it. He gives it to Herbst. So Germany get themselves to 20 points, but they are 6 behind Great Britain as we enter this phase of the game, where Britain will want to score this next try if they can, with around about 50 seconds to go, maybe slightly less than that, giving Germany only one possible attack before half-time. So Phipps is going to put on the handbrake here. He's gone across a little bit earlier than that. He's gone across with 1:08 to go, but I guess the advantage of that is that Germany can come up the other end and score, and it gives Great Britain one more attack before half-time.
Yeah, I think they're confident in scoring that last goal, and they've decided to score at 1:10, giving Germany possession now.
So 1:08 to go. Germany have this full shot clock of 40 seconds to themselves. Big scrummage on the halfway line, but Vilka has just got his head down. Look at the speed of Vilka. Just inside the cone there.
And that's what GB didn't want, is Germany scoring that try on around 55 seconds, which is about 56. So it's a quick score here again.
Yeah, they'll go for a quick score to give Germany an attack with only 50 seconds to go, and that will give Great Britain potentially up to 10 seconds to reply before the half-time break. Vilka was absolutely greased lightning there, the German number 5. He's stuck though now between Coggan and Smith, and that's an illustration of what the low point players can do. Flicked on by Herbst, and Britta Kripke is there. She can't quite turn towards the try line, but that's great play from Britta Kripke. Herbst is turning back to use up the shot clock. I mean, it was a brilliant move. In a way, it's a shame it couldn't have finished with a try there.
Yeah, Germany will look to score the last try here now.
One of the little tactics and strategies of the game. He's over, so Great Britain now have less than 20 seconds to try and score again before half-time. They already have a commanding lead, 28-22. So let's see what Britain do here. Becker is right in the face of Robinson. Robinson yelling at his teammates to give him an option. I don't think Coggan realises the ball is there. Germany have stolen this right at the end of the half. Becker, he'll stop there and roll over with 2.1 seconds to go. So Britain haven't got any chance to reply here. It is going to finish at half-time. We have reached the break. Great Britain 28, Germany 23. Britain have a 5-point advantage. We will be back in a few moments.
So, half-time here at the Principality. It's been a cracking game so far. Great Britain in the ascendancy though early on, but the Germans have fought back to within enough tries to make the second half very interesting. Stuart Robinson showing his power, showing his prowess to get GB over the line, but it is not game over yet, that is for sure. Steve, well, quite simply, what did you make of the first half?
Do you know what I'm really enjoying watching is how clinical both teams are being. You've seen how the turnovers are so important. It's almost a given that when you've got the ball, you're going to score. Very high level percentage-wise of scoring. It's the turnovers that make the difference. It's as important to stop the other team scoring.
Yeah.
You know, they're the moments that are celebrated because it doesn't happen very often.
And that was happening a lot early on in the first half. It was tit for tat, no teams were making mistakes. Then Aaron Phipps comes on and made a huge difference, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Phipps is an impact player, and as soon as he comes on, he changes the speed of the game, he changes the ferocity of the game, and when he hits hard. So it means that he makes the opposition second guess themselves a little bit. He works very hard at playing across two players because of his speed.
You've got to play well wearing a headband like that, but there's loads of kids behind us rocking the Aaron Phipps headband, so he's definitely making an impression. So what have GB now got to do in this second half to get the job done?
Well, it's all now about keeping that composure. You've got a 4-5 game, 4-5 point lead. And now you've just got to keep that. Let the team rotate, get different players on, give everyone a chance to show what they've got and win it as a team.
Yeah, and there's plenty of other games going on, of course, over the course of this competition. Let's have a quick look at what else has happened today so far. Yeah, well, the Netherlands put in a commanding performance against Israel, beating them 63-36. Some outstanding tries in this game. It was really a fun one to watch. Israel, of course, not going to be the favourites coming to this competition, put up a pretty good showing. Switzerland beating the Czech Republic 57-39. So Switzerland now go forward to play the Netherlands for that 5th place. Later on today as well, of course, is the second semi-final, France versus Denmark, to see who, hopefully, Britain will be playing in the final. But of course, they've got to get across the line against Germany first. Right, second half coming very soon. But for now, we're going to listen to the fanfare here in the Principality. You go and enjoy a cup of tea, and we'll see you back for the second half after the break. Welcome back. So half-time here at the Principality Stadium. GB lead Germany 28-23 in the semi-final of the European Championship. So I'm joined by Steve Brown, former GB captain. Steve, 5 goals in it, half of rugby to play yet. Is it enough?
Well, the short answer is no, it's not. If you've got time to start winning by 5 tries in the first half, there's time to start losing by 5 tries in the second half. You know, it's a very quick game, lots of room for mistakes, and it's all about not making them.
What are you hoping to see from GB in the second half? They are ahead on the scoreboard, but...
Yeah, and you know, they're going to be hoping it stays that way, but what they need to start doing, I think, is getting a little bit of rotation. There's 12 players in the squad, 4 on call at any time. That means there's loads of time to swing it around, keep everyone fresh for the next one.
OK, here we go. They're just tipping off, so I'll pass you back to our commentators, Andy Stevenson, Mandip Semi and Hannah Ong.
Thank you, chaps. I'm going to ask Mandip Semi, do you agree with your former teammate there, Steve Brown? Is it not over?
Yeah, definitely. You can't get complacent in a game like this. For what's at stake, both teams have to be on the top of their game, and I think GB have to remain professional to see this out.
And as if to illustrate that point, Becker goes across, so Germany score the first try of this half. They had the first possession as well, of course, so in some ways they had to and should have done that. Robinson, though, replies very quickly for Great Britain, and Great Britain don't have any timeouts left, whereas Germany have 2, so that could come into play as well. A reminder, it's 4 on 4 out there on the court, a mixture of player classification points, with higher points players being the more attacking players usually, and the lower point players being the defensive blockers. Here is a 2.0 player, mid-range player, Wilke. Josko Wilke, great pass to Herbst, who is the main danger to Great Britain, you would think. Herbst looking for a bit of space. Wilke made a move for him, but Herbst decides to hang on to the ball himself. The 40-second shot clock is counting down there in the top left-hand corner of your screen. And Herbst weaving his way through, but that's a great bit of blocking from Great Britain, but I think has Stead come back over the try line?
Yeah, so basically it was great blocking until the Germany guy hit Stead, and he's just gone over the line, as you can see, so that's leaving the court. Stead will have to take a minute in the bin, and we'll be down to, and GB will be down to 3 men.
So Stead into the sin bin for either a minute or until Germany score, whichever's shorter. So this is a power play situation for Germany, and an opportunity to just give them a bit more hope and confidence early in this second half. The shot clock still applies, 30 seconds left on it. Herbst has an opportunity now, round the side of Cummins. No, Cummins positions his chair really nicely, but this time I think Herbst has got him. It just shows you how difficult, Mandip, it is to stick with a player as mobile as Marco Herbst.
Yeah, Nick did really well to try and take some ticks off and slow Herbst down, but it's ultimately just too early. He creates his own space and accelerates to score that try.
Germany finished 4th at last year's Euros. Nick Cummins is going to get his own back here on Herbst by scoring an easy try. Cummins, one of the Tokyo players. He actually tried wheelchair basketball before turning to rugby. So good hands for Nick Cummins. Josko Wilke here, who we've been speaking about. One of the most highly rated youngsters in the game, but he's good now, not just in the future. And Wilke, silky smooth, cutting through the Great Britain defence. And it is now a 4-point game again. So 5 has been reduced to 4. So as Mandip says, Britain cannot afford to get complacent. I'm sure they won't. Robinson up to Stead. Stead, the Leicester Tigers player. Coming up to nearly 10 years ago when Stead made his first Great Britain appearance, another one of the Tokyo heroes. Great Britain ranked number 3 in the world at the moment, despite that Paralympic win, partly because of their disappointing showing at the Worlds last year, and also because France took the European title last year. Herbst, that's a real melee now in the centre there. Stead has just got to try and block that wing. Nice blocking from the German player, Britta Kripke, one of 2 female players in this Germany squad. And Herbst has got to think carefully here. Look at the arm from Stead, great lean, good pass from Herbst. And Kripke scores for Germany. Jamie Stead was doing his absolute best to block that pass.
Yeah, it almost came through as well. There was 1 second left on the shot clock just then, and a great pass over the top for Germany to score.
And a crucial score it was, because of course Britain take possession again. Robinson has to get rid of the ball, and it's just as well Stead is there. Stead up to Cummins, and what could have been a nightmare situation for Great Britain has turned into a positive one. Cummins gives the ball back, literally passes, not throws, but literally passes the ball back to Robinson. And an infringement.
No, Robinson's just called an equipment, so it looks like his tyre's been blown. So while he had the ball, he couldn't really do much about it. Instead of calling a timeout, because we actually don't have any timeouts, he's called no equipment, which means the mechanics can come on, change his wheel for him, and it just gets that play inbounded again, even though we keep the ball.
And do you know straight away, Mandit, when something like that happens, you can feel it immediately?
Oh yeah, these tyres are high pressure, so when you get a punch, you almost hear it. It's like a gunshot.
And there are plenty of wheels and tyres and tools on the touchline, both teams coming with technicians and engineers, and there are the wheels in the bottom right of your picture as Robinson goes across. 5-point lead restored, not yet halfway through this third quarter. 20 tries for Robinson. That's about par for the course for him, really, isn't it, Mandit?
Yeah, he's going to be the GE top try scorer. He's such a dominant player. It's almost a given.
The Germans definitely haven't given up on this, and another good move from them is finished by Erbst. It was Becker, Stefan Becker, doing well to get rid of the pass before he was hit by Robinson. So Stead coming back in on himself, turning away, giving a long pass to Robinson. Vilka doing his best to try and stop him, but Robinson squeezes in there by the cone that marks the corner of the key, as they call it, the painted area there. Are they stuck together here?
No, I think basically the German guy has not left enough room for Stu Robinson to come on. The referee's just been polite and said, can you move on, let him on a little bit? You've got to give him enough room to get most of his chair on, so you can see most of his chair is on.
So the referee's asked him politely, but he's not done it. That's okay, is it? That's
he's
legal?
He's moved slightly, and that'll be enough.
Okay.
It's a really clever play, because Wilkes basically caught Robinson as he's coming back on. He's line trapped him, so effectively taking him out of the play and creating a mismatch on court.
So how long could they stay like this?
Until the try scored.
Okay. So, I mean, they could have a nice little chat there, couldn't they? They could have a cup of tea almost, but Robinson eager to get free of Josko Vilka.
The reason he can't just turn and go up the line is that's travelling the line. You've got to come on either straight or at a 45-degree angle from where you've come on.
They are having a chat, look. I think Vilka just pulling a funny face there.
Timeout, blue.
Anyway, Robinson's free now, and we have a timeout situation with 4:19 left on the clock in this third quarter.
Substitution blue.
So 33-29 to Great Britain. The match on a knife edge. A place in the gold medal match up for grabs, and a place at the Paralympics in Paris, also the prize. Watch this. You're staying there, mate, I think, is what Josko Vilka was telling Stuart Robinson there. My A-level German can't stretch to you're staying there, mate, so I'll have to have a think about that. Aaron Phipps now breaking away back on the court, and we saw this in the first half, didn't we? When Phipps came on, there was another burst of impetus for Great Britain.
Yeah, just the change in lineup. I think we match up so much better with this lineup with the high-low, and obviously Phipps coming in with that energy and that speed is causing a lot of problems for the German offense.
So possession in the lap of Josko Vilka into the last 4 minutes of this quarter. Going for the long pass, it's missed by Becker, and I don't think Britta Kripke or Erbst is going to get there. No. Oh, he didn't quite get there. He nearly takes our cameraman out. He couldn't get much closer to the action, that cameraman. And Erbst, but the crucial thing in terms of the score here is Erbst is telling his teammates to get out of the way, but the ball had already crossed the line by the time he took it, Hannah.
Yeah, you've got to have possession of the ball as that and your chair goes over the line. If you fumble it or you haven't got the ball, it's no goal.
So again, fine margins because Phipps has gone down the other end and scored, so Great Britain back up to their 6-point advantage. You can see Coggan and Smith also now back out there on court. So it's Robinson and Phipps doing the attacking, Coggan and Smith doing the defending. And everybody playing their role in a Great Britain lead at the moment. Will it be a Great Britain win? Herbst lobbing it forward to Wecker. Germany not giving up on this. They've had a good tournament, finishing second in their pool. They beat the Czech Republic 60-44. They beat the Netherlands 54-48. But France were too good for Germany in the last pool game yesterday. France 63, Germany 39. So Great Britain over again, thanks to Aaron Phipps, who pulls those black sleeves up. 10 tries for Phipps, and actually, given the relatively short amount of time Phipps has been on the court, that 10 tries is a good haul for him.
Oh, he's goal lagging. He's taking every try he can.
Why not? Why not? Wilke, given the ball by Britta Kripke. Kripke from Hamburg. And it comes into Wecker, and again they look for Herbst, but Robinson is on his tail. Can't quite get there, the wheels clash and it forces Robinson wide. Robinson to Phipps, and Phipps will wait for Robinson to go beyond him. Phipps with the headband on. In yesterday's group match we had so many supporters, school children in the crowd wearing headbands in tribute to Aaron Phipps as Robinson goes over. He was such a big miss, wasn't he, Stuart Robinson, in the World Championships?
Yeah, it's played to see the way we play as a team with Stuart Robinson on court is totally different, and any team would miss a player of that calibre. The speed, the power he's got, it's so important for us to have him on court.
Germany should score here. Nice move from Kripke just to see off Robinson and allow Herbst to go round her and the British player. Still a 5-point game though, and this is still comfortable for Great Britain at the moment. Phipps doing well to hold on to that ball, and a German player is going into the sin bin, Hannah.
Yeah, so Phipps managed to hold on to the ball. He was quite intelligent about it and held it in the air so that the Germans had to put their hands in and reach, and so illegal use hands and warming it off, and now GB have got the advantage of going 4-on-3.
Yeah, so at 4-on-4, Stuart Robinson and Phipps were getting through relatively easily. At 4-on-3, it's very simple indeed. So 38-32, approaching that stage of the quarter where both teams will be thinking about trying to be the last one to score. So Herbst looks like he's taking a breather. Yeah, but they're also setting up here a set move.
Yeah, GB's setting up for a key defence to try and get a stop. I mean, they're pressing the whole game, so they're going to try and stop him in the key attack.
Oh, Herbst was looking for Wecker. It's off the head of Wecker. Can Britta Kripke pick it up? No, she got control of the ball. I don't think she did.
She didn't get control of the ball, and with the ball still being in play, she's just gone out of bounds, so it's an offensive leaving the court, so it's straight away GB ball now.
And Hannah, I know you're a referee rather than a player, but it is great to see the male and female players just playing on equal terms and not showing each other any quarter.
To be fair, it's great to see the female and males playing on the same court and not caring about each other, but it's great for the players to see male and female refs on the court as well. They're not bothered what it is. Everyone just kind of gets on in the sport.
The advantage of having a female player on court as well is it allows you to have an extra 0.5 worth of points on the pitch. So Germany have 2 female players, which in theory would give them the opportunity to have an extra full point on the pitch. Wecker, good score. And actually when Germany have tied a few passes together, they have looked very sharp. You can see how they have made it into the semi-finals.
Yeah, you can see the blueprints there for them to be a good team. And I think the more experience they gain at European Championships like this, is going to develop their players to be more confident in their abilities. Sometimes it's about exposure at the top level, and they're definitely showing themselves to be a great team.
Phipps trying to hang on to the ball there, because I think this is a situation, Mandit, where Britain would be looking to try and score. Well, they need to try and score because of the shot clock around the 50-second left mark. They're going to go over a little bit sooner than that.
No, that's pretty perfect. Anything between 50 and 55 seconds is usually what we're trying to aim for. That allows Germany to have the next possession, but it guarantees us the last score. with the 40-second shot clock.
So players carried on, even though Britta Kripke is getting repairs. No, the ball. Player has been brought back. Player's been brought back into the corner. They were all charging up to the far end there, but Kripke needed a repair to her wheel. So just under a minute to go. 40-33 to Great Britain. So Germany, even though they're behind, they will use up this shot clock because they don't want to give Great Britain another chance to score before the end of the quarter.
Yeah, Jimmy had success with his key defence in the last play, so they've tried to reset again, and they're going to try again to get this ball turned over.
So you can't have 4 defensive players in the key at once, or 4 players, any kind of players in the key at once, but you can have 3. So the shot clock's going down, look, 5, 4, 3, 2 and 1, and they're not getting through. So possession will hand over to Great Britain. The hooter there wasn't for the end of the quarter, it was for the end of the shot clock, and a couple of players need chair repairs here.
Yeah, that was perfectly executed by Great Britain. Just the key defence set up allowed them to run the clock down, and Germany had little to no options to score that try.
Robinson having a wheel change. Some heavy-duty gear going on there. Earps, I think this is Paul Shaw, by the way, the British head coach, looking on. I think Earps was a bit miffed with the referee, seemed to be suggesting he'd made a gesture to say, I need a chair repair, which would have brought play to a halt. Anyway, just over 15 seconds to go in this quarter. A British score now would wrap things up surely, even with a quarter to go. Phipps tried to find Robinson, and that's why. A bit of a mistake there, or certainly miscommunication by Phipps and Robinson, and it leaves Germany with 7 seconds to try and get a score. So this could be a crucial moment in the match as a whole. The Hail Mary from Earps goes straight to Jack Smith, who will put that up his jumper, because it means that at the end of the 3rd quarter, Great Britain have a 7-point lead now at the end of 3 quarters of this semi-final. It's Great Britain 40, Germany 33. Join us again in a few moments.
So there we have it, end of the 3rd quarter, and it's 40 tries to Great Britain, 33 to Germany, so they have a 7-try lead at the moment going into the final quarter. Steve, what did you make of that quarter? Because at half-time they're 5 ahead, they've stretched it to 7. Is that enough?
Yeah, I know, is it? quarter you end up with maybe two or three more, and the lead is certainly stretching now. But what I'm watching is the difference in tactics between the two teams. Your classifications and the players on court completely determine how you play. And if you look at Germany, there's a lot of passes in their game to get from one end to the other. The ball's doing the work. Whereas with Great Britain, the two high pointers, it's a lot more end-to-end, just getting the ball and gunning it.
Right, one more quarter then for Great Britain to book themselves a place in the final tomorrow. Let's hand that back to our commentary team of Andy Stevenson, Mandy Semi and Hannah Aldridge.
Thank you, Ed and Steve. So 40 points to 33 with 1 quarter to go in Great Britain's favour. Just looking at the quarter scores, the first quarter was 15-10 to Great Britain, 13 all in the second, and then 12-10 to Great Britain in the third. And here comes Robinson straight away in the first 20 seconds of the final quarter. Remember, a place in the gold medal match at these European Championships up for grabs, and also qualification for the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, where, of course, Great Britain would be defending champions, having won in Tokyo. So lots up for grabs. The shot clock's counting down. A great pass in there from Robinson to Kellett. I don't know how he found the space to get that pass away, Robinson.
Yeah, that was a close call there. The German key defence was really on top. We had 3 seconds to score, and Nick Cummins just managed to get the try over.
I gave the majority of the credit there to Robinson for the pass, but actually looking at the replay again, Cummins did superbly well to react to the pass coming into him at pace, and the German player is over. Looked to be a legal challenge, Hannah.
Yeah, that was completely fine. GB are going to keep the ball. If the play would have been if Stu Robinson would have chucked the ball down the other end, the play would have actually carried on and let the German guy leave on his own.
He actually clipped his own players, Will, I think, there anyway, but play is back underway. That was Hannah Aldridge, Wheelchair Rugby referee.
That was an unfortunate turnover there for Germany, being knocked out by their own players, and yeah, we capitalised on it.
And Mandip, just picking up on what Steve was chatting about there after the break, you can see that when a team doesn't have, you know, the same number of 3.5 players, or maybe the same quality of 3.5 players as the other, it's a real disadvantage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more of a balanced line, so they have to use the ball to move around, because they haven't got those dominant 3.5 players to make those big races and to win those races. So every player has to carry the ball and be comfortable with it, which opens up for more turnovers.
So again, Britain, as they have done, starting without Aaron Phipps on the court, but Phipps will be coming on later. Robinson, I think I'm right in saying, has played every minute so far. 43-33 now.
The GB have converted that turnover to go for a 10-point lead now, which is a bit more comfortable than that 5-point lead we had.
I think we can start to talk about the final and Paris. A 10-point lead with less than a quarter to go would be an incredible turnaround from the Germans. Here's Jens Saubier. First time we've been seeing him this afternoon into Josko Wilke. Saubier, 36 years old. His wife, Isabella, is involved in the classification procedure for World Wheelchair Rugby. And Robinson putting on the afterburners, flicking the ball casually to bounce it and getting over the line. He always makes things look tremendously easy, doesn't he, Robinson? He doesn't give much away either with his facial expression.
Yeah, you could see Jens right there, just as he was pushing by. He didn't even attempt to try and chase him, just watched him go by. He's such a phenomenal athlete, and the speed he's got is brilliant.
Within the limits of the players at their disposal, can Germany try anything different here to try and you know, can you go into sort of overload mode here to try and get points on the ball quickly?
To be honest, I think they've taken their start line off now, which almost you can presume they're kind of like getting other players' experience now. It's going to be hard to get the score back to a competitive level. So it's about getting other players' experience on the court now.
That was a 4 in a key situation, wasn't it? 4 players in the key, so Cummins goes into the sin bin until Germany score. Germany's tournament wouldn't be over. They would go into the bronze medal match tomorrow at 12 noon. So still a chance to finish third. and take bronze at this European Championships, and that might be enough depending on what France do for qualification for the Paralympic Games. France-Denmark, the other semi-final, coming up for you later on the YouTube channel, Channel 4 Sport, at 6 p.m. this evening. So it's now an 11-point deficit. What's Stuart Robinson unhappy about there, do you think? He just
it looks
away?
like there's an equipment, so... Is it Johnny on the floor?
Yeah, Coggan is on the floor there.
And Stu Robinson was just saying that they needed to call the equipment a bit quicker to get him up. But with them going for the goal, they would have left him on the floor for a little bit because there's no danger. They weren't coming back his way.
And for all the crash bang wallop, it's not a sport where you get players lashing out at the officials, you know, shouting abuse, etc.
No, it's quite a polite sport actually. It's really nice to ref. Most of the players are quite polite.
Yeah, I think that's where it shares its mannerisms with rugby. You have that etiquette on the court, that respect between the two teams.
Now here's a moment for you. Coral Beatty, Great Britain's female player, is out on the court for the first time in this semi-final, and it is her birthday, 28 years old today. And it looks like she's going to celebrate with a win and a place in the final. Coral Beatty was a part of the women's squad who won the Women's World Cup just in March. And she was also the youngest player, I think, and the only female in the Rio squad that you were part of, Mandit.
Yeah, she was one of my teammates. A lovely girl with so much potential. She took a bit of a break away from the sport, and now she's back in a GB shirt, which is great.
And Phipps back out there again. So Paul Shaw giving Beatty an opportunity to get some game time in. We saw Jonathan Coggan knocked over earlier on, and Beatty in a way can do some of the work that he was doing alongside Jack Smith. Also Gavin Walker out there, Britain's number 4. And that's a score for Mikhail Folter, who took a break from the sport in 2020, back now. So you can see we've got different players out there for both teams. I think both teams accepting that the result is going to go the way the scoreboard shows at the moment, as we have another technical repair in the centre circle. Aaron Phipps gets through so many wheels in a tournament. Is that just coincidence, or because he's one of the ones who's always charging around?
Well, when you're going that quick, you've got a target on your back. You're carrying that ball. It's almost a given, but I'm sure he takes out a few tries as well.
So Phipps hanging on this time just to make sure his teammates are in a good formation for the German attack to come. 21 here, Florian Bongard. Plays for the Koblenz Speedos back in Germany. Big hit from Phipps. And they tried to find Josko Vilka, but the ball's come out down here by the officials' table. Phipps, a very vocal player as well. There's the hit. Oh, good hit from Phipps. Looks better in slow motion as well. And Coral Beatty is about to score a try. It's a birthday try. And the crowd love that. She just gets on with the game, as you would expect. And as Mandit mentioned, she took a break from the sport after the Rio Paralympics, but she didn't take a break in life. She's had 2 children since the Rio Paralympics and is now back out there wearing the Great Britain jersey. Beatty couldn't quite get her hands on that one, and Mikhail Folter goes across the line again. But now these are pretty elementary scores, I think, for both teams. The result is set with 4 minutes to go, and we have a Germany timeout.
Red, substitution red, blue.
So the referee clearly announcing to the teams and also the crowd that this is a timeout. Christoph Werner, the German coach, will be proud of the way his team are playing. But Steve, it's all over now, surely.
So I'm sitting here watching this game now, and obviously the lead is starting to grow. We've got 10 points in it now, and both teams are starting to run their benches, which does all the teams a favour. I mean, what it does, it means that looking at Great Britain, imagining scores staying pretty much as they are, it gives some of those players a bit of a rest before going into the final tomorrow, running the bench, using everybody that they've got. And it's great to see the people like Coral out there making the most of our opportunity, playing in front of a home crowd, and not just that, but scoring tries.
Steve Brown, former Great Britain captain, on the touchline for us. Another big hit in on Folter from Phipps. We saw Kieran Flynn out on the pitch there wearing the specs, number 11 for Great Britain. Well, goggles really, I suppose. And all of the players who are getting some game time here, desperate for some action. Oh, that is a good passage of play. That's what wheelchair rugby can be all about, and it does feel like the energy level's been raised by these new players coming on and wanting to make, quite literally, an impact. Let's see this one. It's a tumble over for Folter.
Yeah, great hit there from Dan Kelly, who's getting his first minutes on court for this semi-final. Just came in and got the sweet spot on the chair to knock over the German player.
Quite a few of these players, across all of the teams actually, at the European Championships, used to play standing rugby before they acquired their disability. Some of them acquired their disability whilst playing standing rugby, now playing wheelchair rugby. And Nick Cummins here, 37 years old, going to cross the line. He was a basketballer before taking up wheelchair rugby, and you can see why. A wiry, tall frame, his knees tucked right up under his chest, and that is the 50 up for Great Britain. Nick Cummins should really raise his bat to the crowd there for hitting the 50. Phipps getting yet more repairs done. So in a sense, both teams are relaxed out there now. They know the result is secure. Germany will be going into the bronze medal match, Great Britain into the gold medal match. Is there such a thing as showboating in wheelchair rugby, Mandip? Could we see some tricks here?
Yeah, I think we're getting to the stage now where you can start to enjoy the moment. I don't think everyone's going to showboat. There's always that respect, but you could see from that moment there, it came off Phipps's chair, but you know, we managed to retain the ball, and you could see on Phipps's face that he knew what happened there.
Phipps plays for the Solent Sharks, number 13. He's over. He's quite the athlete. He's done the London Marathon twice. He's climbed Mount Kilimanjaro as well. He lost his legs to meningitis when he was 15 years old, Aaron Phipps. And he crosses over to make it 51-38 with less than 3 minutes to go now in this semi-final. Live on Channel 4 on this Saturday afternoon, as is the final tomorrow, the gold medal match tomorrow, live on Channel 4. Do not miss that. The match itself starts at 3 p.m. tomorrow. We'll be building up to it a short time before that tip-off. 2:30 we're on air tomorrow on Channel 4, so a half-hour build-up for you. And more substitutions being made here. This is David Ross, who played in the Canada Cup last year. He's got a sports science degree up his sleeve as well. David Ross plays his club rugby in London. And here we go. A set piece coming up here. Beatty goes one way, Ross goes through the centre, Phipps goes all the way around the outside. Easy as you like. And how much time do you spend working on those kind of routines, Mandip, in training?
A lot. It's a big part of the game, the key defence and attack. So you spend time drilling, and these are set-piece plays that the players know. They'll make a call to make everyone aware what play they're doing, and then it's a case of executing that play over and over until you perfect it.
What a bit of defending there from Phipps. He can do it at both ends. This was Heath Maubach for Germany. What a block that is from Phipps. It looked a dead cert try, and he pushed him the other side of the cone.
Yeah, but Phipps was just just before the ball was turned, so he finds himself in the familiar box, sin bin.
You can see the funny side with the scoreline the way it is. So yeah, his chair had gone just over the line, hadn't it, as he put that block in.
In terms of being a 3.5, that's the least thing you want to see is your 3.5 in that sin bin, because you are left severely underpointed on court.
So just as well that Great Britain are, 14, now 13 points up. They can afford to lose Phipps for a few moments at this stage of the match. So just coming up to the final 2 minutes here in Cardiff, inside the Principality Stadium. Everyone we have spoken to this week has said they've rarely played wheelchair rugby in a stadium like this. Of course, in Japan it was in the Yoyogi Stadium, National Stadium, which was spectacular, but couldn't have many fans in it at all because of COVID during the Paralympics. Phipps managed to get across the line.
Yeah, he didn't manage to get across the line, but because Jens from Germany crossed the line, they gave a penalty try, so you still awarded the try instead of going into the bin.
And still just the 1 point for the penalty try. Now back here, getting some game time, wearing number 11. Former handball player, actually, Eve now back. So again, another man who has played a different sport before taking up wheelchair rugby and gliding through.
Time out.
53-40.
60-second timeout.
And another timeout called
Substitution
by
red.
the Germans. So Mandit, how would you try and sort of sum up how well Great Britain have played here? Because Germany were quite stubborn in the second quarter, but actually Great Britain have had it pretty much their own way in the other quarters.
Yeah, I think they had to be very professional coming to this game. It's a potential banana skin in a semi-final. The last thing you want to do is slip up and not get through to the final. So they've had to weather the storm from Germany and really sort of just calculate every play to make sure they scored every try, which they have done. And although Germany have been in and around, they were just not enough to stop the GB offence.
The voice and thoughts of Mandip Semi, who's won 3 of these European Championship titles. 2005, 7 and 15, am I right?
Yeah, you give me your dates.
Yeah. Always nice to get the research right, but Mandip Semi also been to 3 Paralympics, and that is the destination for this British team again. By winning this match and qualifying for the gold medal match, the Paris Paralympic tickets can be booked for this British team. But before that, they will want to win the European title as Phipps comes whizzing down the far wing, lobs the ball forward, long pass to come into, is waiting for it. Less than 30 seconds on the shot clock, back to Phipps. Phipps takes a look at the clock, bursts on through like a battering ram, and Phipps bossing things at the moment. 55-41 now, 14-point deficit. And Britain finishing in style. Germany have what could be the final possession of the match, and this is Masha Mosel, who we've not seen up until this point. Germany's second female player having to wrestle the ball away from Beatty and Phipps. Mosel doing really well, 19 years old, the youngest member of this German squad. Vilka almost blocked by Cummins, but gets across the line, and it leaves Great Britain 22 seconds of this semi-final with the ball. And Coral Beatty, listen to the noise for Beatty. They want her to go across the line, but she'll do the professional thing of hanging on to the ball and counting the clock down. She gives it to Cummins. Cummins will put the handbrake on here, takes his time to go across the line, and it leaves Germany just 6 seconds now of this semi-final. So the crowd, I'm sure, will do a countdown here as we get into the final 5 seconds of the match. The ball's going to go out of play, though. It's not quite over yet. And also we have a wheel change required by Mikhail Folter. So the crowd go hushed again. They were ready to celebrate. We were ready to celebrate with the Great Britain team. 56-42 is a very convincing win, particularly at this stage of the tournament. Paul Shaw, I'm sure, I knew I was going to say that at least once, Paul Shaw, I'm sure, will be incredibly proud of his squad out there. And I think we'll get some big celebrations from the British players in the next few moments. Germany punt the ball in, it's on the halfway line. They call a timeout to make sure that they can get out of their half in time.
So what they've done there, they've got two timeouts left. They've passed the ball halfway up the court, called a timeout instantly to then allow them to inbound the ball now from that point, which is a closer pass, that key, to try and score this last goal.
They are delaying the defeat, really, aren't they? Drawing it out, Germany, as they're perfectly entitled to do. 0.01 seconds on the clock. Great Britain are within touching distance now of the final. Of course, that clock doesn't actually start until a player touches it, so it's not like the whistle's going to go immediately here.
Yeah, for Germany, it's not about the scoreline, it's about good practice, it's an opportunity to execute.
Well, it's Great Britain that have executed their game plan here this afternoon. And it's Britain that are going to go through to the final, the gold medal match, 56 points to 42 against Germany, who will play for the bronze medal tomorrow against either France or Denmark. And it's job well done for these men and women in blue this afternoon, and the crowd here in Cardiff responding. Coral Beatty celebrating her birthday with a semi-final win, and they know a gold or silver is up for grabs tomorrow, but more importantly perhaps they know they are going back to Paris, to the Paralympics, to defend their Paralympic title. Great Britain 56, Germany 42. And the sportsmanship as all of the squads and staff give each other high fives along the line. Mandip, will France or Denmark be intimidated by that Great Britain performance?
They'll be definitely taking note. You know, both the teams will have one eye in the final. It's going to be hard to call who makes the game tomorrow. You know, it's a coin toss between the two. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, we will get reaction from the British squad. Don't go anywhere, but we'll nip off for a quick ad break.
Hi Fipsy, Drew.
How's it going? You alright?
I'm fine. How are you?
Yeah, a bit broken, but I'm alright. Glad that got over. Got a bit sticky in the middle, but we're there.
intro you as well at this top. So GB have done it. They have beaten Germany in the semi-final to put themselves a place in the final of the European Championships tomorrow. Who they'll be facing, we'll find out later today. But the game ended up 56-42, a convincing result in the end. So right now we can hear from one of the heroes, Aaron Phipps. He is with Drew Lilly.
Phippsy, first and foremost, congratulations. You've made it through to the final. The fans probably thought it was routine, but they really pushed you hard in the first half, in particular, Germany.
Yeah, absolutely. They put on a really strong performance. Their passing is exceptional. The way they throw it about between each other, you think, yeah, we've got a good press here. Next thing you know, the ball's gone on over the top and landed on someone's lap. So yeah, they put in a really good show.
You personally must be absolutely exhausted. You had some real battles out there, particularly with your opposite number, Marco Herbst.
Yeah, I was playing a zonal press, so covering a lot of court, a lot of ground. That's why coaches were taking me on and off. But it was, yeah, it was pretty intense. And he's rapid, incredibly rapid. He carries a little bit less weight than me. I hit a little bit harder, but he's a bit quicker.
Qualified for the final, so well done on that. And it also means that you've qualified for the Paralympics next year. How good is that?
Yeah, I mean, we've still got a job to do. We want to come out firing in the final tomorrow, but yeah, I'd forgotten until we were in the circle. Coach said, congratulations, you're going to the Paralympics, and that's never a given. You know, we got the gold in Tokyo, we had a shaky year last year, so to be in the final tomorrow, we're back in a really good place.
Well played, I'll let you go and cool off.
Cheers, thank you very much, thank you.
So from one legend to two others, I'm joined by former GB captain Steve Brown and, of course, Stuart Robinson. Still sweaty from the pitch. What was it like out there?
We knew it was going to be a tough performance to come out there and play against Germany. They always play pretty well, and obviously with Marco and Josko and Stefan and basically whatever line they put out, they're going to move the ball pretty well. So we knew we had to be at top of our game, and luckily we were, and we came away with a win.
And that was a huge part of it, wasn't it? I was watching tactically. The idea with Great Britain is pretty much get the ball into the high pointers' hands, keep passes to a minimum, because every pass has got room for error. But Germany, they had to pass.
Yeah, the way that Germany play, obviously they move the ball really, really well, and they've got a number of different players who can handle the ball and let alone pass the ball. So, like you said, for us to move the ball to the high pointers and kind of play a lot of high-low rugby is pretty much the complete opposite from when we play Germany. So yeah.
I know you're not going to want to talk about yourself because I know what you like, but you scored 28 tries, but it's very much a team sport. Are you happy with how your side are performing throughout this competition?
Yeah, I think we've been building into this tournament from the very start. I know we had a pretty different opener against Israel, so we never played them before, but we've been building into the whole tournament. We knew it was going to get tougher the more games that we played. Great game last night, great atmosphere last night, and then to play again together against Germany, and then tomorrow the big one.
What I loved as well, you talk about those team tactics, is that there was a lot of the bench being run out today, everyone, and using the bench is important, isn't it? Especially when you've got another big game the next day.
Yeah, exactly. I think the fact that we have got quite a deep squad helps us massively. The way that we've been playing throughout this tournament means that we can run different lines and get different players on and give them more experience at this sort of kind of level, so yeah.
So France or Denmark in the final, they're playing next. You've obviously already beaten Denmark, it was a good performance last night. Who do you fancy? Who would you rather play against?
Well, I'd play anyone, to be honest. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but I think that it's going to be a tough game whoever we play. We know France with the game that they play. Denmark, you saw from last night how well that they play. So it's going to be a great game this evening, and obviously we're looking forward to who we've come against tomorrow.
All right, we won't keep you any longer. Go and have a shower. Stop stinking out of a little platform there, Stu. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, so we've heard from Great Britain now. Let's hear from some of the German players who withdrew.
You must be very disappointed with the result, but still proud of your performance. You've pushed Great Britain really hard today.
Yeah, we are not disappointed with the score. It was good. To the halftime, we played very good. It was only 5 goals, or 5 twice. So yeah, we played well. And then we saw, okay, we don't have a chance now. We go with the other teammates and let them play, and then yeah, that's the result there.
You played in an absolutely wonderful stadium with thousands of local fans, but there are a lot of Germans here supporting you as well.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can't remember that we have so many fans in one stadium here, and yeah, you can see we have a nice crowd, and yeah, it was good.
So tomorrow you're going to play in the bronze medal match. You must be hoping now that France make it into the final, and that way, if you win the bronze medal match tomorrow, you can qualify for the Paralympics.
Yeah, that's what we hope now, that France beat Denmark, and we beat Denmark tomorrow. That's what we want to try, and directly qualifying to the Paralympics, yes.
Thanks very much. All the best for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well, please say Manny made it back from the comms box. Welcome back. I know, generally, what did you make of that half? But something that me and Steve have been touching on was how well GB were blocking. So the amount of passes that Germany had to make. Did you notice that in comms as well?
Yeah, it's a combination of Jack Smith and Jonathan Coggan doing the work off the ball. It allows players like Phipsy and Robinson to really to get into the faces of the defence, and that was the key moments in the game when the turnovers came. So it was amazing team performance, and every time they took the court, it really changed the dynamics and the speed of how GB were playing.
Yeah, it was amazing. Look, we've had a festival atmosphere in here all week, and it's been incredible. Lots of young kids, lots of people in or out of wheelchairs really enjoying themselves. How important has wheelchair rugby been in your lives?
Oh, it's huge. I think many of us come from having spinal cord injuries, so it's a case for us to try something new in terms of sport. But what it gives you is an outlet, something to change your lives, and it's the ability to play for your country. It's amazing. Steve can vouch for even that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was quite sporty before my injury, having the opportunity to play wheelchair rugby after my injury, and have the pathway that I did. I know that it didn't just help me in terms of my physical ability, but mentally, and then obviously the skills you learn through sport help you in life as well.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? That's global, but it's great that so many more people are getting to enjoy the sport, and long may that continue. Right, let's have a look at how the rest of the competition's been shaping up and how we're going to look moving forward. So Great Britain, of course, have beaten Germany 56-42, booking themselves a place in tomorrow's final, which will be live on Channel 4 from 3 o'clock, and in the other semi-final, which you can watch on YouTube just after this, France versus Denmark, to find out who GB will be playing. There we go. So we're live on Channel 4 tomorrow at 2:30, and of course you can head over to YouTube straight after this tonight at 5:45 to see who they'll be playing, France or Denmark. So guys, are we confident tomorrow? Do you reckon GB are going to get the win, whoever they're playing against?
I think it's going to be a tough game. It's going to be really difficult to call it in terms of who's going to win, but the important thing for us is we've qualified now, and that's a bit of winning themselves.
Well, first thing we've got to do is get through the next semi-final, see who they're up against.
Can't wait. So that's all we've got time for. Head over to YouTube to watch the next semi-final if you want. If not, we'll see you here tomorrow for the big one. Welcome to the unbelievable Principality Stadium in the middle of wonderful Cardiff, where we are seeing some high quality wheelchair rugby. We have just seen the first of two semi-finals where Great Britain got the job done against Germany, ending up winners 56-42 and booking themselves a place in the final. Stuart Robinson showing his strength, he's still got it, and it was a physical game as well. Everyone inside the stadium, a great atmosphere, is enjoying brilliant sport. So here we are, we're ready, we're gearing up for the second semi-final, which is France versus Denmark, to find out who Great Britain will be playing tomorrow. 3 o'clock tip-off, we're starting live on Channel 4 at 2:30 for that one. France, of course, have been great all tournament. They're 3 from 3 so far. They top their pool, so they go into this very confident. Denmark, on the other hand, losing to Great Britain yesterday. However, they're one of the best sides in the world. They'll be looking to bring it back against France in this second semi-final. But a tough ask indeed. I'm joined by Mandip. Mandip, thanks for joining me. What did you make of that semi-final, first of all, between GB and Germany? Enough there to be confident about tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it was a really professional performance from GB. You know, there's a potential banana skin there with Germany because they came out hard, but it's been good to see. I think the whole team have played really well.
Yeah, and what about this game now? So, people to watch, what are we expecting between these two teams? Because it's the first time they've met in this competition.
Yeah, it's really tough to call because they've got history between them. Both teams have won against each other, and I think they both got really big hitters. Players to watch in this game, especially for France. We've got Jonathan Hivenet, who's their star player, someone who's really aggressive and has that silky skip-smooth skills. And then over for Denmark, we have Mark Peters, again an aggressive player, Leon Jorgensen, and obviously Seb Fredriksson is another great player. So it's going to be hard to watch.
Yeah, some great players on both sides. How important is that momentum, though? Obviously, Denmark losing to Great Britain yesterday, France riding off 3 wins. Is that going to make a difference?
Yeah, they're going to have to pick themselves up really quickly because it's difficult to lose a game like that and come into a semi-final. But it's all to lose, you know. They have to go out hard and win this game because it's a big final at stake. And I think both teams will want to be in that final.
Yeah, they definitely will. But France are the current champions at the moment. Let's hear from one of their players now.
Corentin, last year at the World Cup, France won all of their group games and then lost to Denmark in the knockout stages. This year, you've won all of your group games and you're playing Denmark in the knockout stages. Are you nervous?
Not at all. We know that we have to win this game and we know how to win. So now we just have to play and we will see after. But not really nervous. Maybe we are more excited.
Has your coach, Bob Van Akker, been working on anything in particular for you to face the Danes?
We know the game plan and we know how to play them. Now we just have to put on the field what we had on the paper, and maybe I think that we're going to win.
And how are your teammates feeling? Are they confident as well?
Yeah, we are pretty confident. We know, as I said, we know how to play, and we just have to do. And yeah, we are pretty confident.
Bonne chance. Good luck.
Thank you. Merci.
So the French sounding confident, but Sandy, what's your predictions for the game today?
Yeah, I think it will start tight. Probably go goal for the first quarter, maybe the first half. But France will be the informed team, and I think they'll start to edge it. They'll have that confidence going forward in this game, and I think they'll be just too strong for Denmark.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out very soon. And with that in mind, let's hand it up to our commentators, Andy Severson, Steve Brown, and they're joined by Jim Roberts.
Good evening, thank you very much, Ed. Well, let's have a look at the French lineup. And Jonathan Hivernat, he is the main man for them, the captain, the three-pointer. Cédric Nankin, 1.5-pointer. He's probably the best defender, the best 1.5-pointer in the world. Adrien Chalmin, and Sébastien Verdun. So they're going pretty much with a high-low lineup, 2 3-pointers, but Cédric Nankin is going to give them so much at the back and in terms of defense. Denmark, well, they're also going pretty much high-low. Sebastian Frederiksen, Leon Jørgensen, the captain. So the two players who are the high pointers. Sofia Skolbu is interesting. She's a low pointer, and the fact that they are starting with a female player means that they can play 8.5 points. So that means Karen Mormon Nielsen, the number 5, the 1.5 pointer, is allowed to play. And if you add all that up, that comes to 8.5, and you're allowed usually 8 points on court at any one time, but 8.5 if you have a female player. So a little bit of a benefit there for the Danes as they bid to make it through to the final. Plenty of Danish fans still here at the moment. They've been watching the first semi-final of the day, where Great Britain defeated Germany. I'm sure that you were watching that one as well at home, wherever it is you're watching around the world. There is Cédric Nankin. So many times best in class, Jonathan Hivernat, and then over to the Danish camp, Jørgensen, the captain. Mormon Nielsen, one of the starters, Sofia Skolbu as well. Kurt Busk, 56 years old. He is very much the doyen of this tournament. Jesper Krue behind, and the unmistakable mop of hair that is Christian Bak Eriksen. They are getting ready to come down the tunnel. He's got the Aaron Phipps headband, has Leon Jørgensen, who has played plenty of club wheelchair rugby here in Great Britain. So has Sebastian Frederiksen. And out come the Danes, led by their captain, Jørgensen, one of the starters, one of the high pointers. We're talking about high points and low points. For those of you who haven't watched before, in case you weren't watching the GB versus Denmark match, then the classification is based on your levels of impairment. So the highest pointers are the ones with the least impairment, so 3.5 pointers along the lines of Stu Robinson and Aaron Phipps, 14 GB. And then the low pointers, the likes of Johnny Coggan, are the ones with the highest level of impairment. And it's a little bit like picking your own fantasy team. You are allowed 8 points on the court at any one time, unless, of course, you have female players, and you're allowed an extra 0.5. Squad of 12, and both teams have a full squad to choose from. Mark Peters, will be seeing plenty of him. He wears a headband as well, like his fellow captain. Youngster Christopher Christensen making his debut at a big tournament here. Now the French getting ready to come out. The French, the reigning European champions, qualified already for the Paralympics. There's Riyad Salem, 52 years old, the number 9, their main high pointer. Maybe 52 years old, but he's going to be the quickest man out there today. The captain, Jonathan Hivernat, plays for Stade Toulousain, plays for Toulouse. A huge name in rugby union and in wheelchair rugby. Cédric Nankin, we've been talking about him earlier. The best 1.5 player in the world, arguably. Nicolas Valentin, 2-pointer. Adrien Chalmin, 36-year-old. We'll see a fair bit of Rodolphe Jarlon as well. He's one of the main substitutes that they bring on, and you're allowed to bring on substitutes as often as you like, and you can come off and on. It's been described as more or less like ice hockey, where you can change lines, bring them off and on, almost as often as you like. Not while play is going on, which is the case in ice hockey, but you will get to see that as this match wears on. Sébastien Verdun, he's another of the flyers there. You can see he was at 3.0, so one of the quicker ones. And then Corentin Le Guen, a low pointer, who was interviewed just before the start of this match, and who said that there was no need for them to be nervous. There is Jordan Ducré's mother in the crowd. Looking supremely confident, the French, as you would expect of the reigning champions. There is a beautiful country, which is the Danish national anthem, and then the La Marseillaise, the French bloodthirsty national anthem that came before that, and this could well be a bloodthirsty match. Obviously not bloodthirsty at the moment. Look at them all smiles, fist bumps, getting ready now. I'm Drew Lilly, and alongside me, well, in the commentary box, we have an absolutely star-studded lineup. We've got a Tokyo gold medalist and a former GB captain. I've got Jim Roberts and Steve Brown alongside me. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to clear off because you guys have forgotten more about wheelchair rugby than I've ever known. So take it away.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job so far, that's for sure. But no, really excited about this level of competition. Just seen GB get their way through to the final. These two now are going to be fighting tooth and claw for their spot. And, well, Jim, I'm excited for this.
I'm really excited, yeah. I mean, France are obviously defending champions and wanting to lay a big claim down now before ahead of their home Paralympic Games next year.
That's right, France have qualified automatically as the host nation. And there are two more spots up for grabs, or rather there were two spots up for grabs. GB have taken one of them. It's the two finalists who are going to qualify, but if France make it through to the final, then it'll be the winner of the bronze medal match tomorrow, the bronze medal match, which will feature the defeated semi-finalists. That's Germany, who've just lost 52-36 to none other than Great Britain. And whoever comes out on the wrong side of this particular result. So the tip-off is to come. 4 quarters, 8 minutes each, no quarter given, between France and Denmark. France in blue, Denmark unfamiliar in white, and the first tip-off, well, it was tipped by France, but it is stolen by the Danes, so it's the equivalent of a first turnover. You can see the shot clock is there underneath the game clock, which is ticking down from 8 minutes, and the shot clock ticks down from 40. You've got 40 seconds in which to score, and Sebastian Fredriksson fires that one over to Mark Jørgensen. And when you've got two high pointers, well, it's you've always got some outlets there on the attacking side.
Certainly, and I can remember when Jørgensen came into the game, he completely changed the shape and the way of Denmark. Sometimes it only takes one player, particularly a high point player, and all of a sudden the team becomes so different with such different dimensions.
Yeah, Denmark have really improved over the last sort of 10 years. Like you said, Fredriksson coming into the team really sort of grabbed hold of that 3.5 that he is, dominant player, and will look to be pushing his dominance on the court today.
A point apiece, and there is Fredriksson, fires it forward. Well, that was just out of the reach of Jonathan Hivernin.
Brilliant pass.
You can see here with the lineups that both teams have got, they're very evenly matched in sort of a man-to-man way. So it's going to be interesting to see how the presses shape up, how they use their strengths, their heights, their speeds to put those presses on, and of course then to break the presses, get out and score some tries.
Yes, both teams with a couple of high pointers, and we could see them there for France. Hivernin, number 21, and Verdun, 33. Cédric Nankin is the number 3, and then they've got Corentin Le Guen as the low pointer. And then very much the same for Denmark. Jørgensen and Fredriksson are the high pointers. Karamom Nielsen, the number 5, and then Sofia Skobu is the low pointer. But they're allowed to play an extra 0.5, and a timeout called already. Jørgensen didn't think he was going to get out of his own half there.
No, it's quite funny. You're watching it, and with a little bit of experience in the game, you can see maybe 3 or 4 seconds before they call timeout that they're going to call timeout. You could see in the shape that they had there, every one of Finland's players Denmark's players, excuse me, were squashed and trapped underneath a French player. There was nowhere to go, no outlets at all.
Yeah, they were looking to do pick and rolls, but like Steve just said, they were all too compressed. They need to space the court and use their great passing that they've got with this team.
Nielsen with the inbound to Fredriksson. Just about manages to stay inside, beats the touchline and coasts through. Makes it look so easy, but it was so easy for him because there were some wonderful blocks.
Just getting a glimpse of how fast Sebastian is. We'll see some real speed in this match today.
And he's got eyes as blue as a French jersey. Speaking of French jerseys, it's in the hands of Hivernin, the captain. Pins back his ears. Big hit from Nankin.
It's such a team sport. I know that we've said it before, it is something that we bring up a lot, but as a sport, particularly a ball sport, eyes and the attention follows the ball. But the thing is there's so much work, such a tactical game happening right across the court. All of the lower point players making that space, making the picks, so that the ball and the high point players can move. I mean, Jim, as great as you are and as fast as you were, however you want to put it these days, those low pointers are essential, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely. There's 4 guys on the court, and everyone has to be pulling their weight for a team to be good. You can't have just one guy that's amazing. It really is a team sport, and European rugby is at such a high level now that every team is competing at this top level and need everyone to be performing.
Jim's still fast on the court. I can attest to that myself. Yesterday I was trying to catch up with him to interview him during and after the celebrity match, and it could have gone either way, that match, and then Jim brought himself back on, and all of a sudden it was a very, very comfortable Welsh victory, and you should have seen the hit he laid on Kylie Grimes.
Yeah, well, I was sitting watching in the stands, and I heard it before I saw it. I was distracted slightly, and then you hear the big crash like thunder, and you know something's happening, so...
I asked Kylie afterwards, and she said, "Oh, that was only 50%. I know him. That was nothing." And I thought, "Good grief, if that was only 50%."
No, it's brilliant, and that is part of the game. But it sounds and looks worse than it is most of the time. The chairs take the brunt of the impact. There's not too much going on the physical side, you know, in terms of body. Look at that speed.
Tell my shoulders that, Steve. There's plenty on the physical side of this.
So a penalty try awarded here, leaving the court. That was because Ivernat went out of the court in an attempt, a desperate attempt to stop Jørgensen before he could get over the line. He knew that he was odds on to score.
I think Jonathan there was just reminding Leon that he's faster, and next time he might not be quite so lucky in getting the goal.
Yes, there are a lot of personal battles, and here's one, Ivernat against a three-pointer in Ivernat against 3.5 Fredriksson, and you need some wheels to get past him. You need some skill as well, and Ivernat's got both.
Really good stuff there, and you can see that as well as that straight line top speed, he's a very agile player as well. The turns that he makes there, inside, outside, through those small gaps, really good stuff.
I get really tired watching Jonathan. He always seems to be moving. His chair never stops. Just one of those players that works incredibly hard.
Kara Momme Nielsen was the one who was waiting forward in the key.
Both teams are very disciplined and focused at the moment. We've not seen, apart from the tip, we've not seen any turnovers, have we?
We haven't. There was the one at the tip-off, as you say. Now you can... Timeout called by number 44, that's Corentin Le Guen. He's the one on the right, the inbounder, and he called a timeout because he didn't think he was going to be able to inbound the ball, get it into the court within 10 seconds. The shot clock and the game clock, they don't start until the ball has been inbounded. However, the referees count out with their arms 10 seconds, because otherwise people could take as long as they liked. So a timeout taken. We can see the referee counting out again, and Ivernat manages to get himself loose. And away he goes. You have to bounce it every 10 seconds.
He's looking for help. Very patient now, very patient. Although the ball didn't leave his hands, he used every member of his team to make space, make the picks and the blocks. It's not always about that top straight line speed.
But occasionally it is, particularly when Fredriksson gets the ball in his lap.
Absolutely, it's very nice to have it in the locker, there's no doubt about that.
Inbounds to Verdun. We haven't seen a whole lot of him, but he's got wheels as well.
Yeah, he's deceptively fast. I remember when he first came onto the scene and it was just like, whoa, who is this guy coming out? He came out of nowhere. Formerly a basketball player, I think he still does a little bit, but yeah, he really hit the ground hard when he started playing.
Yes, there's a lot of crossover in sports, in wheelchair sports, and a lot of wheelchair basketball low pointers tend to be wheelchair rugby high pointers, and the great thing is you can play more than one sport. You're not obliged to just pick one and stick with it, and we very much encourage people to play a wide variety of wheelchair sports.
That's one of the interesting things when you look at the physicality of wheelchair rugby and how hard hitting it is, and you know, in some respects, really quite an aggressive sport. It's actually played by what would be the weakest of basketball players, and indeed people that wouldn't even qualify for basketball because their disabilities are so severe.
8 apiece, and we are halfway through the first quarter. And are we going to have the first genuine turnover? There we go. And yes, Ivernat, that was a long time coming for the French, but that shows how closely matched these teams are, how delighted Ivernat is to get that turnover. Has to be remembered that at the World Championships last year in Denmark, only 7 months ago, France absolutely cruised through their group stages. They picked the pocket of Great Britain. Great Britain were a good 3 points clear with barely a couple of minutes to go. And the French somehow managed to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat there. Went on to beat USA in the group stages, topped their group, and then Denmark, who'd finished 4th in their group, beat them in the quarterfinals. So real shock there, and I think it's once bitten, twice shy as far as the French are concerned. They're definitely not going to be taken by surprise this time around.
Yeah, these two teams have some real history. There's been some great battles over the years. I remember one in particular would be the 2019 European Championships, and France were an informed team coming there, but Denmark beat them in their semi-final that day.
That's the thing, isn't it, with these top-level teams across Europe, some of the best rugby and rugby players in the world are here in Europe. And even though the scores are very high a lot of the time, you know, maybe 50 points, although both teams might score 50 points, it'll be separated by the last seconds of the last quarter by one try. And it's amazing how much effort and concentration has to go into all of that. And of course, the game clock and shot clock control as well, just to put all that effort in to win by one.
Timeout called by Fredriksson, as you can see on the shot clock, top left of your screen, 29. And if it gets down to 28, then it's a turnover if you haven't got it over the halfway line. So it's a timeout, so that's the... Well, it'll give Denmark another 12 seconds to get it over the halfway line, and it also means we can have some substitutions. So we have Mark Peters, who has come on. He looks a heck of a lot like Jørgensen, that's the only problem. Wears a Phipps-esque headband, but I don't think you would quite confuse the two. Now it's another turnover for the French. Well, it's like buses. You wait hours for one to come along, and all of a sudden you get two at once.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of maybe lack of concentration or focus. As well as that, France have forced Denmark to use 2 timeouts as well. You use the timeout when you're in trouble, in bother, like maybe now. Is it going to be a long ball?
Well, this is going to be a very, very tough one. It was far too difficult for Jesper Kruger to try to reel in. It was fired forward by Fredriksson, but there was no way that Kruger, who is a one-pointer, was going to have the wheels to get that one.
No, I think everyone on the Denmark team would have struggled to catch that one, and probably even Aaron Phipps would have struggled to get on the end of that one. A little bit too much on it. Under the pressure, you can see forced one turnover and then another comes straight after.
So all of a sudden, things getting away a little bit from the Danes. They matched France point for point, possession for possession, and that's 2 in a row there. 2 turnovers. Verdun getting into the game a little bit more. Mathieu Thirier, a 1.5-pointer, has come on for the French. Yvernat, he's not going off, and he's not going anywhere while Fredriksson is on the court. As we have a look at the Danes who have made the journey down here. Danes got a lot of support the other day from the Welsh school kids in the crowd because they were wearing red, so why not?
Yes. I really enjoy watching when a team's on form and maybe you're seeing a few mistakes coming through, but all of the errors have been forced. It's not a case of particularly sloppy play, and like we say, Denmark have been quite smart using their timeouts as well. It's been forced pressure from France, not silly mistakes from Denmark.
Yvernat does a 360, moves around a bit more, another 360. He's got about 1080. 3, 2, 1. And the timeout was called. As you can see, there was 1 second left on the shot clock.
Yeah, crucial that. Crucial timeout. Keep possession, 15 more seconds. Let's see if they've got it.
Well, it's been called by Adrien Chalmin, the number 4. There we go. You can see the T symbol, the universal T symbol. Bob Van Acker, the coach, dispensing a few words of wisdom. There's a minute 25 to go as well, so he's going to be talking about timestamps and set plays.
Yeah, so 15 seconds left. France will have a set play that they'll run against a key defense, which is what Denmark are going to be employing now. They'll, look to move people around and create that space so they can score the try.
They've only got 13 seconds to do it. It resets the shot clock, but only to 15, and touch the cone.
Wow, that was a close one. If you need to have the front, just having a look here. So you need the front casters. Already 2 wheels need to cross the line neatly without hitting a cone or without. Whoa! All 3 of us sat there and we're not quite so sure as the ref was that that might have the try.
I think they've got away with one there.
They have, yes. That was, well, it was simultaneous, I think we'll say.
And you'll see now that the teams will both start to look to manage the clock. They'll look to score around 50 seconds and then look to score the last goal. Scoring the last goal is worth quite a lot of points. In wheelchair rugby, it can mean up to a 2-point swing coming into the next quarter.
Yeah, 55 is quite often a timestamp, 56.9 there. And that means, for France, it means that Denmark can't take any more than 40 seconds unless they use a timeout. So what Fredriksen's going to do now is say, well, I'm going to leave. You wanted to leave yourself 15 seconds and have the last possession. I reckon I've now left us the last possession and 10 seconds.
That's it. Very quick goal, very clever. Again, just replying with the same tactics.
In simple terms, you want to score with the last possession because that gives you an extra possession. If you can score the last goal every time, then that's 4 tries that you've got as an advantage over the opposition. So, running the clock down here, they won't want to use another timeout and reset the clock. So it's not ideal really for the French. They've left the Danes 21 seconds.
Yeah, got in a little bit early there. 20 seconds should be plenty of time, and it looks like it will be.
So now what we're going to see is Peters run down the clock. He has to make sure he scores, but he wants to score as late as possible and leave the French as little time as possible to score. The French don't want Fredriksen to score. Peters, can he reverse over? The French have kept him out. Oh no! It was there with 0.0. How many to go? They're resetting the clock. It's been given.
Referee discussion.
Absolute delight from Peters.
Yeah, they left that really tight. It's often you'll see teams will try and manage the clock right down to the last second and then often not actually score. So you're almost risking scoring that last goal and it backfiring. I don't think in this case it has. I think they did get that score.
It hasn't backfired on them, and at the end of the first quarter, France lead Denmark 16-14. Breathtaking stuff. So the story of the...
So there we go, that's the end of the first quarter. It was tit for tat early on, but a couple of strong turnovers for France means they have got their noses in front, but only by 2 tries. It's definitely not all done and dusted yet. 3 big quarters to play, that's for sure. Manny, what did you make of that first quarter? Because it looked very even, but then a couple of crucial mistakes from Denmark potentially, and France have capitalised.
Yeah, it was a really close start from both teams, a really intense start. Both go goal, try for try, and all of a sudden Denmark seemed to lose position a little bit, and that's when France started to capitalise. I think Jason Rieger, the Denmark coach, saw that and then brought on Mark Peters to steady the ship.
Yeah, he's a serious operator, isn't that, Mark Peters? I wouldn't want to get in the way of him when he's moving at speed.
Yeah, he's a big hitter for Denmark. You can see the power and the prowess he's got as a player, and he commands that double from the opposition.
Yeah, and the French captain as well. I mean, he actually manoeuvres his chair in a very interesting way. You know, I don't really know what I'm talking about, but from the sideline, you can see he almost steps people in terms of the way he moves. It's very hard to read with that one hand after the other technique.
Yeah, he's a very smooth and silky player. Because he's got trunk, he's able to engage his trunk in his push, and that's why you see him go side to side. And he's able to then use that in the way he moves on the court, which makes it very hard to predict which way he's going to go, making him a very elusive player.
Yeah, just saying about trunk, you know, can you just explain some players, you know, what level they are, depends on how much control they've got, right?
Yeah, so most of the spinal cord injuries here have no function from below the nipple, which means they only use their arms to move the chairs, whereas some of the different disabilities, such as CP do have trunk, and they'll be able to use their bodies to actually move the chairs while not having their hands on the wheels, which is a great advantage for your high pointers to have.
Yeah, really interesting. Right, almost time for the second quarter. So let's hand you back over to Steve, Drew and Jim.
Thank you, guys. Well, absolutely breathtaking stuff as we have a quick look at Rodolphe Jarlon, who has come on for the French. And the advantage for the French is that they stole possession after the tip-off. So strictly speaking, Denmark won the tip-off, but it went straight to the French. So they get possession this time around, because you get possession whenever there's a jump ball, so like a held ball or a jump ball as it is in basketball, and if there hasn't been one, then you alternate possession at the start of each quarter, which is why it's critical to score at the end of quarters and get possession at the start of the next one.
You know, everything you're saying is entirely right, but it's very hard to try and explain the situation, how the arrow works, how possession works, and which direction play is going in. It took me about 6 years to learn it as a player, so trying to get it across through commentary is always a struggle. But yeah, there's ways that the game is worked out about who's going to get the ball next, the direction that the play is going in, and all that kind of thing. And once you understand it, that is why and how the clock becomes so important.
Ivana will outpace Sofia Skolbo, who has come back on, the low pointer for Denmark. Peters sticking alongside Ivana. And of course, Sebastian Fredriksson still out there. Jesper Kruer and Sofia Skolbo, the other two. French have Jarlon, Nankin, Jordan Ducret is out there, the low pointer, number 14. To the delight of his parents in the crowd. Peters, clean pair of wheels.
It's interesting looking across lineups, despite the fact that Denmark have got what is a relatively balanced lineup. You know, they've got players going throughout the classifications. Once the ball's in Peter's hands, it stays there. They really don't want anyone else to have the ball other than him.
Why not as well? He pushes so well. One of the fastest players here at this tournament. Yeah, you just want the ball in his hands as much as possible.
Penalty try, illegal use of hands by Fredriksson, and it was an absolutely wonderful take by Cedric Nankin. You can see the level of impairment he has on his upper limbs, and yet the control he has is amazing.
Yeah, when did he come onto the scene, Jim? About 10 years ago?
Roughly about that, yeah.
About that, wasn't it? And watching him grow and progress within the sport from those early days to the player he's become now, it's night and day. That not just in terms of his ability, but the confidence he's got with it, the strength within the guy, and the way that he moves his chair and
the speed that he's got for 1.5 over short bursts.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, and just on that, like, he is probably the best 1.5 player in the world. Fitness-wise, probably could always argue it. I'd like to see him a little bit fitter, but he makes it work for him, and he's really hard to stop. We try and force the ball into his hands. Obviously, being a lower point player, you want to give them as much of the ball possession as possible to try and force a turnover, but he gets France out of a number of very sticky situations.
Fredriksson just over the line despite the close attentions of Jordan Ducret.
Yeah, another very close one at the cone being knocked out.
The referee perhaps thought she owed one.
Yeah.
That's how it works. It's like the possession arrow as well. The 50-50 calls, they go either way as well.
Sometimes you feel like you're not getting any of the 50-50 calls.
When you're out there playing, you think it's 0-100, the 50-50s.
Yeah, it can feel like the world's against you. Even the bounce of the ball goes wrong. Sometimes it's just all against you.
Ivana calling a timeout. So if you look at the top of your screens above the French tricolour and then the Danish flag, you can see 2 goal bars for the Danes. So we have a quick look at Bob Van Acker the French coach, and just 1 gold bar for the French, so they've only got 1 timeout left. So Yverna taking that one because he thought, well, he knew he wasn't going to get out of his own half within 12 seconds. Now he's got 12 seconds in which to score. Fredriksson after him. Well, he's popped that one over the top to Jarlon, and round he goes and scores.
Just see there the strength of Cedric as well, able to hold Mark Peters from pushing him into the corner.
Yverna versus Fredriksson. It's going to be a battle, this one, and the ball goes loose. France force a turnover, and in the context of such a tight game, every turnover worth its weight in goal for the opposition.
Yeah, and at the moment the turnovers are just going in France's way at the moment, just eking out that lead little by little.
Shot clock resets.
It certainly seems to be a lot more struggle for Denmark getting out of their half. That half-court press, keeping them in for the 12 seconds, certainly seems to be a lot harder for Denmark to break them than when Denmark have got it on against France at the moment.
You say that, Steve, and then they make it look very easy all of a sudden.
I knew I'd be eating my words.
Well, they have got tablets down there, and they can watch the live stream that we're on. So maybe it was right. I'm going to show them. Route 1, over the top. Sébastien, away you go.
Let's see what we've got here.
Rodolphe Jarlon spins this way and that. Gets it over the halfway line. That's the first thing to do. Bounces it. You have to do it, bounce it, or pass it every 10 seconds. So he does that again. Sophia Scoble trying to do her best to block, but she won't get past Yverna, who threads the needle.
Fast hands, but they're still caught low. It's a situation that Denmark do not want to be in like that.
Fredriksson was way up the court, expecting the big one, and he had to come back. It's like a centre forward in football, having to come deep and help out the midfield.
Yeah, the midfield couldn't come to him, so he had to go to them.
Reasonably relaxed on the French bench.
Sometimes the players will go that far away just to lose some of the defensive players, so they'll drag players away with them. And then, like you saw, he came back and had space to collect the ball into.
Spacing, drawing the opposition out. Halfway through the second quarter, and the French have a 4-point lead. It was 2 points at the end of the first quarter. But yes. Hear the ref saying, watch your hands.
Just showing his strength there, absolutely just muscling his way out of that gap.
Yeah, if you watch as the French are setting up for putting their press on, every time they're looking to get what we call a double on Peters, trapping him down low, taking his space away from him so that he can't push, and then keeping everyone else away from him so he can't pass.
Jarlon is the outlet this time. Peters catches up with him. And there is Yverna. Started it off and was there to finish it. Wheel change required for herd equipment, but no.
We can see here. We can see here exactly what I was saying, getting that tight double on Peters, not allowing him to move, forcing the ball to the other players.
Means that Fredriksson's on his own. He fires that one forward. Will Kruger get there? He will indeed. It was a perfectly weighted pass by Fredriksson.
Yeah, and you'll see that when passing to the lower point players, you usually give them a bounce pass or a leading pass such as we just saw, just because their hands aren't quite as good as the high pointers. You want to make it as easy for them as possible to run onto.
Over the halfway line has the bounce, and Fredriksson pays him close attention, but he's helped out by Xiaolong, the mid-pointer, doing good blocking work to let Yverna get through.
France so fast with that transition, yet again trapping Peters in a double, and that's forced him to inbound this time.
Yes, you don't want your high pointers inbounding. You want them to be ready to receive the ball and then pin back their ears, get over the halfway line.
I think you can see that Mark is perhaps starting to get a little bit tired. It's a little bit easier for the French to now tie him up. Whereas when he first came on, he was buzzing around everywhere. They were really struggling to tie him up.
At which point you think, well, they have someone who looks the same and plays almost the same in Captain Jørgensen. Maybe he would be a good substitution. There's no way you'll get Fredriksson off. It's a bit like Stu Robinson. It's Stu, off you come. Stu. Yeah. And yes, and suddenly can't hear you.
You can't see it on the TV screens at the moment, but Leon is actually waiting in the subs box, ready to come on. So I think the coaches have sort of identified perhaps what we have as well.
They're listening on the stream.
Yeah, we're giving them all their ideas.
Well, a timeout has been called by the French, but that is going to enable both teams to make some changes. You can see Le Gouen coming back on. Mathieu Thirier, the number 7, is getting his first court time.
And they've definitely made you eat your words because they pulled Sebastian off.
There we go. What good grief. There we go. Oh,
that's why they're the coaches, eh?
Exactly. They know who not to listen to.
Yeah, we just talked about it.
Those that can do, those that can't coach, and those that can't even do that, well, that's me in the commentary box.
The whole dynamics now of the teams out there have changed from what was quite a balanced lineup. We've now got a very much high-low situation. So there's so much responsibility now on the Danish high pointers. They've got to really make sure they don't get caught up in the way that they have now.
Another fine pass out to Vuer. Yes, they've gone very high-low, so with a couple of high pointers, either 3 or 3.5. None of their real sort of mid-pointers, the likes of Christian Bak-Eriksen, Mikkel Schüttel, Jakob Mortensen, all of those guys could come out, but they're deciding to go for the more all-out lineup of 2 really quick and then 2 blockers. France got more strength in depth, a little bit more across their squads.
Yeah, they've got a couple more lineups that they're willing to use in high-pressure games, I think, at the moment than perhaps Denmark do. Denmark will be looking to rotate their 3 high pointers. So Fredriksson, Mark Peters, and Leon Jorgensen will see sort of equal court time just to keep them all fresh. But France, yeah, they'll run a few more lineups, but Jonathan, their captain, will be doing a lot of minutes for France. He's essential to how they play.
Le Gouen, the low pointer, comes back for the inbound. And we heard from before the match, you said, no, we're not nervous. And they're certainly showing no nerves at the moment.
Very confident play.
Yeah, as a player, I always hated seeing my teammates throwing balls over the top of their heads, blind. You just never know where it's going, but obviously he had the confidence and knew that Jonathan would be on the end of that one.
What's that, 120 left on the game clock?
That's the one, yes. So timestamps are going to start coming into play here.
As a fan, it's really frustrating, and you're new to the game. You're like, what are they doing? Why aren't they scoring? But there's a lot, like we discussed at the end of the first quarter, there's a lot of reasoning behind trying to get these tight goals and managing that clock.
When you're going tit for tat, score for score, if you can then have the get the last point, then yes, that's a huge advantage in the context of close games.
And in the game, it is a very fast, high-scoring game, whereas it's almost expected that you score. It's the
forces the force.
Yeah, it's like a break in service in tennis if you don't hold service almost in the equivalent of a tiebreaker.
That's right, and you cheer more about stopping your opposition scoring than you do scoring, because it's expected to score. Stopping them isn't expected.
French with 50 seconds, so as things stand, it looks as if Denmark will get the final possession. And good hands there from Yvelin. Needs to get over the halfway line. Does so, needs to bounce the ball. And he's just going to score and back his defence to keep the Danes out for 33.5 seconds. Peters trying to run down the clock, but first and foremost he needs to get the ball over the halfway line. Does so, and it's Jørgensen who's come on.
Peters getting trapped lower and lower and lower by that French press, and then once he's stationary, the French players are pushing away, covering the outlets, not giving them any options at all.
Yeah, so when you're looking to press, if you've made someone think about turning twice or think about passing twice, you know you're going to be getting close to that 12-second violation. So as we saw there, Denmark had to make that timeout call, otherwise they weren't getting out of the half in 12 seconds.
And you saw the two captains there, Jørgensen for the Danes saying timeout with a grim look on his face, and Yvelin shouting "Oui, yes" as he went past, because he knew that he had made Denmark burn one of their two remaining timeouts. So they're down to one. The clock is down to 10 seconds. Denmark look like they're going to score. They will indeed score. Cardiff Nielsen gets over the line.
They might have left enough time for France to score here as well. 6 seconds is plenty of time. Jonathan can easily cover the whole court in that time stamp.
Verdun pins back his ears as quickly as he can. He avoids Skolbo. And yes, the French do it, yes! And how happy are they? How happy is the entourage? And that could be a huge point. It's a 4-point gap as we go into the big break, the 10-minute break. At half-time, it is France 38-32, Denmark 28 in the semi-finals.
So a massive first half in the second semi-final. It's been all action, but France have managed to secure a 4-point lead going into the second half. Some silky skills early from some star players, and Denmark stayed in the fight. We've got a big second half up ahead of us, because this is a huge game. This is a huge game, especially for Denmark, who are really fighting for qualification for the Paralympics. But they've got a lot to do to beat this French team, that's for sure. Manny, we had a chat before, and we were talking about the individual skills of some of the people out there, and that really came to the fore in the second quarter of that first half, didn't it?
Yeah, the French team just turned the screw, and the press was just a little bit too much for Denmark. You can see them really starting to struggle now. They've burnt out all their timeouts, which means in the second half they're going to have 0 timeouts. It's going to be a really difficult half for them.
Yeah, definitely. This man, Fredriksson, as well, he's been instrumental for Denmark. Some long balls, but his straight line pace is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, he's one of the key players for the team, and once he gets going, it's very hard to stop. That momentum he carries, and then that strength really goes through his push.
Yeah, I know, but obviously it's not just about the strong players, it's not just about the people scoring the tries. There's some low pointers out there getting the job done and making the space for the others.
Yeah, it's sometimes hard to see on the screen when the hard work these low pointers do in terms of taking out players and creating the space for them to get through. I mean, they do the dirty work, so the ball carriers can look brilliant, I guess.
What was your role in the team? Were you doing the dirty work, or were you scoring the tries?
I'm a bit of both, because I was the mid-pointer. I'm a 2.5, so I carried the ball quite a lot, a bit of a playmaker, but I put my shift in on the other side as well.
looking at this in the context of the GB game we saw earlier, because obviously we've all got one eye on that final, is there anything that's really concerning from a GB perspective so far, tactically? What are the interesting points for you?
Yeah, I just think the mentality of the France is a little bit concerning, because they're in form and they're really confident. That's a good combination for them. So they'll be going into the final if they make this, which looks like they might do. I mean, they're going to be dangerous.
Yeah, they've been very good indeed, haven't they? And we're looking forward to that semi-final, to that final, of course. GB have already beaten Denmark, so maybe secretly they'll be hoping it's Denmark that ends up winning this game. But we all kind of want to see the two best teams go head-to-head. And at the moment, it would suggest that that's France.
Yeah, I think when you look at the two teams match up, their lineups match up more similarly. So when France and GB play together, they almost cancel each other out in terms of their players, which makes the battle really more tighter.
Well, elsewhere, there's been a pretty formative moment in wheelchair rugby, which of course is a very inclusive sport in itself. Great Britain's Wheelchair Rugby sent its first women's team to compete in the Women's Cup in Paris. This is the only event for women's teams, and there was representation from countries including France, Australia, New Zealand, USA, Ireland, Canada and South Korea. Great Britain played the first ever women's international match against Canada, and head coach Rob Tarr and assistant coach Cara Lewis led the team to victory, and they actually went undefeated throughout the tournament, leaving as champions. So massive congratulations to them. And we're actually going to hear from their captain now, Faye West.
Faye, congratulations. What was it like in the experience playing in the Women's Cup in Paris?
Yeah, it was a great experience. We had loads of fun. It's a great opportunity to showcase women in sport, and we had a really good time.
Undefeated, I mean, that's a fantastic start, and hopefully the first of many.
Yeah, definitely. We had the advantage of being able to train beforehand, and we kind of really worked on the stuff we trained on, so it's really nice for it to pay off. And we hope to do more games to remain undefeated.
And how long have you been involved with wheelchair rugby before this competition?
Yeah, so I started in 2012 as recreational sport, and then in 2018 I was in the GB pathway, and I've not stopped since.
Have you got a message for women out there who might look at wheelchair rugby and think, oh, I'm not sure if that's for me? Have you got something? Obviously, you've fallen in love with the game. Hopefully, other women will as well. Yeah, have you got a message for them?
Yeah, so I was the same. I was a bit apprehensive, but my tip is just to try it. I think it might not be for you, but you won't know until you try. And it's a great community spirit, so it's worth just trying.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. All the best for future tournaments.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, Faye.
Well, a massive congratulations to the ladies out there. And from one successful GB athlete to another, Stuart Robinson, what a try from him. He's been an unbelievable performer throughout this tournament, as expected, after seeing what he could do in Tokyo, that's for sure. So let's have a look at the roadmap at the moment. Let's see how things are lining up in the competition. Of course, Great Britain beat Germany earlier, 56-42. France are up against Denmark at the moment. So GB tomorrow, 2:30, live on Channel 4. They will be taking on the winners of this semi-final, France or Denmark. And we can hear from Great Britain's captain, Stuart Phipps, after their last game. Sorry, Aaron Phipps.
Phippsy, first and foremost, congratulations. You've made it through to the final. The fans probably thought it was routine, but they really pushed you hard in the first half, in particular, Germany.
Yeah, absolutely. They put on a really strong performance. Their passing is exceptional. The way they throw it about between each other, you think, yeah, we've got a good press here. Next thing you know, the ball's gone on over the top and landed on someone's lap. So, yeah, they put in a really good show.
You personally must be absolutely exhausted. You had some real battles out there, particularly with your opposite number, Marco Herbst.
Yeah, I was playing a zonal press, so covering a lot of court, a lot of ground. That's why coaches were taking me on and off. But it was, yeah, it was pretty intense, and he's rapid, incredibly rapid. He carries a little bit less weight than me. I hit a little bit harder, but he's a bit quicker.
Qualified for the final, so well done on that. And it also means that you've qualified for the Paralympics next year. How good is that?
Yeah, I mean, we've still got a job to do. We want to come out firing in the final tomorrow. But yeah, I'd forgotten until we were in the circle. Coach said, congratulations, you're going to the Paralympics. And that's never a given. We got the gold in Tokyo. We had a shaky year last year. So to be in the final tomorrow, we're back in a really good place.
Well played. I'll let you go and cool off.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, plenty of smiles on Phipsy's face. Manny, he's been pretty instrumental for this GB team so far this tournament, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely, man. I think the energy he brings on court and his dynamism and his speed and his power, it's so hard for the defences to catch up with him, to stop him. So it's really tearing things apart.
Yeah, it's no surprising he plays with a smile on his face when he can play like that. But it's great, he's getting all the kids involved, isn't he? We've seen plenty of headbands knocking about. They've got a new superstar, and really nice to see kids, whether they're able-bodied or not, looking up to sports people with disabilities.
Yeah, it's brilliant. I think everybody needs a role model, and Phipsy provides that. He connects so well with people, and he has that personality on and off court. So it's brilliant to see, and the crowd's been absolutely amazing getting behind him as well.
Hasn't it? Absolutely buzzing, and they're going to be buzzing for this second half. Right, what have Denmark got to do now to claw this lead back against France?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I think they need to regroup and sort of like really mentally come together. In that second half, it's all about trying to transition through to force France to do things that they want to do. It's going to be a tough one, but we'll see how it goes.
Well, the Romans are here. I'm not sure who they're supporting in this game, but let's find out. The second half is about to get underway. I hand back to your commentary team. Drew, Steve, and who's in comms? They've been changing all day. Drew, Steve, and Jim. Jim's there with them at the moment. Go on, Jim. Go on, Jim.
Well, what a wonderful handover there from Ed. And sorry, who are you alongside me again? Jim. There we go.
Yeah, thank you, Ed, for that one.
Yes. So, well, yes, we're wondering, they're asking Manny what on earth the Danes can do to try and turn this around. Do they just hope that the French level goes down a little bit? That's unlikely, isn't it?
There has to be a little bit of that. The French are playing extremely well. They haven't made many mistakes at all. Yeah, it's going to be that Denmark have to put a lot more pressure on the ball handlers and force them to make some mistakes. Timeouts will start playing a part now, because obviously France don't have any timeouts left, so they might be risking a few more passes than they might not have done before with those timeouts. But then again, Denmark only have one left themselves as well, so it's going to be tight. Hopefully Denmark pull it back and we can get a really exciting end of the game.
Indeed, yes, and with only one timeout between the two of them, we're going to see quite a few more speculative passes, and the high pointers desperately trying to get on the end, even the mid pointers trying to get on the end of long passes. Speaking of mid pointers, it's Cardiff Nielsen who inbounds the ball to start the second half, the third quarter, the championship quarter as they like to call it in Australia, because the third quarter is often where matches are won and lost, and the Danes will be desperate to turn this one around, and they reduce the deficit, and that's what they need to do. They need to keep reducing the deficit, keep putting the pressure up, as you say, Jim. Nankin with the block.
You can see there's been a little bit of a change. Both teams now are going for more of a balanced lineup with 2s and 2-5s on the court rather than the 3s and 3-5s.
Yes, one of those being Rodolphe Jalon, the number 5 there. He's a 2.5. And that was a great inbound there from Cardiff Nielsen. And then the Danes, yes, they have moved around and got Mikkel Shuttle in there. And Shuttle doing a shuttle run over the line. So yes, the more balanced lineup, one high pointer, a couple of mids and a low. And the Danish fans will be hoping that that pays off for them. Ducret, the low pointer. And the fact that they're, yes, another low pointer in Nankin, but he's a low pointer really in name only. Jalon looking this way and that. He knows that Yvelna is there.
Fantastic pass, whole length of the court. That was from the person at the furthest at the back of the court to the person furthest front. Needs so much accuracy and self-belief to make passes like that.
Yeah, not something I did a lot of, to be honest.
Shuttle. Now there was a great block there by Kruer. Fredriksson finds himself boxed in, bounces the ball.
Look at those long arms.
And the first turnover, he was boxed in, and there was little he could do. And The French celebrating every turnover. There's a yes, a oui every time something big happens, even when they force the opposition to burn a turnover. So the little things are all going the way of the team in blue. That was a close one. There's a big hit.
Yeah. And that was a holding foul. So he hit him that hard that he ended up leaning on Jonathan's chair, and that meant that's an illegal contact. So big turnover again, and that's pushed it past 5 goals lead now, which is big for the French.
It's amazing, isn't it? So you're watching that on your screen now in slow motion. He's going over. And Jonathan is purposely staying exactly there so that the player falls on him. The referee sees the player fall on him because the foul is against the fallen player. It's fantastic.
It is, because they fall into the lap of the opposition, make illegal contact. And it was, go on, fall in my lap. And that, to me, looked like he was trying to do the timeout signal.
Yeah, well,
the ref said no.
That'd have been too little too late.
So France with a chance to make it a 6-point game. Yvelnat's going to take his time. It's not time stamps at the moment. It's taking time off the clock, because once you are 5 or even 6 points down, as Denmark could be very soon, then the clock certainly isn't your friend.
Yeah, so just on that, 5 points in wheelchair rugby is we'd consider to be a good beating. 10 points is you've really had a tough day at the office.
I think it's so interesting watching how, because you've seen it, Jim, I've seen it, and we've all been in those games as well, where 5 points is doable. You know, if you've managed to get a 5-point lead, then you can manage to lose a 5-point lead.
Yeah, I've been at the end of losing 9-point leads, and yeah,
it's not a nice place to live,
not
is
a
it?
nice place, no.
Fired forward, and they know they've got the outlet in Yvelnat.
In fact, you had a very close call against France, didn't you, in one competition not too long ago, forgive me, where they got nearly 10 turnovers in a row.
Yeah, there was a tournament where we thought the game was done and dusted. We put on some perhaps lines that weren't quite as competitive, and it nearly came back. I think that was 2015 European Championships.
Yeah, I remember watching that game thinking, France have got 10 turnovers in a row without GB scoring once.
Fredriksson still taking care of business, doing everything that's asked of him.
You see here how quick the transition was. They've got everybody caught low in France. There's no outlets at all. The ball's got to go back to the weakest player.
Ducret, the 1-pointer, manages to hand that off nicely to Jarlon. Jarlon pins back his ears. Shuttles there for company. Jarlon goes coast to coast. Yvelnat was forced almost on the inbound, boxed in almost in his own key. Going to be enough. Nielsen pops it over the top. You can see the different chairs that the low pointers have compared with the high pointers. There's the pick bar out on the front of the low pointers chairs because they're there for blocking. That's exactly there, the one in the middle. And then to the right, you have a high pointers chair that is more agile. The likes of Yvelnat to be able to go left and right. Not necessarily built for speed. Someone who isn't built for speed, but over he goes, Cedric Nonquin. And what I love about Nonquin is he always gives the ball back to the referee into their hands.
Very polite player.
That was something that I purposely did not do.
Yeah.
Put the ball on the ground. It gives the opposition team less chance to do a really quick inbound. So something that Japan used to do a lot was we give the ball back to the referee. They'd be there ready, and they just throw it long every single time, and we're there still trying to make a transition onto defense. So something that I purposefully put the ball down just to slow the game down a little bit.
The longer it takes for the opposition to get ready to inbound, the longer it gives for you to get in place to defend that inbound.
Jason Regier, the American coach of the Danes. I was talking to Sebastian Fredriksson and complimenting him on his English. And he said, well, we've got an American coach, so we all really need to speak to him English because he's not about to learn Danish. But Fredriksson, having played some club rugby over here in the UK.
Best 3 passes.
So Peters to Fredriksson. They've gone back for a high-low option in a desperate attempt to claw back some of the deficit. Big hit from Peters. Ivana boxed in.
Sebastian should have chased that ball down. He could have got that.
It was quite funny there seeing, so what was happening is Denmark was looking to key up, get back and defend their try line. And so France stopped them being able to do that. But then in turn, France were out of place and Denmark ended up capitalising.
Verdun back on for the French. So
that was probably the first time that Denmark had really put a good positive press on and forced France to make a mistake. Unfortunately for them, though, it didn't turn out to be a turnover.
No. Verdun back on, Ivernay never off. Sophia Skolbu back on, which means the Danes can play 8.5 as opposed to 8. And there is 3 of them in the form of Mark Peters.
You can see here how they're stopping Peters getting back because now the pitch has opened up. You can see how they've all gone back to their key, their goal line to hold and try and protect their goal line from the French getting across it. So if they can't get back to their goal line, then it means their point is null and void.
Ivana manages to get through courtesy of some nice blocking from Mathieu Thirier, the number 7. Adrien Chalmin, the number 4, is in there as well. Low pointer.
Yeah, so you can see here, he's reaching across. Chair-to-chair contact, absolutely fine. As we know, player-to-player contact is a big no-no. And Jonathan, you see here on the replay, had his hands all over. And he's off for a minute as
quite
the rules dictate.
There was Sebastian.
Yeah, well, if you know it's happening, you want to make sure the ref knows it's happening too.
A little bit of a coach killer, that one, because he had chair position. He could have stopped him in the half. Yeah, they're the ones that, as a coach, or coach always used to have a go at me, at least, for doing it anyways. You've got a good press. Why did you go and give them the get out of jail free card?
So we're going to ask Mandip Semi. We have yet another GB international who's going to give us his thoughts on how this second semi-final is going.
Yeah, it's been a tough start to the second half for Denmark. They're really struggling to contain the France offence, and then same on defence. It's been really difficult for them. They almost look a little bit deflated now with the scoreline really starting to open up, and you can see they're keying up now to try and stop them, to try and force a few unforced errors from France, who at the moment don't seem to be going to be giving those turnovers back.
Very interesting hearing from Manny there. He's got it just right. The change in the way that Denmark want to play, trying a few different things, but France seem to have an answer for everything at the moment.
And as often as not, that answer is Jonathan Ivernay, their captain, the number 21. Popped nicely over the top from the one high pointer to the other. Peters needs to get over the halfway line and does. Manages to get past Ivernay, for the time being at least. Ivernay turns defence into blocking attack. It's a struggle here for the inbound for Thirier. Manages to find, guess who, Ivernay. Ivernay has an outlet of his own in number 33, Sebastian Verdun.
Yeah, they're pairing up really well. Watching the communication, both verbal and non-verbal. You see them there just tapping each other's hands, letting each other know that they're all right and they're doing well. It's great when you see players linking up, and sometimes it just feels to flow, doesn't it, Jim? You know, you'll be in a certain lineup and you think this is what rugby's about. This is how it should feel. You feel invincible.
Yeah, they've got some great chemistry together. Both Sebastian and Jonathan. They've been playing together a few years now together, and they just seem to click. They know where each other's going to be defensively and offensively. So, yeah, no, it's a real joy to actually watch when that is, like you said, when it's clicking. It looks really good.
Thierry again with a good block.
Okay, so we got a low point inbounder. Let's see how low Denmark have to end up. See, they're getting the ball so low that when France get that press right, they haven't got time to get out the half.
Peters boxed in.
I rest my case.
Yeah. It's like you called it. They're having to inbound the ball so low. They're working past the French defence once, if not twice, every time they're trying to get out. It's so much harder for Denmark to break this press than it is for France at the moment.
If you imagine, the further the inbound can pass, the more of the court has already been covered. So if you're receiving the ball very, very low, you've got to work out of the whole court. If you're receiving the ball at the halfway line, you've only got to work out of half the court.
You've already done half the work.
Yeah.
Fredriksson keeps on keeping on. But that deficit keeps getting bigger for the Danes.
Yeah, I think as Manny said, you can sort of see it in the Danes' body language a little bit now. They're not quite as up for it. They can see the scoreline slipping away bit by bit.
But although that might not mean them getting through to the final, there's still a place to play for when it comes to that golden ticket for the Paris Games, because France would be there as the host nation anyway, so it'll end up being whoever wins the bronze game.
Yeah, so yeah, Denmark will have to obviously show up. If they don't win this game, they'll have to show up against Germany tomorrow and put in a performance that mean they get that, like you said, golden ticket. That's what all of these athletes are fighting for at the moment, is that ticket to Paris 2024.
What the Danes are doing very well is managing the timestamps. That's third time that they've got the magic 55-second mark. They had managed to get all their tries.
So unlucky.
So that one, the ball goes loose but bounces off a Danish chair, so it's going to be an inbound for the French. Oh, if it wasn't for bad luck, they'd have no luck at all.
No, it really doesn't seem to be going their way, does it? But then something about making your own luck as well, eh? If they had got maybe some of the other bits and pieces right, they wouldn't be so reliant on who the ball bounces off when it comes to an inbound.
Speaking of bits and pieces, there's going to be some running repairs for Sébastien Verdun. They've got a minute in which to change a wheel, and they rarely need anywhere near a minute. And away we go. Let's give Jonathan Yvernin time to catch his breath once again.
They're going to look for a fast one, or are they going to eat the clock up, Jim?
Looks like they... I think they should eat the clock up.
Just eat the clock up because they're ahead. The clock up, yeah. Taking time off the clock is what the Danes don't want. They've only got 1 quarter and 30 seconds in which to make up a 6-point deficit.
As you mentioned there, the French haven't really been too worried about scoring at these timestamps that we're talking about. They got the last goal just before the half, but yeah.
Let the scoreboard take care of itself.
Yeah, they
the
really
only thing
seem
that matters at the end of the day. 16.8 seconds to go. It may well be that Denmark once again get the last score of the half, if they the quarter, if they can indeed score it, but no.
Wow.
Yes! I think I was looking at Sofia Skolbu, and then suddenly out of nowhere, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Mark Peters.
Oh, look. We've got 6 seconds.
Still, it's
6.8.
It's plenty of time.
Find Verdun. Yes, he can. And the way they celebrate, not just the fans, but the players, the way they celebrate every point. Verdun gets the final point of the quarter, and France once again extend their lead. With the final break coming up, they lead 48-41.
Well, it's definitely two of the best teams in the competition, but France are being dominant at the moment. Plenty of tries and plenty of celebrations. They look well up for this one. Denmark aren't quite going away yet. There's still a little bit of work to do if France are going to make this final. Manny, let's pick this apart, mate. So seven tries ahead now, France. What has been the difference between these two teams for you?
I think the key matchups is the French not too much. Their presses works really well. You hear the guys in commentary talk about how low the Denmark team will have to come in to receive the ball. And it was a period of the game, they get lower and lower and make it harder to break that 12-second press, which makes it difficult. And once the turnover is starting to come, you can see Denmark get slowly more deflated, making it more difficult to carry that momentum through.
Yeah, I know, that's definitely been an obvious thing, and you can see the French well up for this as well. They're still celebrating everything. Denmark are getting a bit more deflated. It's interesting signs for Great Britain tomorrow. I think they're really going to have a tough match on their hands. That is if France get through this. Now explain to me, 7 tries ahead going into the final quarter. Is that job done?
Well, in this sport, it's difficult to understand, but 7 tries is quite a lot. For them to turn around in a quarter, a deficit of 7 tries is very unlikely. So you might see Denmark almost switch off a little bit now, use their substitutions to keep their big players fresh, knowing that tomorrow's game now is a must-win for them to qualify for Paris.
Yeah, of course. So if France are in the final, then the next 2 seeds go through. So that bronze medal match becomes massively important, right?
That's correct. I think the Denmark coach, Jason, would definitely have an eye on tomorrow now, knowing where the scores are.
And what are France going to be looking to do? If they've got this wrapped up already, what are they going to look to do in this fourth quarter?
Well, looking at the lineup out there now, there's no let-up. I think they get out there to carry on turning the screw on.
Right, well, we're underway the fourth quarter now, so let's hand you back to comms. Steve Brown, Jim Roberts, and Drew Lilly. Got it right that time, lads.
Well done, Ed Jackson. There we go. Yes, got it right. All 3 of us. Only 3 in our lineup as opposed to 4 for the French and 4 the Danes. And as they mentioned in the studio there, absolutely no let-up. The French still going with Yvernin, Thirier, Nankin and Le Guen. Well, that's their absolute A lineup. Whereas, yes, as was being mentioned in the studio, perhaps the Danes are going to have an eye on the bronze medal match already tomorrow, because a 7-point deficit with just 8 minutes to go is going to be a tough one to overcome.
With France restarted as well, obviously, that gives them straight the opportunity to put another one on, which they do.
An 8-point deficit, just under 8 minutes to go. The Danes have made a few changes. Bak Eriksson is the one to inbound now. Inbounds to Kormom Nielsen. And we do have indeed one of the mid-pointers on there in Mortensen. Jakob Mortensen, a 2.5-pointer.
And that's the last of the Danish timeouts gone.
Yeah, it's the same. It was the same thing, different players, but the same problem. The ball coming in low, and then France just sitting on top, containing, not letting a single player out. And what that comes with is you have to have a lot of trust, because you have to believe that your teammates are going to be able to hold them, and you hold yours. Everyone just trusts each other, and if everyone sticks to task, there's just no outlets for the Danes.
An immediate turnover. They've gone for pretty much 4 mid-pointers. The lowest they've got, Denmark, is 1.5 in Bak Eriksson, the highest is 2.5 in Jakob Mortensen. So all mid-pointers, so they should have a bit more accuracy on the inbound, but the problem is if they're trying to corral a pass, then they're gonna maybe not have the upper body in which to do it, the trunk or the arms in which to do it, and they're gonna be caught up as well. Not enough speed there for Momme Nielsen. Mortensen forces his way over, brute strength there.
Yeah, nice, very confident. And then straight back on and into his transition, doing what he can now to stop things with Jonathan. Has he got enough? No, he hasn't.
Give and go with non-count. And there's the go.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if France, now that they're sort of getting close to 9 points up, will they look to take Jonathan off, rest him a little bit before that final tomorrow, or are they confident that he's got the stamina to go up against you and Aaron all game long?
Yes, a reminder that tomorrow, the final, Great Britain taking on the winner of this match, so it's looking like France at the moment.
The thing is as well, with the way that the substitutions work, if you do take somebody like Jonathan off, you've always got the possibility to bring him back on. It's not like football or other sports where a substitution is permanent. They're on and off, so if things go awry, there's always time to plug the problem.
Yes, to a certain extent, this fourth quarter, particularly against the all mid-point lineup of the Danes, it's almost like a warm down at the moment for Ival now. They're just popping the ball in his lap. He's cruising over, taking time off the clock, and a timeout has been called by Jason Regier.
Timeout, 60-second white. Substitution white. Blue. Sub blue.
Referee very kindly doing my job for me and explaining everything that's happened and is about to happen. So, well, here we go, out of the frying pan into the fire. Off goes Hivernin, and on comes Riyad Salem. You'll have crossed swords with that fella over the years.
Yeah, we both have. And he, when he first came onto the scene, coming from a basketball background, very turny, very agile, really quite nippy as well. You know, his first 3 or 4 pushes, he can really get off the mark. And he changed the dynamics of the French team entirely when he got on the scene.
Absolutely, he's a phenomenal player and has been for a number of years. No idea how he's still turning up and putting in the performances that he does.
54 years old?
Yeah.
There we go.
Out of bounds, and it's Riyad.
Yeah. First impact in the game, he gets the turnover.
And he's the definition of the game face, isn't he? He's always got that absolute focus on his face. And as soon as you get off the court, he's all smiles.
Yeah, he's a gent. But not when you're playing him.
We'll be looking forward to a home Paralympics next year. Very much a home Paralympics, because he's a Parisian, as is Cedric Nonquiat.
Yeah, I can tell you from experience, there's nothing quite like having the Paralympics in your home city, and they'll be gearing up for that entirely already. Can remember about all of the build-up stuff. 1 year to go, 500 days to go, 100 days to go. The excitement builds in the home country of the Paralympics very, very quickly.
Pass fired out over the top. There have been yet more substitutions also for the Danes, and Morten Elmholt has come on. Still going with a lot of mid-pointers, though. The veteran who can out-veteran Riyad Salem, Kurt Busk, is on. He's 56 years old.
See, it's quite strange. Denmark are going back to defend their key, which puts absolutely no pressure on France. France want to do nothing but take their time to use up the minutes and keep the ball and the lead. So Denmark really need to be coming out and putting the pressure on France. Am I right?
Absolutely right. Yeah, by keying up, they're not really forcing France to do anything. So.
And they've made a mistake whilst doing it.
So just eating up more of the time for the clock for France at the moment, and it's just sort of playing into their hands and their tactics.
Well, the man we just mentioned, Morten Elmholt, ended up being the 4th one in the key. The key is the, what colour should we call it? It's
red.
Pinky, just red. There we
Red.
go. I was going to go for a pinky purpley, but yes, it's clay-coloured. I was going to go for clay-coloured, ochre, but no, let's just call it red. Yes, the red one that looks like the 6-yard box in soccer, and you can only have a maximum of 3 defenders in there. And there was a 4th one in there, it was Elmholt, so he has to go into a different coloured box, and that's the sin bin.
You can see just completely taking their time. This is all working into France's favour. They all want to take up as much time as possible, keep the ball for as long as possible, score as slowly as possible, so that, well, quite simply, Denmark haven't got a chance to return.
Mortensen pushes him over the line. It's one of very few sports where it's, I'm making you score.
Yeah, quickly now.
Yes, much along the lines, I suppose, of fouling in basketball, where, okay, well, let's get the opponents to the charity stripe, so they can take free throws, hopefully miss them, and we get possession back when you're trying to chase the game in basketball.
Let's see, so Denmark have changed tacks now. They've come out from that key defence. They've come and put the pressure on. France are all caught quite low, but they've got a lot of pace between them.
A lot of mid-pointers there, but they won't have the pace of either Salem or Verdun. So it could well be that, yes, I mean, it's all of a sudden it's a 10-point gap. While we're talking X's and O's and theory and that, the French are just taking care of business.
Yeah.
And it's almost as if the Danes are going through training runs now, and okay, let's do a key defence, let's do a half-court press, let's do a swarming defence or zonal, but none of it seems to be defending very well.
And it's fair to say you can see there's a very different amount of energy and electricity on the court from the first quarter to this quarter.
I'll let you tell Riyad Salem that there's less energy on the court now.
No, maybe I was talking from the mental point of view from the Danes. Ooh.
That might be France's first turnover in the game.
Riyad put the... I think he absolutely shaved the line as he was looking to get out of the key.
Let's have a look here on the replay. Yeah, just slightly pushed out of court, it seems, from the Danish team.
Yes, it was good work from Jakob Mortensen. So that's it, Riyad is punished. Off he goes, he only gets 3 minutes of court time, and make one mistake and you're out. Yeah. That's how good this French team is.
First mistake from France the whole game.
Yeah, I think so. They've had a couple lose retains, but none that have led to a turnover as that one. So yeah, no, they've put in a really solid performance today, and I think it'll hopefully be for an exciting final tomorrow.
Yes, this is a French team that is very much exercising the ghosts of last season's World Championship in Denmark, where there were 12 teams involved and there were groups of 6, and it was the top 4 from each group that qualified. The Danes just about got through 4th in their group. It meant that they had to take on the, at that point, invincible, unbeaten French, and then somehow pick their pocket. I say somehow. It was a great performance, and it was a huge lift from the home crowd in Denmark as well, in Vejle, out in the west of Denmark. And the French, it was very much once bitten, twice shy coming out today, and they weren't about to let it happen to them twice.
Okay, so we're looking at, again, France have gone for a more balanced line-up, letting the ball do the work, getting over the half. With a lot of hands going in there. It's got to the stage now where Denmark are doing anything they can for anything. And that'll lead to a few more fouls, just chancing their arm, quite literally.
Yeah, they've really got to sort of push the issue now. The game has pretty gone, but save a bit of face and bring the scoreline a little bit more respectable. At the moment, it's all one way, though, isn't it?
about to be a 10-point margin. I say about to be, it's not going to be a 10-point margin for a while, because Verdun, quick as he is, he's going to take his time.
He's got no pressure on him.
As you can see, 20 seconds on the shot clock, and if he wants to outpace Kurt Busk, with all the respect I have for Kurt, then he's going to be able to do it. There's not a lot that Kurt can do, short of sticking an arm in there, and they don't want two in the bin. And Elmholt is going to try to push him over the line. Yeah. Point scored, but 30 seconds taken off the clock.
Yes, it's very strange when you sit and you watch a game that slows down towards the end in the way that we do at the end of the quarters and that kind of thing. Normally, most sports speed up, there's more urgency, but with a team in the lead, just holding and keeping possession is exactly what they want to do. So it slows down, or at least the winning team try and slow it down.
Well, I think now we can almost comfortably look ahead to tomorrow's final, since there are 98 seconds to go and there's a 9-point deficit. France certainly seem to have the kind of squad that can really push Great Britain to the limit.
Yeah, it wasn't the way the ball was meant to get there, but it got there.
Yeah, Sebastian just showing how fast he is. Not many players would have got on the end of that one. Probably should have been a turnover, but no, everything's going France's way.
So France using up all their luck today, and they'll be out of it tomorrow against GB. It's going to be one heck of a matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no doubt. Tomorrow, I mean, you've got the reigning champions in terms of France, in the sense of the Europeans. You've got UK, you know, at the moment they are Paralympic champions, both going into the final. And, you know, with it being here, Principality Stadium, it's such an amazing crowd, amazing venue, and there's no doubt that the final is just going to be, you know, all of those things coming together. It's going to be a crescendo.
I think we've seen over the past 3 hours that France and Great Britain are very much the two best teams. Denmark everyone was talking about France, GB, Denmark, and I think we've seen over the last 24 hours with Great Britain and France both beating Denmark that we've got very much the best lineup in the final.
Absolutely, and I think personally I thought Denmark would have been a little bit closer to GB and to France, but it's not the case. Obviously they perhaps not in quite the form that they were in 12 months ago in the World Championships.
Yes, you can't underestimate the power of the home crowd, and it really was a loud and proud home crowd in Denmark 7 months ago. So there is a try for Brice Morel, the 34-year-old from Montpellier, who's come on for a little bit of court time at the end, showing the strength and depth that the French have. Into what looks like being the penultimate possession. 38 seconds to go in this semi-final. France will be looking to get a 60th point and to finish things off in style. Morel is the one who gets it again. He'll be looking for Sébastien Verdun.
They could just run the clock out now if they wanted to. There's no need to score. Just keep hold of possession, run the clock all the way down. I'm sure they won't do that though. I'm sure they'll try and score it. Bit of practice getting that last goal.
What a privileged position to say, we don't even need to score anymore.
What should we do now?
Yeah. Doesn't matter if we do, doesn't matter if we don't.
But they do.
But they will, of course.
Yes, we can. Through he goes, Verdun. To the delight of the entourage. So 20 tries. Well, that's a good reason to score, isn't it?
So the second ticket to the Paralympics comes from the winner of the bronze game.
It does indeed. So France have put in a consummate performance and defeated Denmark 60-49 in the second semi-final, and they are joining Great Britain in tomorrow's final.
Well, it was certainly two of the best teams in the competition going to head-to-head in this second semi-final, and it started pretty evenly. Tit for tat, no one could make a break, but eventually France capitalised on a couple of errors, pulled ahead, and never looked back. There were some seriously good individual performances from both sides, but on the whole, Manny, best team won?
Yeah, definitely. I think France were the informed team going into this match, and they were just too strong for Denmark. I think Denmark tried really hard to keep in control and stay in with a few tries, but once the turnovers came, it just opened up.
Those turnovers are so important, aren't they? Especially with two good sides like this. You explained being 6 tries ahead is actually a massive difference, and getting those turnovers was the reason they got there, not just scoring more tries.
Yeah, they were clinical every time they were on the ball, and they scored every try. And on defence, there was just too much pressure for the Danes, and you could see them slowly becoming more difficult to break their own press. And every time they're trying to get out the press, they were coming lower and lower.
A lot of support from the Danish fans, we saw some of them there, and of course a massive game for them tomorrow, because France have already qualified for the Paralympics going through as hosts next year. GB have qualified, but so that makes that third, fourth playoff huge. Denmark still have an opportunity to get to Paris next year.
Yeah, so the next game for them is really important for that bronze medal. It's not just a bronze medal, it is qualification for the Paralympics, so you can see Germany and Denmark really going for it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive game. This one, of course, is going to be huge. France, smiles on faces. They look confident. They've got GB tomorrow. God, that is going to be an absolute cracker, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great to see them all smiling to the crowd, and the crowd's been absolutely amazing. A lot of French sport here today. It's going to be a big rivalry tomorrow in the crowds as well, with the two teams going head to head.
Yeah, kids are out as well. Some great performances. That man there was outstanding. But let's hear from one of the French players. Let's get a reaction from the court side and see how they're feeling.
What a match. You successfully booked your place in the final. How do you feel right now?
I feel the French is a very strong team for a lot of experience now, for just respect strategic, offensive tactic, defensive tactic, and now plays to the final. Just it's incredible for the French team. It's historic. So now focus and recuperation for French team.
And standing in your way of defending the championship is GB. What do you think about the host nation?
Yeah, GB is very respect in the world for wheelchair rugby. So now it's 50-50. It's a crazy team, and now the French is very strong team. So that's the best now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God, Jonathan Hivenat, he is a serious operator, isn't he? If GB are going to win tomorrow, they're going to have to lock him down.
Yeah, he's one of the key players to stop, and at the moment he seems very confident in his interview, and you can see how they're working on their tactics both on offence and defence. You know, he looks like he's ready for tomorrow.
Yeah, he definitely does. Two confident sides, full of confident individuals in the Principality. I'm absolutely pumped for it.
You know what, it's lined up to be one of the best events ever. You know, it's one of the best European championships ever. We've got the two best teams have got through to the final. The stakes are all there, and it's going to be absolutely amazing in this amazing arena.
And of course, we're not actually that far away from Paris, the big one, the Paralympics. You've played in 3 Paralympics. All of these teams obviously will have one eye on that, especially GB and France. So there is a bit of added, you know, momentum and tension to it, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. I think the Paralympics is the biggest stage you can play on as an athlete. So everyone wants to be there, everyone wants to do well there, and every win here now goes forward to that. And I think looking around the world, teams will be watching this, and they'll be watching the two teams to see who's coming forward. Because Europe's a threat. It's a big threat now. We've got teams that are coming in to win not just European gold medals, but Paralympic medals as well.
Yeah, cheers, Manny. Right, well, let's have a quick look at how things panned out on the route to the final. Great Britain with that big win against Germany, 56-42 earlier on today. And France, as we've just seen, a dominant performance against Denmark. It is lined up to be an absolute monster tomorrow afternoon. We'll be live at 2:30 from Channel 4 for this massive final. I cannot wait. It's going to be incredible. And of course, you can catch the third, fourth playoff on our YouTube channel as well. Manny, it's been an absolute pleasure, so exciting. I'm looking forward to sitting down over dinner and maybe a beer and digesting what happened today, but most of all, looking forward to tomorrow. Going to be a cracker.
Yeah, it's going to be so exciting for everyone watching at home, and this crowd here is going to be absolutely pumped. The atmosphere is going to be absolutely electric, so looking forward to tomorrow.
Manny, thank you, and to you lot as well at home who've joined us, thank you very much too. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss tomorrow. 2:30 live on Channel 4. Be there or be square.
Good evening and welcome to the Principality Stadium in Cardiff. I'm saying welcome. I'm sure you've been here with us all day, all week at the European Wheelchair Rugby Championships 2023. Day 4 of 5, and what a day it has been. We have had semi-final action. The home crowd getting to watch GB overcome Germany. How about that? Great Britain defeating Germany on the day of the King's coronation. What could possibly be any better than that? 56-42. The Brits ran out winners thanks to the likes of Stu Robinson. Aaron Phipps was front and centre as well. Poor old Marco Herbst. He put in so much effort, as did young Josko Wilke. But on a birthday, Coral Beatty, she got a try or two as well. And then who was going to join them in the final by winning the second semi-final? A bit of a giveaway there. The score is at the bottom of your screen. France 60, Denmark 49. Denmark, who had absolutely upset the reigning European champions 7 months ago in Denmark on home soil at the World Championships. Nobody expected Denmark to beat France then when they did, and this time around the French weren't going to be caught cold, and they won. As you can see, it meant one heck of a lot to them. So that means that Germany and the Danes will have to play off tomorrow in the bronze medal match, because look at that, the final at 3 o'clock on Sunday the 7th of May, Great Britain versus France. Prior to that, the bronze medal match, Germany versus Denmark, and there is a spot at the Paralympics up for grabs for the winner of that bronze medal match. Great Britain already there, France there as the hosts, so there's one available for the winner of the bronze medal match. That'll be prior to the final. Now we're going to turn our attention to the winners, or rather the losers of the 5th place semi-finals this morning. Netherlands and Switzerland will play off tomorrow morning for 5th and 6th place, and now we have, in a match to avoid the wooden spoon, Israel taking on Czech Republic after those two teams were eliminated this morning. This is how they fared this morning. Israel were unfortunately outclassed by a Netherlands team that was, I think, stinging still from the fact that they couldn't quite get past Germany into the semi-finals, and they made absolutely no mistake when they took on Israel this morning. First match of the morning, and what a battle it was. And it was all one-way traffic in favour of the Oranje, the orange. Hector Thomas there, certainly enjoying the fact that the Dutch ran out very clear winners, as was the case with Switzerland, playing unusually for them in white, as you can see, Suisse on the back. And they defeated the Czech Republic by an 18-point margin, putting some big hits on there. The Czechs rather outmatched in that particular matchup. So that means that tomorrow morning it'll be Switzerland versus the Netherlands for 5th place. But the main thing that we're going to turn our attention to now is the 7th place playoff between the two losing teams there. And we're going to hear from both teams now. We caught up with them a little earlier.
You maintained such a positive attitude throughout this competition. What's your advice for anyone who wants to try rugby?
My advice for any team is to don't stop dreaming. Don't be realistic. Dream big, aim big, and go for it. Live the moments.
And you have the chance to win your first game against the Czech Republic. What do you think about that?
We hope that we will give 300% of our capabilities, and we'll take back home a victory with us. It's going to be so difficult because Czech Republic is a great team. Both of us are coming from Division B, but we're trying to give our 100%. So,
what do you think about the tournament so far?
Yeah, I think it's been really great. I mean, the stadium is awesome. It's like the biggest thing I've seen in my wheelchair rugby experiences so far, and I think that all teams have been great, and I think we really enjoyed it, even if we didn't perform as well as we hoped for.
And you have the chance to win the first game against Israel later. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a little bit sad that it's the last game for the 7th place only, so we are going down a division, and no matter what happens. But we've been friends with Israel for quite a long time. I think that maybe from the beginning of Israeli team. So it's a very, I would call it a family experience for us. So I'm looking forward to it, and I hope that all the players perform well, and let's see what happens.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So let us have a look at the lineups, and it's familiar ones for both teams. Israel starting with the four that they've started a lot of their matches with: Alon Nigri, Shir Tirza. Neria Karsenti is going to be the man to watch. They're number 7, and Mordecai Zidkayo. Karsenti, number 7, with his flowing locks. He's going to be the main outlet for Israel. Could see a few people coming off the bench, but they're going with their familiar starting lineup, and the Czechs are doing exactly the same. Yuri Pleško, the captain, Walter Ronisch, Filip Varton and Peter Oppenauer, 2 1.5s and 2 2s, so they're only using 7 of the available 8 points to them. The points there are the classifications, as I'm sure you know, from the least to the most level of impairment, and they haven't got any high pointers. Neither team has got any real high pointers. Dan Lahat, whom we heard from a little bit earlier from Israel, a 3-pointer who could come on, but both teams tend to prefer the mid-pointers, and for the Czechs, well, they are forced to prefer the mid-pointers because that's all they've got, and that's the starting lineup that has served them thus far, and they're going to go with that one with everything on the line, both teams looking for their first and indeed only win of the competition. The officials will be with us any second now. Gives me a quick chance to mention that I, Drew Lilly, I've got an official alongside me. I've got Simon Starr with me. So Simon will be getting your insight throughout this match, probably also about things such as the qualification process, how the likes of the Czech Republic and Israel got here.
Yep, I can help out with that. Good to be back working with you again, Drew.
And here indeed come the flag bearers. Referees behind them, obviously the other way round. Alicia Pavlik, who was the one on the right, and Mateusz Campagna on the left, from Poland and Brazil respectively. And now all we need after the referees, a very important part of course, are the teams. Choosing to keep us waiting, maybe a little bit of gamesmanship from either side. I'm sure they'll be keen to get out because it's quite cold when you're waiting in the tunnel. And here we go. Number 4 captain Yuri Pleško of the Czech Republic. He says, call me George. He says Yuri's the equivalent of George, so call me George. Walter Ronisch. Look at him, looking delighted. Dream big was what he was saying. Jan Mikeška, I hope we see a lot more of him. Didn't see a whole lot of him in the playoff this morning. Same for Marek Vasha. I think those are 2 substitutes we could see a fair bit of. But another starter in Filip Varton and Peter Oppenauer. They'll be looking to him to score a few points. Thomas Moravik, seen limited court time. And then the only one left now, I do believe, is the player coach David Lukas.
David's on the bench. He doesn't usually kit up. He's only played in the game against France.
Yes, he did appear for a
cameo.
Couple of minutes at one point. He was indeed a cameo, yes. So I thought he might at least have come down the tunnel, but no. Here we have the Israelis, led by their captain, Adi Goveta. Another almost non-playing captain, Alon Nigri, one of the starters. 1.5 is his classification. Someone will see a lot of the very determined figure of Shir Tirza. Dan Lahat, we heard from him a little earlier in the interviews. three-pointer. Be interesting to see if he gets a bit of game time. Off for Gibbs. Spoken to him throughout the week. Josef Koren, 1.5-pointer, 44 years old. And then the main outlet for them, the man with the flowing locks. If anything is going to push the match Israel's way, it'll be him, Neria Karsenzi. Ziv Ben Ishai, not got a lot of court time. Someone who has had a fair bit of court time is Shabtai Nitzahon, 49 years young, 2.5-pointer. Mordecai Zidkayo, he has had a lot of court time. We'll see plenty of him today. These teams, as I remind you, bidding to sign off from the tournament. One of them is going to be winning the wooden spoon with 0 victories, unfortunately, and the other one is going to go home on the crest of a win. Smiles from the Israel team, great to see, and the Czechs as well. Both of these teams will be absolutely geared up. They'll be targeting this as their one win of the tournament. Emotional times for both sets of players, belting out their national anthems. And now, the last of the pleasantries. They're going to give one another a few fist bumps. We can remind ourselves of the starting lineups, familiar starting lineups if you've been watching the tournament for the past 4 days. Nigri, Tirza, Karsenti and Zidkayo for Israel. Under the watchful eye of Shlomi Spivak, and then David Lukesh, the non-playing, half-playing, slightly playing coach for Czech Republic, has chosen to go with his regular starting lineup. The main four there of Ronish, Pleško, Varton and Oppenauer. So these two teams managed to qualify to get here to the Euros. How did they do that, Simon?
They did that at a qualifying tournament back in September last year in Norway. They combined divisions B and C to create a 10-team tournament. And the
That's easy for you to say.
Maybe not. And three of the teams, the top three teams at that event, qualified for Division A. That was due to Russia being expelled for obvious reasons. So Czech Republic came third. The Netherlands and Israel contested the final at that tournament. And these two have come up, and sadly for them, they're heading back down.
The Netherlands have maintained their spot in Group A, in Category A, so congratulations to them. And away we go in this 7th and 8th place playoff at the Euros. These two bidding farewell to the A category, but they want to sign off with a bang. And, well, yes, there he is once again, Neira Karcenti. If anyone's going to win the match for Israel, it's going to be him.
I've been trying to rack my brains to remember whether these two were in the same pool in Norway, but my memory isn't sadly that good enough.
Well, the more we watch as commentators and the more you officiate on as referee, table official, etc., then yes, the one tournament does tend to, even within this tournament, I'm thinking who was in which group and who beat whom, I can't quite remember. And, but yes, the main thing is now they are going toe-to-toe and looking for their first victory in Category A. So, key defence there, but Zidkayo manages to creep around the outside.
Israel have had a rapid rise through the world rankings and getting qualifying from Division C initially, and then qualifying again in Division BC, which shocked a lot of people. They were absolutely superb in Norway, but now they've reached that top level. It's a bit like teams that yo-yo between Premiership and Championship, sadly for them.
Indeed, yes, but you only get better by playing better teams, so they will certainly have learned from their experiences here. And for the Czechs, it's the 30th anniversary of wheelchair rugby in their country, and they have made some very nice pin badges. Now a turnover here, Karcenti losing control of the ball, so that is the first turnover. Are the Czechs going to be able to make them pay? The old adage is it's only a turnover if you score from it. And, well, there you go. It's like buses.
Yep.
You wait a while for one to come along, and all of a sudden, there's two at once.
And they might have been able to hold on to that ball if it hadn't actually made contact with the post, the top of the post there. So they were a bit unlucky.
So, you, as a referee, if the ball touches a post,
then that's out.
It's out,
yeah.
Yes. Not like the corner flag in soccer.
Or rugby union even nowadays.
League, I think you are allowed to touch when you're going over.
Yeah, and you, similarly union. Yeah, you didn't used to be able to, but you can now. The tries they score in the corner these days are just, the athleticism is like these guys as well.
Similar athleticism here, but of a completely different kind. Same, but different. Varton trying to work his way left, then right. You can see a huge key defence there, and Karcenti couldn't go into the key to follow him. 3 were already in the key. That's the red there, the equivalent of the 6-yard box in soccer. You're only allowed 3 defenders in there at any one time. So there's been a couple of turnovers, but no points scored from turnovers as Mordecai Zidkayo goes coast to coast. Going through various sets of hands and laps for the Czechs. George, the captain. Hands that one off to Varton. Now, you can see the shot clock is down to 22 seconds. It's the time in which they have to now score. A pass or a bounce every 10, and knocked out by Tirza.
I think the referee, Alicia Paulik, has said that there was a touch on it after the hand in from Teresa, and it's Israel that come up with the ball. So another turnover, and this one I think is going to be converted.
So there we go. Tirza managed to get his hand in there and to get it free from Varton's grasp. And do indeed have a turnover that's been converted, and Israel get a little bit of daylight for the first time in this match. It is, of course, early going. Now, illegal use of hands.
Correct, yep.
Tirza, yes, Tirza before a perfectly legal use of hands, and that got him a point and the turnover and the point from it. So he thought, well, I'm good at this, let's have another go at it. And
he was going for the held ball rather than try to swipe that one out, I think, from the angle I could see it. But yeah, the opposite result from what he was looking for.
So Tirza's in the bin, it's 4-on-3. Yes, he was looking for a held ball, which is when one player has the ball in his lap or in his grasp, and the other player from the opposite team manages to get a hand on it, and the ball is stuck. It's like a jump ball in basketball, and indeed a lot of wheelchair rugby players call it a jump ball. And then after that, it's whoever didn't have possession last time at the start of a quarter or after a jump ball that gets possession. It alternates. So Israel, a couple of points to the good. Ball is just about corralled in very nicely, in fact, by Vorton.
Yeah. He knew Carcenti was coming, and he braced himself for the hit from behind, and but Carcenti just bounced off him, and that enabled him to secure it. But there's another steal in there from Carcenti, and Oppenauer tried to give him a cuddle and win that ball.
He succeeded
back.
in giving him a cuddle, didn't he? Yes, he did that very well. So Ronish loses the ball again. It's Tirza getting in there.
Yeah. Very friendly game.
It is, yes. There were a lot of fist bumps before, and then, yes, all's fair in love and war. And there seemed to be a bit of both in that one. So into the bin goes Peter Oppenauer. And now Israel have a minute in which to keep him in the bin, if they so desire. But I think Sidkayu is going to go over once he's going to look around and make sure his teammates are set up to defend afterwards.
Yes, Nigri is looking to put a trap on the penalty box to force Oppenauer to be the inbounder, but great work from his teammates to prevent Nigri getting in there. So Oppenauer doesn't inbound. It's Varton that does that.
Yes, Valter Ronish managed to come back and spring the trap. And he's got the ball now. Yes. Timeout called because, as you can see on the shot clock, it says 30 seconds, and by the time it gets down to 28, if you haven't gone over the halfway line, then you lose possession. So a first timeout used by the Czechs, and it will also give David Lukáš, coach, time to maybe point out a few things that they might not be doing ideally.
It's come at quite a useful time with them being 3 tries down. David does have 2 coach timeouts that he can also use, but he'll want to keep those for later in the game if he can. So that player timeout, which they needed to use, otherwise it would have been another turnover, came at a good time. But there's a hand in there from
double benefit.
Carcenti.
Yes, it should be, but it's going to work the other way completely and utterly, because the inbound, it meant that Israel could set up perfectly for the inbound, swarming around the Czechs, and they're going to go over, and it results in another turnover. So the opposite from what the Czechs had hoped for from that timeout. If you look at the top of your screens above the Czech flag, you can see 3 gold bars as opposed to 4 for Israel, and that means that they have used one of their timeouts.
But they've also now used one of their coach timeouts, because we said it, that previous player timeout had come at a good time for David Lukáš.
So Lukáš has just called them over and said, "What did I just tell you?"
Only in Czech, yeah.
Well, quite, yes. So, George, you're the captain. Or he'd call him Yuri because he's actually talking Czech. So, Simon, you coach as well.
I used to, yes.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
So, we've got teams here who haven't got high pointers. You would have had that as well. So it's a different way of coaching when you have to coach what you've got in your squad.
You do, and these guys do it really well. It's so difficult for them to compete that they have to find ways of beating teams with high point players. This is a luxury for both teams to be playing against teams of similar classifications.
Yes, as opposed to coming up against the embarrassment of riches that is Team GB, France, Denmark as well, with each of them having 3 high pointers, 3 or 3.5 classification players.
So these teams are never going to outpace those higher function players. So their passing needs to be so much more accurate. They're going to have to use use the ball to get past those guys and take them out of the game.
And there we see some very good passing from the Czechs, as if to illustrate that point. And how about that one? But they're listening to you. They said, right, Simon wants us to do a drill, and there we go.
Ironically, it's when you pass, that's the time of greatest risk. So the more passes you put together, the greater the chances of turnovers.
Yes, for those of you, maybe the casual observers, then yes, if you can keep it in your lap, then you're unlikely to lose the ball. But to do that, to keep it in your lap and then go and score, you need the speed of a Stu Robinson or an Aaron Phipps.
Yeah, I had a team that when they first started out would just give the ball away frequently. So we would run drills where they didn't pass. The inbound, the player who received the ball from the inbound was not allowed to pass, to get them out of that habit of wanting to pass all the time.
And it's not to teach speed, because you can't teach speed, but not to a great extent, but it's to teach blocking and how you work off the ball.
That's right. It got the other players knew they weren't going to receive a pass, so they worked to clear a path ahead for the ball carrier.
Here you can see the blocking, trying to clear paths for the ball carrier. If you watch the Czech players who aren't on the ball, then you'll see them all trying to block. There we go, blocking their opposite numbers perfectly in the key, and Varton can get through.
Yeah, and that was courtesy of George, putting on a lovely pick on 2 of the Israeli players.
He is going to be George from now on.
I think so, yes.
Yes.
He has been...
next time you see him, call it George.
Renamed.
Yes, it's George. Yuri in Czech is George. Shir, Tidizak.
Oh dear.
Oh, and that is exactly what you don't like when you are a coach. The simple turnovers, ones that can be easily avoided. The inbound there to no one in particular. It was meant to be to Ronish. Better inbound this time around. Half an hour. A bit of company though, but a nice pass over the top, and Varton running a good route.
With Oppenhauer's height, I'm surprised they don't use him more as an
outlet.
Yes, and the first receiver of the inbound. And he can then put the ball up on the end of his arm and look around for that outlet pass.
Yes,
so you're using him as a post. As a
yes.
post is the analogy.
Yes.
I once coached a rugby union team. We had a 6'10" second row. He was gentle as a lamb, but I'd stand him at the front of the line out, and the opposition couldn't throw over him.
Couldn't see over him.
No.
What's the weather like up there? We are into the final minute here, so it could be time management, because if you can score, you can get the last possession and score on the last possession, then you are depriving the opposition of an opportunity to score a point, and that can be very, very crucial in tight games. This one isn't as tight as the Czechs would like it to be, so Israel are going to be looking to use up as many of the 35 seconds left on the shot clock now to score. So is Tirza going to take his time? Yes, he is. He wants to run down that clock and make sure that the Czechs don't have the opportunity to get the ball back and score. There they are looking at the clock. You can see what they're doing. Gives the Czechs the time to set up in the key, though. 3 of them there. Ronish has to make sure that he doesn't go into the key because you can't have 4 in the key. Now, they are playing with fire here. Are they going to manage to score? And Zitkayu beautifully in at the corner, courtesy of the blocks and picks set by his teammates.
They did very well there. I thought they might have used the tactic that we see a lot of the top teams.
Yes, so they managed to keep the Czechs off the board at the end, and Israel take it 14-9 to lead the first quarter by 5 points. So it's been an interesting first quarter between these teams, and we did think that Israel would be the quicker to come out of the blocks, particularly the way they had run the likes of the Swiss team close, and they certainly saw that this was a big opportunity for them to get a win on the board. And there we see Tiriza getting in there, bobbing his tongue out as he gets the steal. And they're the ones with the greater rate of turnovers. They forced from the opposition, some good passing, and they always had an outlet in Carcenti, and that meant that they took a 5-point lead into the first break. As we have a Guinness World Record holder for tricks. I can't remember his name, but he's very impressive, the fella there in the centre circle. There he is. We get to see him in all his splendour. Can you do that, Simon?
No, but
I could do it, but not intentionally. For about 2 seconds and then fall off. Yes.
I just marvel at the amount of work that must have gone into developing that routine, and the commitment and the practice that will have happened.
Yes, because you can look at it and mock it and go, what's this? It's just a trick bike, and what's the point of this? But it is amazing. It's absolutely amazing what this fella can do. Look at that. That is phenomenal. Astounding. Hats off to him. The Israel bench, haven't seen a whole lot. There's Adi Guetta, the captain. They find themselves with a 5-point deficit, a 5-point lead. They've caught the Czechs a little bit cold. They are 20th in the world, Israel, as opposed to 23rd. The Czechs on paper, they should have the advantage. And the Czechs with it all to do. They've got a long time in which to do it. They've got 3 quarters left, and we could see a lot of this man, Marek Vasa, 2-pointer. There's little they can do in the way of changing. You saw the likes of Denmark, GB can go, instead of going high-low with 2 high pointers and 2 low pointers, they can have 1 high pointer and a couple of mid pointers. These teams don't have that luxury, so they have to stick with what they've got, but they have made some substitutions. Marek Vasa has indeed come on, the one with the big beard, the number 6. Ronish pops that one over to Varton, and Varton is very much their outlet in the same way as Karcenti is for Israel. Israel, I'm looking around and I think they're sticking with the guys who've got them this far. Yes, no changes for them. You can make as many changes as you like. The analogy has been it's like ice hockey. You can make as many changes as you like. People can come back off and back on, but you can't quite do it like ice hockey while play is going on.
Penalty try there from Alicia Paulik for leaving the court. And sometimes they'll award the penalty try, other times they'll put a player in the penalty box, depending on the context and whether the team's looking to score or not, or
whether it's a close match and they want to make a match of it. And,
well, teams want to control the clock at certain times of the game, so they will not want to actually cross the try line because it gives the ball back to the other team. So if they can get a new 40-second clock, because somebody's in the bin, as we now see, Carcenti, for obvious reasons there.
Getting a bit handsy.
Yeah, all over Oppenauer's chest.
So yes, as Simon has just pointed out, the shot clock is reset. It's not about the shot clock really, though, for Czech Republic. It's about the scoreboard. Of course, the scoreboard is the most important thing in any sport, really, unless you're playing it for fun. Barton, over he goes.
And Oppenauer put a trap on the penalty box, so Carcenti will be the inbounder for Israel. Teams are always looking to force a high pointer to take the inbound if they can.
Yes, so putting a trap, Carcenti was in the sin bin, and then one of the Czech players, Oppenauer, went and positioned himself in front of the sin bin so that Carcenti couldn't get out. And the only way he can get out is by saying, referee, I want to be the person throwing the ball in on the restart, on the inbound. And making a high pointer do that takes him out of play, at least temporarily. Barton, great hands.
Yes, Vasa was trying to hang on to the ball from behind his back there, but wasn't able to do it. Thankfully, Barton came to his rescue and picked it up, and the ball didn't travel back over the halfway line, which would have been a backcourt violation. There's another blue hand gone in there. Teresa trying to keep it in play. Beautiful pickup.
Picks it up, and that resets the shot clock, and over he goes with a little bit of help from his friends. A nice block from Carcenti, and it's all going Israel's way at the moment. Reeled that one in nicely, calmly. Five points now the lead for Israel.
So the Czech Republic have sat back in key formation. They've got three in the key area, one sat outside, Philip Varton. Some teams put two outside and one on each corner, and you see them trying different formations at different times, depending on what seems to be working or not working.
It's the advantage of two outside and two in. It means that there's less of a risk of four ending up in the key at any one time, because if you've only got one outside, as we had another turnover, if you've only got one outside, the temptation at some point is to roll in subconsciously almost as you try to defend.
Yeah, or even be pushed in by astute opposition. Yes. Yeah. Czech Republic just not efficient enough down at that sharp end of the pitch. When they get to the Israeli key, they've turned the ball over 3 or 4 times in that red zone.
3 or 4 or 4 or 5.
Yes.
There we go, another turnover. Nigiri, the low pointer, coming into inbound. Once again, the Czechs set up in the key. 3 in, 1 out. And Zinkayo had the wheels there to get past Ronish.
Yes, Ronish was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he pushed back to stop Zidkayu, then the ball was just going to be popped up over his head to the waiting hands of Carcenti, who'd split the Czech defenders.
Nice work from Vasa, nice pickup. They finally find themselves in possession in the opposition's half. But now it's the Israelis' turn to go back and set up in the key defence.
They forced, not quite sure who it is, it looks like Tirza going to the penalty box and for leaving the court. So
leaving the court, but not under his own steam. He was pushed out. Yes. Did he leave or was he pushed? So 4 on 3.
Israel will need to be not too aggressive in their defence now. In fact, they're just letting Varton pretty much have a free run to the line to avoid a penalty try being awarded, and Teresa having to remain in the penalty box, or worse still, having 2 players in the penalty box.
Teresa says, I'll inbound. The flowing locks and the flowing wheels of Neira Carcenti.
So there's only one team in Israel, so they're all club mates.
Yeah, you have to sing that. One team in Israel, there's only one team in Israel. Right, so they're all club mates.
Isn't there a tune that goes with that?
Yes. Win Edwards in to sing it.
Yeah, that would be good. He was fantastic, both at the opening ceremony and yesterday at the end of the celebrity match, launching into the Welsh national anthem.
Indeed, yes, any excuse for that, and win by name, win by nature after Wales defeated England. Courtesy of a certain Jim Roberts, it has to be said, who played rather well for Wales.
He certainly did. It was great to see him back on court, even though the stadium announcer did refer to him as Rusty Roberts.
Rather harsh, yes. I wouldn't have done that to his face. Certainly not rusty either on the court or in the commentary box. We've heard a lot from him today. So there's only one club in Israel.
Yes.
After you were so rudely interrupted.
Which quarter did we have to start that conversation in? Yeah. But yes, and that gives them an advantage in that they're all playing together all the time, and they have to they force the Czech Republic there to use another timeout, their second during the game.
Yes, advantages and disadvantages, I would say of there being only one club, in that they know how their teammates play brilliantly, but they're forced to train against one another a lot of the time. So you can get into certain habits and you know how to play certain players, but then you come up against different looks, different styles. So that's where the coach really earns their corn, by putting them through different drills and in different formations.
Very much so, and they have to spend money to travel to
play anyone else.
Yes, there are very few African nations that play the sport. There's a few where it's being developed. And South Africa did have a team, an international team, years ago. Don't know whether that's still there. Haven't seen them on the international scene since 2015 myself, but they may well still be active. But it's a hell of a long way to go for
an away fixture.
For an away fixture, yes.
Yes, exactly, yes. You want to do that on a Wednesday night when you've got work on a Thursday morning. So another timeout used by the Czechs, and another one that ends up not bearing fruit. Turnover after that, and look at those wheels. Carcenti popping the ball back up to the referee very kindly.
So that 5-try lead that they held at the quarter is now a 9-try lead, and we've still got 2 minutes 40 remaining on this first half. As referee Mateusz Campania signals another timeout that the Czech Republic has been forced to use. Teams are reluctant to use them sometimes, and other teams have the attitude that they're there to be used.
You can't take them with you.
No, you
can't convert them into you can convert them into points,
yep,
metaphorically, not literally. You can't say, well, we've got 14 points and 3 timeouts, let's call it 17. No, you have to convert the timeouts into points actually out on the court.
It was a penalty try as Carcenti wasn't able to cut Varton off there. Barton has certainly been the guy who's done the lion's share of the work for the Czech Republic, and the lion's share of the scoring too. He's been their mainstay.
So they have managed to convert a timeout into a point. Key defence here. It seems to be working this time around. So Carcenti, as is so often the case, the outlet, and around he goes to the Mannerborn. Carcenti almost matching the entire Czech total. 15 to the Czechs, 11 to Carcenti alone. Tiriza picks that one up. Another ball that goes astray, and it's all going the way of the team in blue. It was a good hand on it from Carcenti to begin with, and that spun the ball away from his teammates.
He does pick that ball up so skillfully, so quickly. You see some players really, it's a skill that really has to be worked on and developed, and it's far harder than these guys make it look. Particularly if you're doing it on your weak hand. Yeah, I marvel at the skill and ability of both high point and low point players at that particular skill, but they spend an awful lot of time doing it.
Timeout taken this time by Israel, but both teams can, of course, benefit from it. It's not the case where you say, well, one team's had it's called this timeout, the other team has to not communicate for the next 30 or 60 seconds. Both teams reap the benefit from it. David Lukáš dispensing his words of wisdom down into the final 101 seconds of the half. Tiriza breathing deeply. He's put in a lot of work, a lot of determination.
He's had a lot of court time this week. All of the
today alone, because these teams have played twice today now.
Yes, it's their second game, and a couple of these players, one of the Czech players will have an even longer day, as they've yet to submit a player for anti-doping.
Right, okay. I'll let you go and tell them that at half-time.
They know it. They were asked.
Right.
They were asked after their earlier game. They played in the second game this morning. Or well, this morning it was a 1 o'clock tip-off.
Yes, it was. Yes.
So they argued that they didn't have enough time for somebody. It can take 2 hours to get through anti-doping. So they said, can we do it later in the day? But it has to be after this game, and it has to be a player who has played in the game.
So not David Lukáš, could be Jan Mikeška, who has come on as a substitute. I'm glad we're seeing him play with a lot of potential. Mikeška, yes. Number 5.
He came in with a 2.5 classification. He was seen by the classifiers earlier in the week, and he's now been reclassified to a 3. So technically they have a high pointer in terms of classification.
But that's the last thing you want, isn't it? Because your player now costs you more.
Yes, yeah, but they can still play this lineup, but it's now an 8-point lineup.
Yes, so, yes. So for them it's too bad. Yes,
it hasn't thrown out lines for them.
Exactly, not like Coral Beatty being classified up for Team GB, which I think has meant that she's seen less game time. 4 in the key by the Israelis, so it's a penalty try.
That's Mateus Campanha from Brazil. A very experienced referee. He was also a table official at Rio 2016, and a very good friend of mine. He acted as my interpreter when I was over there, and yeah, still got lots of good friends from that trip to Rio.
Into the last 20 seconds of this half, and the shot clock and match clock are
very, very close. So the, the table officials will have communicated between themselves to make sure that the game clock did not start before the 40-second clock when they are that close. You've got to make sure that they're as accurate as possible.
The Czechs with 8 seconds to go. Can they throw out a miracle pass? And the answer is no. Israel tried one of their own, and it's a lot of toing and froing, but at the end of the day, that is the end of the first half, and Israel have a 10-point lead. Israel 28, Czech Republic 18. Story of the half, it's not really been a story of a game of 2 quarters. It's been absolutely wonderful for Israel. They've won both quarters, 14-9. 14-9 in the first, 14-9 in the second, and that adds up to 28-18 overall. And they've always been one step ahead, one wheel ahead of the Czechs, it would seem. Varton has been doing, as my colleague Simon said, the lion's share of work, but it's been incredibly difficult for them, even when he does it backwards. It still works and it still counts, but there have been too many turnovers, really, by the Czechs. Tirza, Karcenti, great performances from them, great determination as well. We've seen a lot of Mordecai Zukayo throughout the week, and yes, there's another one of those turnovers. We saw so many of them from the Czechs. Unfortunately, they burnt a lot of their timeouts as well, and didn't manage to convert them into points, but the ones who did convert the points, they were the ones in blue. The flying wheels of Karcenti. So at half-time, the score is Israel 28, Czech Republic 18. A reminder that this is for 7th place in the tournament. So this is how they've ended up in this particular match. They finished outside the top 2 of their groups, did Czech Republic and Israel, and then they lost the 5th and 6th place semi-finals that they played this morning against Netherlands and Switzerland respectively. So they're at the bottom left of this graphic. Tomorrow morning we will have Netherlands versus Switzerland for 5th and 6th place, and then yes, we had the semi-finals earlier in the day. Great Britain defeating Germany, France defeating Denmark. Great Britain and France will face off at 3 o'clock on Sunday for the gold medal here. Great Britain are the reigning Paralympic champions, France the reigning European champions. What could be better than that matchup? And then Germany versus Denmark for bronze medal, and to see who qualifies as well for the Paralympics. Some fans getting into the music here.
Fans and volunteers. That's
indeed, there's a volunteer, yes, the volunteer
young Taylor Clark, who's recently started officiating for Great Britain Wheelchair Rugby. She's
excellent.
I think 14, I think, and she's been doing table official duties and just started taking the court refereeing, and she's been doing absolutely brilliantly. It's been fantastic to watch.
I'm glad to hear it, and
So-
I'm glad that she's got a bit of screen time. So, earlier in the day in this stadium was pumping and absolutely thumping when Team GB took on Germany. What a matchup that was, and what a match it was for King's Coronation Day. And Germany, no quarter arse, non-given. Marco Herbst, he put in an absolute yeoman shift. He was covering so much ground. Herbst was the standout player for the Germans. But the thing is, Great Britain, they've got perhaps the best low pointer in the world in Johnny Coggan, and they've got 2 incredible high pointers, Stu Robinson being one of them, and Aaron Phipps the other. There he is, as if on cue, flying through there. And it ended up being quite a comfortable win in front of 3,500 fans here at the Principality Stadium. Great Britain making it through to the final tomorrow and qualifying by dint of that victory in the semi-finals for the Paralympics in Paris 2024. Phipps, one of the standout players for Great Britain. He's been visiting local schools recently and he's got plenty of fans in here all wearing his headbands, and I actually spoke to him after the semi-finals. Here's what he had to say.
Phippsy, first and foremost, congratulations, you've made it through to the final. The fans probably thought it was routine, but they really pushed you hard in the first half, in particular, Germany.
Yeah, absolutely. They put on a really strong performance. Their passing is exceptional. The way they throw it about between each other, you think, yeah, we've got a good press here. Next thing you know, the ball's gone on over the top and landed on someone's lap. So yeah, they put in a really good show.
You personally must be absolutely exhausted. You had some real battles out there, particularly with your opposite number, Marco Herbst.
Yeah, I was playing a zonal press, so covering a lot of court, a lot of ground. That's why coaches were taking me on and off. But it was yeah, it was pretty intense, and he's rapid, incredibly rapid. He carries a little bit less weight than me. I hit a little bit harder, but he's a bit quicker.
Qualified for the final, so well done on that, and it also means that you've qualified for the Paralympics next year. How good is that?
Yeah, I mean, we've still got a job to do. We want to come out firing in the final tomorrow, but yeah, I'd forgotten until we were in the circle. Coach said, congratulations, you're going to the Paralympics, and that's never a given. You know, we got the gold in Tokyo. We had a shaky year last year, so to be in the final tomorrow, we're back in a really good place.
Well played. I'll let you go and cool off.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Phippsy, what a man, what a character. And yes, tomorrow, Phippsy's going to be going up against the likes of Jonathan Hivernin, Sébastien Verdun. It's Great Britain versus France. The final live on Channel 4 if you're in the UK. Tomorrow our coverage starts at 2:30. You'll have the likes of Ed Jackson, Mandip Semi, talking us through all of the ins and outs. Big build-up for the match, which will start at 3 o'clock. The other matches tomorrow as well. There's plenty for you to watch from 9 o'clock onwards. And we will have Netherlands versus Switzerland, a 5th and 6th place playoff. And we'll talk about the ramifications of finishing 5th in this tournament. And that will be on. Coverage will start at 8:45 tomorrow. The bronze medal match, ramifications for that one. For that match will be on at 11:45, and then, as you saw earlier, we'll be on the air at 2:30, 14:30 for Great Britain versus France, match starting at 3 o'clock. So yes, ramifications for finishing perhaps 5th. So there will be a qualifying tournament as well, additional spots up for grabs at the Paralympics.
There's likely to be 2 spaces, possibly 3 at that Paralympic qualifying tournament, and anybody who hasn't qualified can enter that tournament, can ask to be part of that tournament. So countries are being asked to bid to host that tournament, and if there's only one qualifier from your zone, then you could have, so Australia and Japan, from what I understand, there's only one qualification spot from Oceania, so if either of those countries get it, the others have got to come through that additional tournament.
So one of Australia and Japan?
Believe so, yes. And similarly, the
World Championship finalists
the Americas
are going to have to, wow.
So USA and Canada are going up for one spot, I think. So so I think there's 3 spots are going to be available at that Paralympic qualifying tournament. It's going to be could be an absolutely amazing tournament, yes. And countries could well if they want to do well, a good way of doing that is to offer to host it. But you could then offer to host it, have your offer accepted, and then actually find you've qualified and still have to host it. So it's a risky situation for countries, because there's obviously, it comes at a cost, hosting major championships.
There we go, but the rewards, it's risk versus rewards, and the rewards are a spot at the Paralympics Paris 2024.
And that financial incentive for a lot of teams comes from, we have to be at the Paralympics because otherwise we don't get funding.
Exactly. So the second half of this 7th place playoff gets underway, and the possession arrow was in favour of Israel. So they get the opening possession, and they already have a 10-point lead. You can see that they have all of their timeouts still available. So the Czech Republic up against it, a 10-point deficit, and just the one timeout still left.
So Mateus Campena has adjudged that Philip Varton left the court, so that should make it an easier task for Israel to convert this first possession of the second half.
The thing is as well, it resets the shot clock to 40, as we've mentioned earlier, and the clock, the game clock, really isn't, the match clock isn't the friend of the Czech Republic at the moment. So Israel, if they want to, they could take a lot of time off the clock, or alternatively, they could just scoot over and score. Points are always more fun than prevarication and taking your time over things and winding the clock down. It's always more fun to score, for players and fans alike. Varton back out, the ball in his lap.
Yes, it's only the coaches who'd be happy to sit there and watch the players turn pretty circles.
Varton into double figures for tries. He's got over half of his team's tries thus far.
Benishai on the ball there. That's first touch for him, I think, the young 19-year-old.
Yes, Ziv Benishai, the 19-year-old one-pointer, has come on.
And I think this cushion of an 11-try lead now will enable coach Shlomi Spivak to run some different lines, give these players on the bench a last taste of what it's like to play in the Principality Stadium, which has just been the most magnificent and iconic venue for this event. Absolutely brilliant and amazing to be here. Lovely little pop pass there from Zidkayu to Teresa. It's an easy game when you do the simple things well.
That one really was threading the needle, managing to get that through there. And yes, it's an easy game when the opposition turns the ball over with alarming regularity, which is what the Czechs have been doing. Israel showed them how to throw out a pass. That going this way and that, using his trunk very well. Got good trunk strength as Tirza. Great pickup originally from Zidkayo.
Mikeshka on the ball, putting a pass down to the equally tall Oppenauer.
Popped over the top. Yes, as you say, the tall figure of Oppenauer. Sits quite tall in his chair.
He's a 1.5 player, but playing in an attacking chair, which is not something you see happen a lot. Now and again, and we do even see now and again hybrid chairs. So we see the defensive chair that Benishai there has. We mentioned Oppenauer's attacking chair with the more rounded bumper, and there are some chairs that, but you don't see them very often at this level, if at all, that are a hybrid. So they've got wings and a pick bar. So it hasn't got the length of a defensive chair, but it's still got the pick bar, which enables them to trap players and also gives them a greater manoeuvrability because of the shorter chair.
Manoeuvrability there on display from Carcenti, in particular from his chair, and prior to that the ball had bounced off the pick bar of Plesko and gone out for another turnover. No such danger this time around. Varton with Carcenti for company. Mate to earn his point there.
So Benishai playing the equivalent of a goal hanger, if you like, but the ball couldn't find him on that occasion.
Yes, you occasionally do get low pointers staying forward in the opponent's key. Occasionally see Corentin Le Guen doing it for France, but he's an excellent low pointer, and also the pass needs to be absolutely perfect. If someone with a lack of mobility that low pointers tend to have, they won't have the speed to get and pick it up. So that was a bit of a risk there, that pass being thrown out. Big hit there.
Another turnover.
Another turnover.
Yep.
Big hit there.
Yeah,
big hit.
Well done, George. Picked that one off. Mikeshka comes to the rescue.
There is somebody finally going to score a point here. We've been seeing speculative passes hither and yon, and finally Varton goes over and puts an end to it all. Big hit coming up here though.
Has got a bit scrappy in the last few minutes. And you just saw at the bottom of your shot there 3 substitutes lined up in the Czech Republic box. So at an appropriate dead ball, they'll come on. You can't substitute players after a try or after an equipment timeout. So they've got to wait for a dead ball situation that isn't either one of those.
So they're going to have to wait for the ball to bounce off someone's chair and roll out of play. It could be ages.
They've got no.
Yeah. See what I was doing there?
Yes, I saw beautifully teed up, a bit like the tee for the technical foul that Alicia Paulik has just demonstrated there, as she sends Benishai to the bin for not letting the Czech player back onto the court after the inbound. So the Czech Republic able to make those substitutions. Philip Varton getting a well-earned rest, along with Captain Plesko, Mikeshka, the 3 who have come off. And so we see first sight of Bonovic.
Indeed, the number 11 with the inbound there. And rather fortunately for them, the ball was knocked out of the hands, but it then went off. As we have a good look at George, then went off an arm for an Israeli player, so they get another go at the inbound, and the shot clock reset to 40 again. Ronish back on.
Nice.
Cruising through.
Yes, courtesy of a nice little block there by Vassar, who stopped the defenders getting anywhere near Ronish on that occasion.
Into the second half of this third quarter. Oh, another big hit. Number 3 on number 3. But Tirza is the one who laughs last and laughs loudest, because he got his pass away. Let's see that one again and listen to it again. Tirza absolutely unflustered. Yeah, he's done his job.
He absorbed it very well, and yet focused on getting that pass away. And he had to focus because he was playing it down court to Benishai, the low point player, but That one's gone astray from the Czech Republic, and it's once again Carcenti who comes up with the ball.
And Tiriza who does the rough work in there, and then Ben Ishai. So the 19-year-old, he's almost going for. Let's try and work out what the hat trick would be when you've had a sin bin, you've had a try, and then I don't know, maybe a spinning foul or a.
Yeah, hopefully not one of those.
It's the ice hockey analogy is you have a try, there we go. You have a goal, assist, an assist, and a fight. That was the Gordie Howe hat trick.
Right.
So, yeah, so he's had a, let's just go for a try and assist and a sin bin.
One of my favourite sporting quotes is, "I went to a fight, but an ice hockey game broke out."
That's the one. And they still love it to this day. Fired forward, and Tiriza is going to make no mistake. Might take his time. Gives it very kindly to the referee. Vasa, the one there, throwing out the pass that wasn't quite going to make it to Oppenau, even though he's got a reasonable wingspan. 14 points now the difference. Things really getting out of hand for the Czechs, and literally out of hand there. Carcenti just picks that one off, low-hanging fruit.
As you can see, as you talked about wingspans, his is particularly impressive and very effective on that occasion.
We're going to see it in all its glory here. Absolutely perfect camera work there from our operator.
So coach's timeout called there by Shlomi Spivak. And he's also going to use it to make substitutions. He'll use up his minute first to tell his team what he wants.
Give Tiriza a chance to catch his breath.
Yes.
And he's probably just calling them over and saying, "Good work, lads, well done." That's all.
He'll be very happy. He'll be very happy. It's also a chance for those guys to take on some well-deserved and well-needed fluids as well. I haven't seen the Haribo handed round yet. Wheelchair Rugby runs on high sugar concentrate sweets.
I was about to say, yes, other brands of sweets are available.
Of course, yeah. But, yeah, I think Wheelchair Rugby often misses a trick in not getting sponsorship from those kind of companies, because every team bench has a huge box of them to keep the guys going and the girls.
Well, someone's had their... Well, we saw the Czechs consuming bananas earlier, and the energy has obviously got through into the system of Oppenau. Referee replaces the cone. Starts the count for the inbound, and in it is duly bounded. Carcenti managing to avoid the touchline there, did very well. Almost blocked by his own player, but through he goes. Josef Koren appears to have come on for Israel, wearing the number 6. So good for him to get some court time.
Yes, he hasn't seen a great deal this week, so it is nice to see the coach ringing the changes and giving guys more experience, and they'll need it when they drop back to Division B. Won't be a Division B championships this year, I don't believe. It'll probably be scheduled for next year. So the one good thing for both of these teams is they will get more championship rugby in the near future. Whereas some of the teams in A will have to wait a further 2 years now that in the post-COVID era, we're now back on a regular schedule. Unusual that in recent times where we've had European Championships in consecutive years, with France winning in Paris last year.
And the Quad Nations tournaments?
Quad Nations tournaments probably won't be one in GB this year, because we've held these championships. but they will look to continue those for as long as they can, because they provide such valuable competition against the top teams in the world. And we have seen all the top teams in the world over the five Quad Nations, I think it is, that we've held here in GB. And yeah, they've provided some superb events.
Great hands there from the Czechs.
The last one was in Cardiff back in October.
Now, Israel with what could well be the final possession of the quarter. As we see, yes, that is exactly what they're trying to do. Josef Koren passing the ball around. They're desperate not to go over the line. The Czechs desperate to get them over the line to leave themselves a few seconds in which to score. 8 seconds it is. But the main thing is Israel get the point. Sidkayu over the line, so the Czechs now deciding that discretion is the better part of valor. And so we end the third period, go into the final break, and it's 15 points the difference. Israel 42, Czech Republic 27. There's confirmation of the score and the 15-point deficit that the Czechs are going to try to make up in the last 8 minutes. It's been pretty much more of the same for Israel, picking up where they left off in the first half. Czechs doing their level best, but there is more quality in this team. Tirza, he's been a standout player for me, getting down and dirty, doing a lot of the hard work in midfield. There he is, big hits. He was on the end of 2 or 3 big hits. Oh, what about that steal from Carcenti? He's the flair player. Tirza, the water carrier, the midfield general, if you like. The Czechs with a lot of work to do. Their tournament is going to be over in 8 minutes' time, or 8 actual minutes of playing time. Seems to be Thomas Moravik leading a bit of a team talk here. Everyone putting their 2 cents worth in. David Lukas is the man with the number 2 on the cap, the player coach who's been virtually a non-playing player coach. Slightly happier scenes for Israel. They know that they are a mere 8 minutes of playing time away from getting their first victory in this tournament. We haven't seen anything of Shabtai Nitzahon, the man there with the unmistakable eyebrows. Number 10, there he is. There he is, let's go. Nice to hear from him again. Spoke to him earlier in the week. And out he comes. Wonderful to see him getting some playing time. No wonder he was so motivated to get back out there. To have done the hard work thus far. Nigri, one of the starters. Carcenti, we've seen plenty of him. Even Tirza is getting some time off. Well earned for all of them. Goeta, Adi Goeta, the captain. Again, much like David Lukas, almost a non-playing captain. And then the Czechs going, who wants to go out? I don't particularly fancy it. I'm sure they do fancy it though, even though they are staring down the barrel of a heavy defeat. Ronish, Pleshko, Mikeshka and Moravik coming out because they're going to make the most of all the time that they have left at this tournament in the 7th and 8th place playoff. Israel currently leading 42-27 with 8 minutes to go.
And the other thing they're playing for is world ranking points. Of course, all the games they play will get them further up that world ranking chart. And whilst it may take the likes of us many years of study to work out how those damn things work, but yeah, the the teams know exactly what they need to do
back in our day, we'd get out slide rules and books of logarithms, but now I think they just ask ChatGPT and they explain the ranking system to me. At which point the AI says, "No, can't do that one. It's too complicated even for me."
I've only learned about that program this week, and I'm amazed at some of the things it can do. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yes, my wife's a lecturer at Sydney University, and she's seeing it from the other end, going, I wonder where this came from. Yes, not from the actual student.
So can't she ask Chat?
She can ask ChatGPT, did you do this? And ChatGPT will say yes, exactly. So yes, so at least she can turn the tables. Yes, turning the tables. That's what the Czechs are going to try to do. They've eaten slightly into the deficit. They're only 14 down. They need to make up a point every 30 seconds. It's a big ask for them.
So I guess the follow-up question is, can the students generate this, then make it undetectable?
Hopefully not yet. And Offer Gibbs has come on, and unfortunately for him, hasn't managed to get his hand on that one. Couldn't quite corral the huge pass that was propelled forward. Tried to bounce it, but Gibbs, he's a low pointer. Just, you can see that there's not a whole lot of trunk strength on Offer Gibbs, the 36-year-old. So it was always going to be a big ask for him to pick that one up. So the Czechs have eaten into the lead. They've got a turnover. They need to get the ball over the halfway line, and
so Mikeshka there lost control of the ball, which meant he couldn't then call a timeout because the ball wasn't actually in his possession. Had he still had hold of it and needed to call the timeout because of the clock pressure, he'd have been able to. But if the ball's on the ground or bouncing around, you can't get one.
So the Czechs were doing everything right. They keep forcing turnovers.
Well, I think it was more of an unforced error, sadly. They're just a badly directed pass there from Zidkayu, which is a rarity from him. His passing skills are exceptionally good.
Moravik with the inbound to Ronish. Now, can the Czechs get a point here and maybe make the Israelis a little bit nervous? I think they'll only get nervous if it gets back somehow to single figures, but they're eating into this deficit little by little. Obviously, the match clock isn't their friend. They've only got 6 minutes in which to come back, but they're fulfilling their half of the contract at the moment. Zidkayu, up he comes. He's quite happy to take time off the clock. When you're that far ahead, then it really doesn't matter how long it takes you to score, and almost if you score.
Yes, they don't have to score on every single possession in this situation. Teams always look to, but sometimes I think they'd be better off just holding the ball for 40 seconds. And indeed, before we had the 40-second possession clock introduced, which came into the game after the Beijing Paralympics in 2008, the games could be pretty tedious as teams would just get the ball over halfway and then they'd just play keep ball. And if you had somebody with a long arm who could stick it above everybody's heads and then just pull it back in and bounce it every 10 seconds, it just wasn't the spectacle. Since they introduced it, which has clearly been the best thing they've ever done in this sport in terms of the rule changes. As we see Mikeshka go up on the equivalent of tiptoes there, but he did brilliantly, and Ronish gets a great try there, going in backwards, and a clap on the back for his troubles from Nitsahon.
Bounder!
Yeah, what he did really well there was he threw his weight back so he didn't make contact with the other player.
So a lot of hard work put in by the Czechs, and then a wonderful inbound all the way over the top to the unmarked Gibbs, and all the hard work is undone. Ronish herring down the court. Popped nicely over the top. Good hands there, and Mikeshka getting on the end of that one.
To the bench, guys.
Timeout, 60 seconds timeout, blue. Substitution.
Referee from Poland, Alicia Paulik, signals the coach's timeout. That's Shlomi Spivak's second coach's timeout, so that's his last, but it also gives him the opportunity to bring on substitutes, and I think we are going to see Adi Guetta and also Dan Lahat.
Two opposite ends of the spectrum. Guetta 0.5, so the lowest of the low pointers they've got. Dan Lahat a 3-pointer, so he should be the swiftest player on the court now. Let's keep an eye on Israel's number 4.
Still relatively new to the sport, so he's learning all the time, very much wanting to use these championships as a learning experience at this level. Tussling for the ball there.
Close, so close, it was difficult for Yuri George Pleshko to reel that one in. It was a very good pass. Threaded the needle. It's the right idea, and he just couldn't quite get that right hand on it. Very excellently improvised, bounced inbound there. That was incredibly clever stuff.
Yes, it's like a little pumped pass, and we see quite a few of the inbounders using those, and your heart's in your mouth every time they do it, but they are incredibly accurate. Jack Smith of England is a brilliant exponent of the art, and will spend hours and hours literally practicing.
Now that was brilliant work by Karasenti, managing to knock Moravik around, going into the back with a legal hit. Karasenti doing it all on his own here.
Lahat was in there with an illegal use of hands over the top of Ronish, as Pleshko and Ronish tried to keep passing between themselves until one of them could find a gap, but Lahat intervened.
So that's the first time he's troubled the scorers today.
It's good to keep the penalty timekeeper awake. It can be a lonely place, sat over there on the other side of the court on your own.
Out comes Lahat. He'll be keen to add an assist and a try or two. And as if on cue, the advantage of having the equivalent of going high-low. Karasenti 2.5 and Lahat 3. The nearest Israel can get to going high-low, and you have the two possible outlets, and someone who can fire out a long pass like Karasenti, and someone who can get on the end of it like Lahat.
He was also aided by the fact that he was halfway down the court when he came out of the penalty bin. So that's something that defending teams sometimes forget to realise, that a long ball to a guy who's started from the halfway line is a very, very effective attack.
Again, along the lines of ice hockey, when someone does come out of the bin and they serve the 2 minutes in the bin, usually there are far fewer goals, because you do leave the sin bin after a goal in ice hockey, but usually you serve the full 2 minutes, come out, and then you can hair off down the ice, and if your team's in possession, they can feed you and you're there on the break. It's not 007, but 7. Karasenti on the ball again.
Looks like one of the Israeli players, might have been Guetta, crossed the try line between the posts, so Czech Republic will have the ball from the sideline. Monovic with the inbound.
In it is duly bounded, but out it goes again. Asked a little bit too much of Captain Pleshko. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes for these two teams to leave their mark on this tournament. Cardiff weaving it this way and that, as he does so well.
Well, we've had 14-9 has been the score in each of the 3 quarters so far to Israel. So with 2 minutes 46, what odds are Ladbrokes going to give us that we're going to see a final score of 56-36? What do you reckon?
Once again, other gambling websites are available, and please gamble responsibly. Carcenti through once again. This man has been an unstoppable force in this 7th place playoff. Mikeska gets the ball just over the halfway line. Pleshko gets it out and he'll be pleased with that pass. And the outlet is there in the form of Ronish. It was slightly harum-scarum stuff, but it got there in the end.
And drew some applause from the Czech Republic bench as well, which was nice to see. They've had precious little to celebrate during this game. It's been a really tough one for them. Israel have played extremely well.
Yes, Czech Republic celebrating also the fact that it's been 30 years since the Wheelchair Rugby Federation was founded in the country, so we congratulate them on that. Guetta over for a point. How about that for the low pointer? Few options here for the inbound. Goes long, and it needs to be. Yes, there we go. It is hooked in by Ronish. Czech suddenly with a new lease of life as they realise that they have less than 2 minutes left in the tournament. So it's time for them to showcase everything they've got.
They have played a lot better. They've already scored their customary 9 points in this 4th quarter. So yes, a much improved performance by them.
What are you got to do? See if you can win a quarter, and if you can't win a quarter, then the other day we had Reda Houam, Dutch captain, in the commentary box with us, and he said, well, win your development. Make sure that your development is the winner on the day. Make sure you learn something. Make sure you get better. That's definitely something we can all learn from. Nice little over-the-head pass. No look pass from the captain, Adi Guetta. Well, the stadium DJ has decided that it's mission impossible for the Czechs, but they're not listening. Keshka rolls in for another one. Into the final 90 seconds. Israel not going to worry about timestamps, and Czechs not pressing them. So it seems that both teams are looking forward to shaking hands and congratulating one another on what they've achieved at this tournament. The fact that they have been able to more or less hold their own in the highest possible category. They had a tough time of it in the group stages.
No try there. Alicia Paulik with that familiar crossed arms, crossed hands signal. It says no, it's going to be a sideline ball. Czech Republic to bring it away.
Big hit, but possession there. So are they going to try to run the clock down, use the last timeout, get the final score of the match? Last try the winner. I'm sure they're asking the referee that as we speak. So they are bouncing it around. They might well use the timeout.
Yes.
Looks like they are. So,
which is good discipline.
The clock is going to go down at the bottom of the screen. A timeout's going to be called in the next 2 seconds. There we go. And that resets the possession clock to 15. as has happened. A big smile on the face of Wheelchair Public. She knew what they was doing.
Yep. Yeah, very experienced referee from Poland. She'll have seen that happen in numerous quarters, particularly at the end of those quarters.
So, Czech Republic, it won't quite be the final possession. Can they get what is likely to be the final score? They've got 10 seconds in which to do it. Look at the possession clock at the bottom. They've got a score here from Mikeshka, and it means that Israel have got 12.4 seconds to go, and Karasenti certainly fancies a score. They've got 10 seconds in which to inbound. They're taking a timeout as well because they haven't had, Israel didn't think they were going to be able to inbound the way they wanted to within those 10 seconds. So, big smile again from referee Paulik. Now, who gets free? Karasenti, of course. He's got 10 seconds in which to generate a score, and if anyone on this pitch can do it, he can. He goes around Mikeshka, a bounce and a score. And that will be all she wrote as far as these two teams are concerned. Karasenti with his 20th try. How fitting it is that he gets into the 20s. A score of tries for him. And it's Israel who secures 7th place with a 52-38 victory over the Czech Republic.
Who did at least win that last quarter.
So the Czech Republic saving face at the... Oh, we get a kiss from Shaftai Nitzahon as he bids farewell. Yes, they got a lot of credit out of it, and as you say, Simon, won the 4th quarter there, but it's Israel who have secured 7th place overall, the ranking points that go with it. Nice scenes between all of the players here, and Israel finally getting their first ever win at this level of European Championship. Definitely something they can be incredibly proud of, and what a good win it was. They dominated this match from start to finish, in a match that was played in a very good spirit. Karasenti, the man who got 20 tries. So the story of the match, it was Israel all the way. They dominated more or less from the first tip-off.
They did. They didn't give the Czech Republic any time on the ball. They pressurised them throughout that first quarter, built up a healthy 5-try lead, and then continued to do that throughout the game. Lots of turnovers, forced and unforced errors, and Czech Republic just made far too many of them.
Tiriza, one of the standout players. He certainly was one of the shining lights, doing a lot of the tough work, both on attack and defence for Israel. Tiriza and Karasenti with 20 tries. He was the one who was the main player for them on the scoreboard, getting forward and back, throwing out some good passes. Czechs a lot of credit towards the end though. Never gave up and made sure that they came away having won the final quarter and given themselves plenty to be proud about when they look back on their first ever tournament at this level. So, speaking of Shir Tiriza, here he is, the number 3 on the right, and he is ready to talk to us now.
What an amazing win, a real team effort. How proud do you feel?
First of all, we are very proud for making the first win in the Division A. After the 5 first losses, it was something spectacular for us. And that's it. We are very happy for the win.
Who do you think is going to win the final tomorrow?
I wish the best for both teams are very good. Francis and the English. May the best will win.
What does this tournament mean to you as a team?
It means a lot. It's our first time in the Division A. For getting the experience, for being in such a beautiful place like this arena and playing in front of hundreds and hundreds. Especially the first game against England was something very special for us. And I hope that we can make it another time to make it to this division.
How will you remember this tournament?
I'm sure it's going to be remembered for a long, long time, for all the players, for the staff, for the families, for the supporters in Israel, for everybody.
Thank you so much.
I captain have something to say. No, I love you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love you. Love you, everybody.
They love us. How wonderful is that? Thank you, Adi Guetta, and it was great to hear from Shir Tiriza. So, the main course is coming up tomorrow. It's the final live on Channel 4. Our coverage will start at 2:30. There will be lots of build-up, and it will be hosted by Ed Jackson. We'll have a whole host of former players, likes of Mandeep Semi, Steve Brown, former captain. We will have all sorts of experts there to take you up to the match, which will start at 3 o'clock. Please make sure you don't miss that one. That is going to be an absolutely spectacular way to finish off what has already been a spectacular tournament here. Euro 23 Wheelchair Rugby Championships. But tonight, well, it belonged to Israel. As you've just heard from their number 3, they got their first ever victory at Category A. So tonight, we're going to sign off by saying, Israel, well done, we salute you.